game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it all, yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning all, yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's a king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the whole up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon that's more than my name, then that is absurd. We are not on the same level, I eat you like cancer. You just a germ, all authentic when I twist up. Getting burned like a perm, yeah.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Started off slinging dope, tryna buy a Benz. Lord knows I knew better, but I tried again. Move that coca, that mocha, that smoker. I spent off the porch with a bag and a toaster. I put out a check, I got a check. On to the next, whoa, whoa, she know I lit. I know she sick, she ain't get a chip. After I did, I said the kid. One down and I took. Never come when I spend. Every day I be on some shoes, lace on trip. Yeah, they gon' have to try again next year, cause it's my time to shine, talking last year.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand us. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it.
I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
For the love of the game, do whatever it takes. She ain't with me, then you're just in the way. Going hard in the paint, it ain't nothing to me. If I'm in the game, then it ain't safe. No slacking, I'm forever grinding. I don't put that work in, I don't put that time in. They can't see me, yeah, I be shining. MVP me, I gotta remind them.
I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it.
I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
In and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. Running in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, get it in and out. Yeah, I'm in and out. Start and finish routes. I can't even stay there like what this about. Ain't got time to waste her like when grilling up. Hey, what you really want? I want a million times 100. I'm number one like Zion Williams, say I'm dunking out. Don't condone violence, but I'm killing them off one by one. Got many rings, man, I've been ballin' since a young gun. They never seen anything like him, he's a one of one. I show up early, but I leave out after everyone. Hey, I go harder than the hardest of the legends, huh? Hey, hit my line up when you ready, I'll be ready. I ain't playing with you, I'ma get you in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
Splash Bros, we make it rain, you need a levy now. I need some hooking in my back, cause it's too heavy now. You see a op, then put up shots, ain't nothing to talk about. No, it ain't sweet, oh, you got beef, oh, yeah, that's in and out. I'm a beast, off the leash, call that animal style. Fans love my style, I make them go out. They can't compete, they ain't like me, coach, sit them down. I'm the one, I'm the source, I'm a powerhouse. Whenever they say go, I'm who they talking about. I'm always on go, I am not a slouch. Watch me take control, I'm the captain now. When I'm in my zone, I can get you in and out without a doubt.
In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out.
I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play, swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth, gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay, hard times never stay. Put in that work, ain't no giving up for real, you know the deal. It's written in stone, we stay going strong, they already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we come up with stamina, put a new vision on camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax, it's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof, it's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful for the fire we bringing this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one, show showing up and it's major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play, swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth, gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay, hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it, man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place, gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth, let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard, but keep going strong, you already on. Tough times don't last long, stay in the zone. Right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. Right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. Right. Never give up when facing pressure, it'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Just keep your focus on something better, better late than never. Never give up on that level, it's closer than never. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play, swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth, gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay, hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it, man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place, gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth, let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way.
Yeah. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video. 10K on a motorboat. 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risks. I just stand my chicks. Hold my cards to my chest. Move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules. Take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's about the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move. Take, was mine. Pay up if you buy. Play, all that play, ain't got time. Say, what you want, you owe me, that's fine. We talking money, this is not a race. We talking lanes, then stay in your place. We talking whips, I got a wraith. Ain't no my lover, out of my face. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's about the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move.
Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah, I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all around the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Vito. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. so I never crash. Hey, hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got hit, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got hit, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't much you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy. We don't quit, we don't crawl. If we leave, we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is the resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I disturb it. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Flexing with their hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. On the board, it's a runaway train. Unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in their face where I'm supposed to be. Face like a rosary. Stay up on the rise so the skies feel close to me. Give us a surprise when I realize they ghosted me. Back with a vengeance, no limits, no jokes to me. Hopefully, you can see we too stacked. And when we get pushed, we push back. We keep on building with no limits, so only we can say when we finish. Cause we don't quit, we don't crawl. If we leave, we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is the resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. I disturb it. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with their hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this.
Now I ain't never been for the small talk, knock it out the ballpark, walk off, walk out, ayy. Something missing from the boss dog, barks off, kinda glitchy, looking like you need an update. it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Molly in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Molly in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Just a youngin' from the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, no. You ain't standing in the way, giving work and no play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweep, yeah. Ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game. Born for the throne. Up from the ground. And out of the gates, I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the eye of the hurricane. Yeah, cause I'm the only one that's born for this shit. Cause I am mythic, I was made for this shit. They feeling the rumble when I make you quake. Out on the earth, up from the bottom, onto the top, making it shake, yeah. I'm taking the crown. That's why I came, cause I came to reign. Know the name, nothing can stop me. I can't be contained. I was born ready. I'm legendary. Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another day of VCT EMEA challenges where playoff chances are once again on the line. I'm your host Yinsu and I'm joined in the studio by two lovely gentlemen that were with me yesterday, Vedius and Ryan. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You just finger guns?
Yeah. The amount, I don't think I could suffer from Valorant fatigue, but we have obviously like the A stream, the B stream, NA as well, when I fancy a good laugh on the evening as well. Like, there's so much Valorant to go, and there's still like 5 other games after today yet to be played, right? So a lot to still go over.
Yeah, and I'm having the experience of being fully embellished into the world of pro Valorant. I've seen mixed results, I will admit. We've seen some very one-sided affairs, and we saw some very close games and perhaps some unexpected results as a result of what was happening over on the B stream yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of great teams here at VCT, but there's a whole other group of teams just waiting in the wings for a chance to compete here. And here are some of the top players from the Valorant regional leagues.
Zizza, que está en apertura al clasiqueo 1 y 2. El jugador con peor rendimiento puede aparecer en la jornada más importante. Rías que tiene que llegar corriendo. Rías que tiene el muro que se quiebra, pero le va a defusar en la cara. Finalmente lo pipea, pero la ronda.
They have no read at all. Now they will, though. They're going to have to break this trap wire, and this now gives at least a bit of an insight where they're going towards. They're going to come forward, but they were straight into Yasmin. Good for the third. Make that the fourth as well. Job done and dusted, and Cobra.
Mołotowa i musi uważać. 50 punktów życia, ale też gruby z jednym fragiem. Walczy o drugiego i go zdobywa. Z trzecim, ale Kamyk też i breaka wyeliminował. Czwarty, czy będzie ace? Daj na miejsce gruby. Pokaż to, jest ten ace! Jest!
Parce qu'il prend l'information sur le côté, l'autre va réussir à s'en sortir et Unko va devoir intervenir sur la hauteur. Il va prendre 3 éliminations à lui seul et il va se régaler. Mais Juzeu, 2 éliminations ici et Unko peut-être pour l'ace ici face à Juzeu. Ça fonctionne et on empêchera.
على فروان متوقع ان بعد موجود السي تي يتحصل كل على فرانكي ولكن مو كمان بدور انه موجود فيها الاي سايد قادر انه يتحصل على دبل كيل جميله للغايه سلام مش عارف ما في حد موجود في الانجل ولا كسر يتحصل كده على الفار يظل مو وحيد دلوقتي هنا لوحده في 1 في 3 ولكن مش صعب على مو عارف ان فروان بعيد للغايه البيك موجود منه هنا في النهايه يقدر يحصل على كده على كاسبر ويحولها ل 1 في 1 مو لو عمل دلوقتي هنا اللي بدوره بهولد بوزيشننج جميل للغايه بيقرر ان هو يبدا فيها ديفيوز فروان واخد الكل انه هيبلي ده مش ولكن مو يقدر يجري كده الخمسه قدام فريق ديولست لوحده هنا في ال1 في 5 ولا هو رينا ولا هو جيت ولا هو ديولست ولا اي ايجنت يساعده تماما في ال1 في 5 لكن مو
The Valorant Regional Leagues playoffs, they start next week with the exception of the MENA region. So make sure you guys go tune in if you want to see who's going to be competing alongside Supermassive Blades at the promotion and relegation tournament. And speaking of SMB, yesterday they got on the board, guys. They got a map win. If we look at the table as well of results, 2 FPX, they dominated Team Liquid. But I'd say maybe the most important game we saw yesterday, Vedius, is that Fnatic, they become the first team to lock in playoffs.
They certainly did, and they looked convincing doing it as well. The fact that we had high expectations coming into the day and they were able to deliver, I think surprises no one. The fact that we saw Boaster, though, on that breach, I think was a big surprise. His execution on that was very impressive in tangent with Brave and Durka. Pretty much throughout the series, we saw great execution, we saw great team play, and while the Ascent map was a little messy, ultimately the fact that they were able to execute so well on the fly, like you did a brilliant breakdown yesterday of what they were capable of doing. Fnatic looked strong coming into playoffs.
They dealt with the world champions easily, handedly, which was the most impressive part. I love that you said that like SMB got off the board. It wasn't a series win, it was just a map.
Yeah, but that's one more than they had.
It was overtime against Guild. Like, they could have actually taken that series win, right? So the fact that like Guild going to this game against G2 wanted to secure playoffs for themselves is a little bit more of an interesting matchup, considering how Gil looked very rough against SMB yesterday.
It's also kind of amazing that they managed to take a map off of arguably the best team in this whole group. So yeah, maybe we will see SMB back here next season, who knows? But as you guys know, we here at VCT EMEA, we love to give you guys some educational content. And it's time for me to maybe school you guys a little bit on the timings of how you should equip and use your melee weapon. We've seen some fantastic knife kills in our region. This unfortunately wasn't one of them, but when you are 9-3 down, I think 10-3 down even at this point, maybe you shouldn't try and go for the stab. I love the BM and I love the way that Ascend do these things. We saw them like throw the gun into a teleport back on Bind, but I do want to show you guys one occasion where I absolutely encourage you to go for that knife kill. In fact, I want to see more of these in our games, in ranked games even, in competition as well. Yeah, I mean, take a look at this clip. Yeah, I want to see all of this happen. I feel like we all remember what happened here, but Ryan, this was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, Soulcast, sorry buddy, this is kind of how it's done, unfortunately.
Oh no!
I mean, to be fair, Boaster did get revenge for you here, getting it onto Vanity, right, who has had a fair few knife kills in his own past. And just that kind of enjoyment, right? I think that was the point that C9 were boomed out of the server on Fracture. Here, it didn't quite bring Ascend back from the brink. They still lost Haven pretty toughly, I'd say, overall.
What is it with Boaster and drawing knife kills? He just, I don't know, radiates knife duels. It seems to be that if they're happening, it's around him.
And they bring fines in after that as well. If you try and go for a knife kill, you get fined.
On Fnatic, yeah, you do. But I think it's because he only uses a default knife, which apparently is a sin in Valorant.
I was going to say, yeah.
But SMB, we've already spoken about them a little bit, but their game went out for a very, very long time yesterday, deep into the OT, but also on the B stream. Ryan, Na'Vi versus Big as well. They were giving Mitch and Tom some work to do on that stream.
It was a slogfest, and it just seems to add to the misery, I suppose, of Big, because every map and series that they've played has gone to a full best of 3. Some of those have been overtime. So I was wondering, do they have like the longest time in the server at this point? And the answer, surprisingly, no. It's actually very one-sided maps that tend to go the way for and against Big. So even though they've played 9 maps out of the possible 9 that they could have, they've won maps pretty handedly, like 13-6, but they've also lost 13-4 twice, both of which were like 35 to 37 minutes long. So Big, despite playing a lot of series and a lot of maps, it feels like they can usually get the upper hand very quickly by dominating the opponent on their map pick, but the other maps is where it starts to really scrap behind. I think we have a graphic as well to show just how like rough this has been for the most part.
Woo!
It's actually in this group Na'Vi that have the most time in the server because they've been taking Liquid to overtime, stuff like that, and London United pretty much in and out of there straightforwardly. So Big... They still have a couple of games in hand as well. Like, we've taken Gambit off this list because they've only played 2 series so far, so it's really hard to compare them to these guys. But Group A is a group of, I think, more than anything, just because these games go on for so long. G2, the rest of Group B is just spick and span done.
Big Liquid is going to be a very important match because, again...
It's going to be a long one.
yeah, that's the other thing, right? Not only is there a lot of pressure in terms of both Liquid and Big to still remain in terms of their contention for playoffs, but also the fact that what we've seen from both these teams, I feel like that we are in for a long one later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the standings as well, as you said, it's a very important game. At this point, every single game from now on is a very important game.
It certainly is, especially when we look over at Group B. Right now, there's a big battle, mainly for the top of the table. Guild versus Fnatic is going to be happening later on, but with Guild looking to try and tie that scoreline with Fnatic, you're setting up for this really interesting dynamic between G2 and Ascend. Meanwhile, in Group A, absolutely everything is open, and it's way too complex for me to be able to break down.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best. I don't know if this is the time that I go over now. I guess so. So there are a couple of permutations. For Group A, there's really not too much to say for the most part, because there's so many games in hand. We still need to see Gambit play their final 3 games. There's currently 64 variations of the way it can go. But there are some straightforward things, and these are literally all of the permutations, right? I needed to start with FPX, and I'm starting on the wrong one. So now I need to go actually find, here we go, 64 permutations. For FPX, they have London United to play today. It's a straightforward one. If they win, they secure playoffs for themselves for the promotion part of playoffs. If they lose, it's still fine. There's a 92% chance that they still make playoffs. There'd have to be some really kooky stuff to happen for FPX to miss out that opportunity opportunity, considering they've not lost a series yet. For London United, their opponent, however, they can rest quite easily for the most part. The reason of which is that they are safe no matter what. Even if they lose their games, and Big managed to win their final one up against Gambit, because of that head-to-head, London United beat Big, London United are safe, and we're going to be seeing them in Stage 2. Team Liquid, not too much to talk about today. Obviously, if they lose their series going up against Big, it kind of falls into the balance whether they actually make playoffs, but I'd say that not only is that unlikely, but also it's one of these cases where Liquid, even if they do win, nothing is going to be reserved for them just yet. Big, Zesht, Buddy, you don't need to panic just yet for Big because they haven't actually been relegated technically because we need to see those Gambit games come in. But Gambit just need to win one series, one map, even up against Big themselves, their final game. If Gambit win that, then that's where Big are going to get relegated to that promotions tournament. But as of right now, there's still technically a chance for Big to make playoffs if they win all of their games. So that's kind of showing how crazy this is overall. But I think the big ones that we're looking at today is this first matchup, Guild versus G2. The Guild, it's a straightforward thing. If you win, you make playoffs. You confirm there. But even if they lose, they either have to beat Fnatic, which is their final game sometime next week, or BBL come out with an upset win and beat Ascend. So there's still a lot going for Guild. They're quite likely to make it way in. Even if none of these things come to pass, it's like a three-way tie between them, Ascend, and G2, I think, overall, so we'll have to wait and see on that front. For G2, they need to beat Guild, for one. They need to beat Guild, and also BBL need to beat Ascend, or Guild lose both their games to make playoffs. If we see a situation where G2 lose today and Ascend beat BBL, which is the likely outcome, G2 don't make playoffs. Neither do BBL. That's an important thing to know. But also, if G2 lose today, BBL has to beat Ascend. That has to happen for a three-way tie to come in. Very confusing. For BBL's chances, it's a bit more complicated, I suppose, for the most part. Again, they have to hope that G2 doesn't win today, and they also need to beat Ascend. If both these things don't happen, BBL's chances have gone. But the most interesting one that I wanted to finish on is World Champions Ascend playing up against BBL today. If they lose, they are out of playoffs completely. They have to win against BBL, which is a winnable match for sure, but it's also a situation that you don't really expect Ascend to be in for the most part. You also have to hope that like Guild beats either G2 in that situation to make playoffs. I'd say overall there's a lot of things going on here, but the general consensus, the main thing to write down is that if Guild and Ascend win today, which I think are the favorite results, that means that both BBL and G2 will not make playoffs, and we have those three of Fnatic, Guild, and Ascend making it out of Group B. For Group A, like I mentioned, still a few more matches to play before we know.
Thank you very much, Ryan, for that. I cannot believe you remembered all that. I think that in itself is insanely impressive. Don't worry, you guys at home. We're going to keep reminding you of the permutations as the day go on. But first, this is what the players had to say about today's games.
I think Guild seems really strong. When I first saw the lineup, I wasn't like too amazed by it, but they've been playing really good in the qualifier, so I'm excited to see them play.
Rolling turns of Flash, he's still fine, he's got support there.
The hardest I feel like it's gonna be Guild because, like I said, we haven't played them, so we don't know what to expect, to be honest.
In the old roster, we had a lot of problems with like playing BO5s or getting top finishes or whatever. And we had also agent problems as well. But with this new roster, we get to be more flex like the other teams. You see people swapping roles. Now we have no problems doing that.
I feel like Guild has higher potential than Fnatic, at least to me, at least what I've seen from Fnatic before and what I've seen from Guild now. I feel like Guild is a stronger opponent.
Yeah, the rifle's going to be filtered through, but it's being taken away.
We're going to win because we are the hungriest for success.
Man, his outputting is unbearable, and Trax is there just to steal some of these. Oh.
Hello, Guild. Hello, Kolda. See you in Masters, you boomer.
Our biggest rival, at least in our group, I would say, is Liquid. I think they are a little bit our kryptonite. At least we feel like they are really, really strong.
Once again,
I think Big very underrated. They have got B as well, one of the most experienced player on CS back then, and I think you know, he has a good vision.
Do it again. Surely not again. Got me.
against them, it's not only about understanding the lineup, it's about understanding how these players see your lineup and how will they react, and that will be really hard. And to that day, I feel like every break against them is very valuable for us.
And Steve's alive now. He drops, but Navara's Sheriff gets through.
We played against them the last time, that was like a couple of months ago, and we won the game. But right now, today, like when we play against them and when we see the result they do in official match, they just are better. They are a better team, and we shouldn't like underestimate them.
You know what, big?
They are very good in adapting, I would say. Like they also have a lot of players that are changing roles, and that's also what makes them scary.
People might not wait for them, but I think they will do a lot of damage, to be honest. So we will take them very seriously.
I feel about the fact that Colder Mentor is considered as a boomer.
Colder Mentor,
we're the same age. He's 28.
Yeah. Oh, I'm 29. What am I?
We're all boomers.
Lopez just disintegrated into ash. Yeah. As well. He's 36, isn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, Colder Mentor, he's going to be the boomer with God B on the server as well. I feel like maybe just Boba wants to see his friends at Masters, but we are going to talk about that in a bit. But first, let me let you guys know at home what games we're going to be showing today, because same as yesterday, we're going to be bringing you 2 streams here, a dual stream. On the A stream here with me, Vedi, and Ryan, we're going to be showing you guys G2 versus Guild, followed by Team Liquid versus Big. But if you're interested in going over to the B stream to check out London United versus FPX and BBL versus Ascent, I highly encourage you to do so. That is going to be Valorant Esports 4 with Kakuka and Warrior over there for the dual stream. But let's talk about what's going on here with us. One very big game that we're kicking things off with, G2 versus a Guild. Like I just mentioned there, Avova, he really wants to go to Masters with Guild, but Vedi, they would have to beat Guild first in order for that to happen. And how do you think they can do that today?
Well, I think that it's going to be a very difficult challenge. I think that there is a little bit more hope in the eyes of G2 when we see yesterday's series from Guild. But I think that G2 over the last few weeks have shown great evolution in terms of their approach to the game. One of my big criticisms for them was that they were a little rigid. It felt like that they were struggling to figure out what comps really worked best for them. I think where we really started to see an evolution of this G2 was when they played up against Ascend, and we got to see Nuke unleashed on his Raze on Bind. And then recently this week, we got to see them utilizing new executes on Icebox. We saw them utilizing a new composition entirely on Split. And I feel like that this G2 roster is slowly starting to find its form and a composition that can work for them.
It's what's been so good for them in the past as well, G2. Just even if they lose a map or lose a series, they're quite good at bouncing back instantly. And I think with what we saw on Split, with the adaptation and bringing the Chamber in for Mixwell instead of playing the old Ascend comp, that's what you want to see them lean into. I'm just curious about the map pool, because there are a couple of maps like Bind, for example, where you want to see that a bit more tried and tested after they beat Ascent there, but I like what I see. The problem is Guild, I can probably put down yesterday's performance to just the fact that they haven't played an official in a couple of weeks because of all of the schedule changes, but now it feels that they're going to really respect G2 and come in very prepped for them.
I mean, the expectations we've seen on the desk this weekend has been completely kind of on its head, but in terms of G2, Ryan, what would you say are your expectations for them?
Ooh, I think for me, the expectations is to have Nukie be an absolute beast as per usual, but you don't want to often rely on that. I've liked the little sort of switches, right? I like seeing more Meadow Viper, for example. I think that works a lot more. Mixwell, I like him more on the Chamber than certainly on the Jet, but I think that that's very map dependent for the most part. It's just how much are they going to change their agent comps versus we're going to double down on what we're playing despite us losing, I don't know, like an Icebox map against Fnatic. We're going to play the same thing, but we're going to come in a lot more better prepped.
My favorite version of G2 from what I've seen is when you do have Mixwell on this Chamber, mainly because of how it better enables Nuki to be aggressive. I think that right now this G2 roster looks very stable in terms of its core 4, and then Nuki gets to be that variable. And I love it when they get to express this, because I think he can have so much impact on the map when he's given agents to have his own agency. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in order for G2 to find the most success.
I'm glad you guys mentioned Mixwell's Chamber. Let's hear what he had to say about this agent. I'm now joined by Mixwell from G2. Hi, Mixwell. Welcome back. We didn't get to see you compete in the first week of VCT EMEA here. I wanted to ask you, what's the process been like for you to kind of integrate yourself back into the main roster?
Well, I've been benched for more than a month, and while I was benched, I looked at every game of G2 and every game in general. I watched NA VCT and EU VCT, all the games. So I think I got better tactically because I had much more time to see what the meta is like. And when I came back, I felt much more prepared than before. So I already knew everything they did because I watched their games and I trained with them 1 month ago. They didn't change much, and it was easy.
How has the leadership role kind of shifted? Because obviously while you were away, we knew that Nuki kind of stepped into more of an in-game leader role. Is that still the case here, or do you guys have changed any of your protocols in your team?
Nuki is still the in-game leader. That kind of frees me a bit more because before I was doing a lot of things at the same time and I wasn't capable of doing it, honestly. I think Nuki being the IGL helps me to play better, and it didn't change. Like, I came back and Nuki is still the IGL.
You found a lot of success on Chamber as well. You know, we were kind of speculating what you would play. How are you feeling right now on this agent?
I think Chamber suits my style a lot because I can control the pace of the game. I know where the gaps are because I can put the traps and I can play aggressive, but not as aggressive as Jett, which is something that I don't do anyway. I'm not a super aggressive Jett, and I need to get better at playing Jett. But with Chamber, I think it suits my style, and it's one of my best agents for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you so much, Mixwells, for joining us, and good luck in your game later.
Thank you, Yinsu. Ciao.
Now, before they brought in Cold Menta back when they didn't really have like that leader IGL in the game, Mixwell, I think, was expected to do all that. But how do you guys feel about hearing him kind of admitting that that wasn't the thing that they needed to do?
It's interesting, especially with Nuki still having that on his shoulders and still being able to put in the kind of performances he did going up against Ascend, right? I think the interesting thing about it, though, is that Mixwell just holding his hands up saying, like, I'm not the most aggressive Jett, you're not going to expect that out of me. But he is a player that has played both that Jett up-in role and also Sentinels back on the Viper, and even at a stage where he was playing Killjoy, right? So Chamber feels tailor-made for him as a player, and that tactical mindset that he's had expanded from watching apparently a lot of NA, which I think probably diminishes intelligence more than anything. It kind of goes to show, and I think that's the thing that I've enjoyed watching about Mixwell. It's a lot more mindset as opposed to go out and try and get a lot of kills with the up.
It's super common with many pros. We see it in League of Legends a lot recently too, where players that have taken a break or haven't had that opportunity given to them to be very introspective and then come back to the pro scene with a much clearer mindset of what is it that went wrong and what you now need to do. And it feels like Mixwell has a very clear idea of his strengths, his weaknesses, how he fits into this roster. And as we mentioned, this growth in evolution when it comes to their composition and how they approach each map seems to be getting better each week and each game. So I'm excited to see what they can do up against Guild today.
Yeah, I mean, the Chamber makes a lot of sense. And we've seen them steal some comps from NA. So, like, I'm not super surprised about him kind of studying that region as well. But one player I feel like doesn't really get talked about all that often, who's kind of silently but consistently doing his job behind the scenes, Ryan, is Hoodie.
Yeah, I think he's more in that sort of flex support role, a bit more aggressive than what you'd see out of some teams, but it's just that kind of like agent pool that he's playing at the moment, right? It's a good mix of stuff like the Sage when it's necessary, the Sky as well on Split, I really enjoyed watching. He's able to get quite a lot of impact and quite a lot of kills. He's never really the player that you highlight as like MVP potential, but he's never the reason that you look at him and go, the reason why he underperformed is why G2 lost, right? It's always consistent with him, and that rock of consistency is so important when you have players like Nuki be super bright one game and then a bit more quieter on the next.
And I think that, again, when we look at G2 as a whole, especially so far this split, what we've seen a lot more is control. And I think that he's a large part of what provides that control and consistency to then set up for Nuki to be that additional variable. So I definitely think that he's worth calling out in terms of what he does to this team, because if he wasn't there, we'd probably see a lot more variance in this G2 roster.
Yeah, well, they have a big task, though, because they got to go up against Guild, of course. They're familiar with one player on Guild, at least, Cold Menta. Ryan, I feel like he's been on a bit of like an anime battle, taking down Ascend already, and now this is like the final boss for him of all of the teams that he's been on.
Yeah, his last game for G2 and LCQ was a loss against Guild, right?
Yeah.
So it's the fact that he goes over to join that side, and G2 sort of deciding against having your standard IGL. I think the most impressive thing about Cold Menta is not only is the calling being superb, even yesterday it was a bit of a wonky series. Tom told me that the calling from Guild was actually pretty stellar. But not only that, his individual performance statistically has been a lot stronger, and he's so good at getting the trade off of whatever Safe tries to do to make space.
And I think that that's it for me. The way in which he's just seamlessly fit into this roster for Guild has been so impressive, because now I feel like the Safe is only further unlocked in terms of what he wants to do. And this duo at its core, I think, creates that kind of great balance of kind of chaos and control, right? And when you provide the control to allow the chaos to unleash, that's really where we see players like Safe shine. And so I think the Cold Dementor fits his role perfectly in enabling all the other team's members on this roster to shine.
I mean, it helps that one of his Jet players just like popping off left, right, and center, as you mentioned, Safe. Tom made a comment about how Safe was doing kind of a CNED cosplay and carrying the team yesterday. But Vedius, is this the right time where we speak about Safe in the same kind of sentence as your CNED and your Durka? Is he up there now?
I definitely think he should be, right? I admit that my experience in the Valorant scene is a little bit limited, so take my opinion with a grain of salt. But if anyone had the opportunity to watch his Icebox yesterday, it really was just a battle of the Jets, right? And if it wasn't for him, I think that that game would have looked very different yesterday. He got like back-to-back aces. He was such a pivotal carry, and I think that he provides a very similar thing to what Ascend can. When things start to fall apart, when the executions aren't there, when their utility isn't lining up the way that it needs to, Safe is the backbone that's like, don't worry guys, I can carry this. And I think that he kind of takes some of the elements from Ascend while adding that element of consistency that a lot of the Guild members provide.
I was definitely of the camp that I was like wait and see, like I wasn't convinced that Safe would be able to put in the performances through the open qualifiers to now doing it against these teams. But even in a group stuff filled with good Jets, right? You even got QT, you've got Izzy, you've got Durka, you've got CNED, you've got all of these kind of teams that could do a lot. I feel like I've missed one team that I guess like Nuki and Mixwell, I guess to an extent
Kellogg's,
as well.
who's,
Yeah, right. And like, so I still think I want to see this Guild team play up against like a Gambit and an FBX that are very good at shutting down star players. That kind of like CS, let's slow the game down and see if Safe is able to do much at all. But he has impressed me so much, and Durka versus him in that matchup, that final game to see who's going to top that group potentially, that's one to watch for Safe.
Is that what it would take to convince you? Because he's already taken down CNED, right? And they're 3-0 right now in their group. But if they're able to best Fnatic and there's a bit of a jet diff there, would you then consider him as up there as CNED and Durka?
I'd say that the CNED that we saw at Champions is very different to the one that we're seeing right now. But also what made CNED such a good jet at Champions was he didn't go in to try and like 1v5 the server like a Ye might do, for example. It was a lot more restrained. It was the team play. And that's something that Safe has been doing as well. So credit to him.
Yeah, I do want to talk about a quick head-to-head as well. Both of the Cypher players on these teams, Trex and Meadow, you know, on paper they play similar agents, but there is a gap here in terms of experience. Meadow has played over 200 games officially of Cypher, and Trex, I think, is under 10 right now.
Trex, to me, just really stood out on his Cypher performance, especially against Ascend when he was playing on Split. Like, his ability to hold down the site, especially when you watch him on Breeze as well, like, his control with the agent and the amount of space that he can control by himself is just so impressive. And the fact that this is like his first debut in the Tier 1 league, I think he's made such a name for himself already in such a short time span that I'm excited to see him go up against someone a lot more experienced in the role.
I think the flexibility is a good thing. Like Trex going from playing a duelist mostly for like Honk way back when and even OBG, now that he's playing that Cypher, doing a lot of work and also playing a bit of Raze as well on maps like Fracture.
I was really hoping you would say Trex ability, but anyway, Vedius, you're the pun master, so I'm going to let you go over to your station and break a few rounds down for us.
All right, so I wanted to very quickly highlight some of the issues that Guild was facing when they were playing against SMB yesterday, because it was a very close affair. That Icebox was looking a little shaky and they almost lost. So I'm going to immediately jump into this replay, and the first thing I want to highlight is what's going on the minimap. You'll notice that already SMB are looking to take control over the map by moving in through A main and trying to leverage this Viper ultimate along with the Jet to control this space and attack Guild's pretty slow offensive side. Once they garner that information, immediately what you're going to notice is this Jet wall is going to, not the Jet wall, the Sage wall rather, is going to come out to actually slow down any potential push and kind of limit the options that Guild have in terms of their attack. So again, this aggression continues to come through from SMB in controlling more and more space, and slowly but surely SMB is creating this pincer movement, and you can see that Guild is starting to panic a little bit. They don't really know what options they have, given that their set play is starting to be broken apart. As SMB continue to gain more and more space, you're going to see SMB find that initial pick, and Guild are going to be scattered and fall apart in this round. Again, I want to highlight this in another clip where SMB do a very similar thing, this time much more aggressively, basically controlling space on A main and looking to try and attack this primary setup from Guild, utilizing the op, pushing in through A main, and then picking apart the Guild members. And I just wanted to show these quick clips because it's something that I think we can see pretty consistently from Guild, and something that I think G2 could look to try and take advantage. Guild on attack are a little slower compared to many of the teams. They do like to try and bait out utility, look for picks, and then look for that fast execute when time is running out. And I think that this is something that G2 did very well against Ascend, in particular on Bind, to actually catch them off guard and shut them down.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if we do get the Bind today, if both teams are going to leave that open. And with that in mind, let's take a look at the picks and bans here to see which 3 maps we're going to be getting today. In terms of the bans, Guild, they banned out Haven there. G2, of course, the Breeze isn't too much of a surprise, which means we are going to be going to Bind first map, Icebox, then Split. Ryan, what do you make of this?
I'm curious on how much G2 can get going. Like this whole composition where they ran in the chamber instead, it did a number on Ascend. Their whole style, the 24 map win streak that they were on was broken, but can it do something like that again? Sure, we've not seen Guild play Bind at all so far in challenges. They still look good when they beat Vitality, for example, on a composition that is with the Jet, sure. So maybe there's a chance we see Safe on Chamber, maybe a bit of a switch up there.
What I will say is that I think if you're G2, you're very happy. You can run Chamber on the Bind. We are still wondering about Mixwell's Jet, but when we did see them play Icebox against BBL on Friday, their executions look good. So I think that G2 is pretty happy with the map pool, and my biggest question is, what has Guild prepared coming into this Bind map, especially when they are unseen so far this split?
Well, let's take a look at that now as we head into Agent Select here. Not expecting any changes on the side of G2. And Guild, they are running the same comp they ran 4 times before VCT with their current roster. Are you guys happy with this?
I think so, yeah. I mean, you're sort of looking at it as well, like Guild don't have that raise, they're attacking first, hookah control is going to be tough, but the way that Russ and Leo are using their drone abilities, the Eldron, the Trailblazer, to scout out information, it's going to be, like you said, a slow game for Guild to set up and leverage positions, and G2, certainly with Nukie, who had a terrific series the last time he played here, 436 ACS, he's going to try and disrupt that as much as possible on the defense.
I'm really excited to see this shower contest, because when G2 and Ascend played up on this map, that was a big point of contention. And when you don't have that raise, I think that it's going to be a lot harder to contest this. So what will Guild's approach be to try and limit? Because I do think that G2 have a lot more options, especially on their attack side.
It's on Russ. I think Russ is the one that plays in that position, usually throws out a guiding light straight away, even throws in a Trailblazer. He's going to be the one trying to hold that position as much as possible. So him versus Hoodie, with those Skies, how they're going to take positions, yeah, that's going to be a real fun matchup.
There's a lot on the line here, guys. Guild, they can qualify if they beat a G2 here, and who better to take you guys through Bind than Pansy and hypoc?
Thank you, and let's not waste any time. This is actually going to be an exceedingly exciting game. Kind of sitting here thinking it through, every single player on these sides has had their moments recently. I certainly can't ignore what Nukie did. I mean, that guy is a bit of a hero when it comes to how he's been playing on Raze. But let's talk Matt Vito, because I know that kind of stood out to you a little bit, right? That kind of piqued your attention there.
It did. I actually think this probably suits G2 a little better in terms of distance, right? If this ends up on split, I mean, just looking at the way the Guild struggled against, I'm going to say it, such a basic setup from Ascend on that map. I'm actually really concerned. So that's one to kind of park, but that's my initial thoughts on the Veto. Start off on Bind is just as interesting, because we've actually got a little bit of contrast in terms of composition. Guild seemingly pushing all in here around this let's build around Safe, right? Let's ride this trajectory. Let's try and get him online. And actually G2 have one of, if not the most annoying compositions to attack against in my eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this could bode quite interestingly towards what Betty was saying about Safe. Is he one of those players that can now join the upper echelon, sitting towards some of the better players out there, packing certainly a punch? But we'll find that out as the game goes on. Already a little bit of contact. Gonna be beginning this one out. Rust Safe, Cold Mentor on the other side, and Nukie gonna just try and play this one as best he can, but actually could be stuck in a bit of a corner here. Let's see how much damage he can get done. He does have some supporting acts in this, but a bit of a trade out to begin with, and there's, well, not the ideal beginning.
Safe actually caught out there. That's slow from the trap there, isolated with the paint shell. Russ 40 HP, going to try and re-aggress here, but Mixwell, close by, actually does get isolated. He'll be able to recover this spike nice and easily. A 3v3 presented now. He'll try and swing away from B site at all, because G2 still got 2 members posted up of Over and Hoodie. They still have full site control, but no real pressure coming out of Hooker just yet. All this bloodshed doesn't really achieve Guild anything.
On the time, Hoodie going for the close flash. I want to see if he does go for the deep one. There it is. Still confirming they're lingering around, and Guild a right approach to try and take over long, and that's a great start for Leo now. That puts him over deeply on the back foot. This guy is great though in those scenarios to clutch out, but no, Trex overwhelms, and Meadow, well, he kind of had to wait a little late, so now he's put in the 1v3. Spike gonna go down, and I actually really like that adjustment from Guild towards taking over that long control, but that's beyond the point as Meadow now presented a 1v3, looking for the first step, and no one's given him anything, and I like that. Good discipline being shown. A little bit of a tag. And again, no easy, clean kills. And yeah, you can see them just trying to keep him busy. Double facing. That's a shot and a half. And that's why you've got to play careful, because again, Meadow is going to bang out some of these shots if you give him that opportunity for the double face on the jump out. Leo's going to claim it, and Guild with a lovely approach, actually. I'm quite glad they took a little bit of a pause for thought to kind of take that pressure towards long in the end.
I thought actually with Hoodie's confirmation of presence down long there that maybe he was going to back up, maybe just, you know, set up accordingly on site, because it almost seems like that gap is filled ahead of when he's expecting it, which is really, really strange, right? There is this kind of, I guess, lull in the round where things slow down just a little bit, and G2 achieved nothing on the back of that. On the back of that silence, there wasn't really any progress made, right? In terms of making sure they can close out this round. But yeah, I mean, take nothing away from Guild. They on the flip side of that, they make absolute wonders out of basically G2 taking a step back.
Yeah, and of course, it's us casting. Mike?
It didn't take long, did it?
No, really didn't.
That might be a record, actually. That might be a record.
Do we count the ones where we haven't even started, or
round 1, map 1, game 1? It's with the tech pause.
It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it?
What was Ryan saying about the time of these games and the who plays the? I don't know. There was something in there about today should be a really quick day. I'm
he didn't say that, did he?
Quoting RyanCentral.
Implied.
Desk,
yeah. Well.
xilv somewhere is just beaming ear to ear.
Truly. However, it is just a quick technical, and we're back underway. Again, looking for a clean approach, see if maybe Mixwell can disrupt any of that. Not really going to have much of an opportunity to begin with. Does get a little bit of chip damage towards Trek, but left with one in the chamber, and that's about it. And progress being made, but again, this is going to be difficult to do much damage with. Hoodie needs to try and play this beyond expectation. Let's get a tag on Coldamenta. Any chip damage is good, though. Keep that in mind. If they do keep working these players down, they could do a little bit of something, but Russ is still around, so you're going to be able to see them topped up, and there's the close towards the fight. And there goes, well, most of the danger. So this should be kept pretty much on track. Yeah, farm it out safe. Get yourself towards the knives. This is all looking pretty nice.
Get the plant as well, so we'll only be one away from the Blade Storm. He wants to throw the weapon away and just get that ultimate online. He will find the first little tap there, but Coldamenta with the swing as well. Mixwell, one shot left in a headhunter, and it's actually safe to find it, so Blade Storm will be available. Clean round 2 as well from Guild.
Beautiful.
Again, Hoodie desperately trying to do some damage at range just to slow that push down, but doesn't really amount to anything.
Is that the replay? Is that where we're at these days? I like that.
I mean, it is the most satisfying sound.
It is. And I hope we get a good game out of Nuki today. If he gets going early, man, it's a treat to watch. But again, same as we said for, be it Leo, Safe, Rust. I mean, we've seen Rust really having impact, and this is, again, that battle for showers that Vedi was alluding to, that it's certainly going to be a contested point, and I do think this puts a lot of pressure on the young man Russ, who's been more often than not coming up with the goods here. Does get a fair crack of information, but this is all leaning towards that A site. Still, the progress being made, maybe trying to get a quick little plant, but it's going to be built off the back of Stafe here. Leaning in early, looking to try and isolate one. Does he find it? Not quite, but he actually sets up another. So Meadow goes down, whichever way you want to cut it. And now Nuki under pressure. Targets are plenty, but only a 1 kill found. This is good enough for Guild. They're more than happy. But the spike is yet to make its journey towards the sites. That's the only problem they may face, and that's perfect from Leo. Fully aware that the flank may have been an option that Avova wanted to explore. But again, I love this work from Guild. This is just gorgeous. And look at the rifles they've been able to upgrade to.
But falling apart here for G2. Hoodie will find safe finally. Guild already considering this rotation. One Hoodie also reading into this. Should be able to get towards spawn entry just before they swing out hooker, but he's actually starting to shift walk here, so
30 seconds left.
might be safe passage to sight. The snake bite actually will confirm it. Oh, Hoodie still dips in. 7 HP now after the snake bite. Has to retreat. Mixwell now. We'll find the spike. That's the important one.
Huge. Now, Leo presented a 1v2. There was never meant to be this dangerous this round, but he has managed to slip away. 13 seconds. Quick pick up towards Mixwell and looks back. He knows where that last player was. But look at the adjustment coming out from Hoodie. All the way around 7 seconds. Needs that plant and he's going to get it down. Now, the adjustment is unreal from Hoodie. It's an angle they just simply will not be expecting. But actually, Leo is well aware, especially when the shots now ring out. But Leo going to put himself in such a nuisance of a position. Try and catch that cross as Hoodie tries to bait the drop. Looking again for it, and there it is. Leo now knows what's on the cards. Beautiful work from Leo. And Guild as a collective, what a round to come in and do this on. Brilliance off the back of Safe. Yes, he had the knives out, but the approach was perfect, Mike.
I mean, it was the dash up draft, but it was a full bait. Didn't even matter that you didn't find that kill because
Trex was right there.
Yeah, strength in numbers, and actually the pinch onto Showers, the immediate, I guess, attempt to address that and not allow G2 any, freedom in these early rounds. Make sure that that's constantly something they have to consider. And actually, almost you could almost criticize G2 for over investing into that early setup to hold on to Showers, right? Because it allowed this pinch to come through from short with minimal resistance.
Again, you're going to be put right back. The starting blocks here, money-wise, a little odds and ends, light armor, sheriffs, marshals, but it's not pretty. And Guild seems all too aware that there could be aggression coming through, and Mixwell's walking right into the trap. Hyper aware of it. Safe was there. You saw all that utility being played with by Russ, ready to try and clear close if he had to, but Safe happy to do it on his own. Leading the fray and leading the way, he goes towards the site, spots down Nuki towards the back, site flash. It's perfect. Oh, the synergy is lovely, but Meadow's aim is better. Somehow finds two. I don't know how he's alive. Another flash goes in, another potential victim. What is going on? Golden Mentor baffled, stunned, and Nuki finds him. What just happened?
Absolute bloodbath on A site. Somehow, I mean, everything looks right for Guild on the way in there. Then Meadow finds 2 headshots with the Sheriff seemingly out of nowhere, in and amongst 2 flashes that are sent out from Russ as well.
And the flashes looked all right, to be fair.
The flashes look good. Majority of people on backside there were blind initially, but wow. It's just the one that comes through the trade onto Meadow. Golden Mentor, actually, I didn't even notice that. He did eat most of that damage from the showstopper as well. Again, you can't fault Nuki for throwing that in. At that point, make sure you turn it around.
Yeah, there's that Venom coming right back in from G2. I like that. We've got a little bit of a gritty team to play up against. G2 certainly have the firepower to turn those rounds, but same can be said for Guild. This feels like quite an even affair when you look at it in that regard. For now, though, battle towards Hookah.
Well, the other thing there, Lauren, it's important really for G2 to keep Guild honest. In terms of the pace, you lose out a Thrifty round like that.
Oh, it could be a tilter.
Exactly. It's one of those ones that now it makes you reconsider exactly the approach on some of these buy rounds. And yeah, I mean, you could say economy delicate, considering the scoreline already. Actually, it gives a bigger bump to G2 with that previous round win. About level pegging. Viper's Pit invested on short here, so Guild do have to lean heavier on Showers here if they do want to end up on A. Nuki posted up on the other side. This is pretty all in towards Showers here.
Yeah, this is heavily all in. The Seekers may be negating a little bit of the presence that Russ would have wanted on this, but they're being funneled in towards A that has a great deal of presence still towards it. Safe working out. They do have the chance for a plant, but Mixwell just dips his toes in. Can at least deny that initially for now. Meadow waiting on the other side of this, and it looks like they will at least facilitate a plant for now. This is messy as all hell. Look at the state of this. You can barely see a pixel out of place here. Ult galore, flash is coming in, blinded for a second, but not too long. Leo's going to play this careful, but actually comes back in at the right time. Finds Hoodie, sprays in, can't quite get him over. And G2 cleaning house, leaving it all to Safe with little to no HP. And a curious round, again, giving yourself so little to work with there for the post plant, but good retake coming out from G2.
I mean, the problem here is as soon as that Cosmic Divide drops, you have no real safety net outside showers there. And actually, Nuki wise to Russ's re-aggress towards short. Again, noting that early utility usage towards hooker, but I'm not sure I like that too much. Guild don't really have a plan B. You know, if G2 force their way back onto site into the Viper's pit, retake control of bench, there's not really anything for Guild to kind of rely on there.
No,
G2 thrive in those scrappy rounds. They live for those.
Yeah, I mean, the spacing, the trading, I don't think we can really take much away from, you know, the likes of G2 when it comes to that as well. It's certainly a skill set that they do manage to hold on to. Mixwell gonna show us what the big gun can do. And again, it looks like a similar set piece towards that B site for now, but again, Evova's been a bit of a problem in this. See if you can offset the pace a little bit for this hooker control. Safe, trying to get a little dangerous, but again, keep in mind what they're working with here. Odds and ends, and well, they can work. Trek's going to do well towards one. Going to find Hoodie. Any damage is essential. Colder Mentor finding Evova. That's not ideal. What is going on with this? Mixwell's gone down, and suddenly, again, these rounds are turning in ways they just simply shouldn't. Nuki and Meadow are going to be left to pick up the pieces of what should have been a much cleaner round.
Meadow and Nuki now themselves in a 2v4. Nuki actually in a decent position here, so Meadow with a good idea of the setup. Let's spring out. We'll find the first 20 with 20 HP. Yes, not enough. Meant to quick with the trade.
Nuki, what have you got up the sleeve? Already not happy with the scenario in this round, but you got to try and make something out of it. Gonna dip out, and again, the double stack towards Long and Guild. It's this back and forth of showing perpetual danger, right? Every single time we're seeing this kind of half buys, a bit of a mixed bag, right? Like, yeah, we had like I think a stinger in there and some odds and ends. It wasn't, you know, toothless, but it shouldn't have turned that way. And if you're G2, you've got to identify this early on. I'm glad we're seeing this timeout. Yes, G2 turned the other one back to kind of avoid that tilt, but having two of these rounds given to you in this sort of way, I'd start getting a little flustered.
It's, like I said, it has that kind of knock-on effect towards the overall rhythm, the pace of the game. And if Guild can remain ahead of the curve in that regard, G2 have to respect some of these scrappier purchases. They have to play a little deeper. I appreciate Mixwell's. I mean, he's playing on site with the tour de force there. It's not as if he's wide swinging long.
No, he's not giving it up.
Exactly. Potentially, you know, there's a little luck shot there from Trex. I mean, Hoodie's good with the flash, but he loses out that duel, and it just kind of descends into chaos from there. But the big thing for me is Guild almost, you know, satisfying the other side of. I guess recently it's been about this structure, right? And Guild's understanding of the macro game here. The fact that they're actually able to come out on top of some of these scrappy rounds already against an opponent like G2, that's a huge positive. A huge positive. Because G2 are the ones to take it, you know, to that unorthodox level, which can throw an idea like Colder Mentor off, right?
Very easily. We've seen it happen to, I'd say, almost every other team who's faced them. In occasions, it may not be a consistent, but on occasion, absolutely. And again, for Guild, you have to say, this is such a revitalized roster. I think we've all seen the lows of Guild and see them now starting to stretch into what really could become quite a legacy here. It's going to be interesting to see how that develops over time. Again, this is a step in the right direction for Guild. Both of them sitting in dangerous spots on the overall board. Nuki does get out with his life for now. Needs to be very careful here. That looked tailor-made for him almost, but has managed to keep his life. And they do clear close, but nothing really found for a lot of early investment. Yes, they've garnered shower control, but again, they do peel away from this, and they still have to get past that next level on towards the site.
I've got your trail.
This will be invested here. Showers, but Nuki actually wants to open things up here. Meadow now will be called upon on short. Lots of pressure coming his way, but Safe has found his way all the way to backside somehow.
Yeah, tell me how he got there so comfortably, but Mixwell is still alive, but it does seem like a question of how long, not particularly safe on the TP, but speaking of, he's there waiting, finds Mixwell, and the spike gonna go down, and Evova, well, he was on the other side of the site, and Guild. Hey, I was questioning, was it enough just to take that shower control? Well, you saw the burst off the back of it. Absolutely beautiful. A lot was invested to garner that, and you can see the absolute fruit of all that labor. And Evova's gone down. Nothing more to be found with that. 3 still stand for Guild, and this is looking really well-rounded.
Initially, Nuki able to slow things down, but it's that pause for thought that suits Guild once again. And ultimately, utility comes out trumps here. I mean, G2 effectively fold like a launcher after that. There's nothing else to slow things down.
And again, just the Seekers coming out from Russ there. He's already back to 3 as well. Flash to follow. It was all really quite beautiful to watch. It looked so well constructed.
Safe again. Just threads the needle somehow.
How is he there?
So much space for Guild. And the thing is, you think that ultimately he's not creating any pressure by getting under heaven there. You know, he's not taking an active angle towards anyone. But it's actually the rest of Guild. They know that they can just force their way onto site then.
It's very impressive. Very, very impressive. Now we have to ask the question to G2. Can you turn one of these rounds? Can you do a bit of damage? Can you keep them honest? Mixwell's certainly going to try and make that the case. Going to find Leo. And that's now Showers back under the G2 banner. But again, you got to look at the rest of Guild. What can they do with this? They're still a little, not necessarily one-dimensional, but it looked like that bit of a stack that was coming out from the defending side of G2 has now been somewhat dismantled. And they're going exploring on the other side of the map. So already keep that in the back of your minds that Hoodie's got a fair amount of information if they do try and peel away from this.
Ultimately, it allows G2 to stay in this 3-man setup on A as well. He will be spotted, and they know about Mixwell as well. See how Guild approach this now.
Here.
So little available for Guild, though. We talked about how much space someone like Safe was able to garner last time. They're actually working with very little this time. And it does look like Evova's starting to consider floating back towards that A site now, especially with the site being under so much pressure. Goldementor going to clear out Meadow, but there's a trade out. Mixwell does at least find one. Nookie again does damage towards Rust. This isn't out of the realms of possibility yet. It is a 2v2, but the problem is the players that were there are pretty far away. Now, keep in mind where Hoodie's working back in from. We noted that flank earlier on. Now it could come through. The divide's gone up. And this is tough work for Hoodie. Does he even gets a free upgrade? Flash through the wall. Position now noted. Evoba can relay any information off the back of that. Taps the spike, and actually no one can easily check on this. And Trex going to be the first one to try and work forward. Yeah, this is going to be a free halfway at the very least. Trex has to respect... Wait, please check on this! Oh, dearie me.
Avova gets so much information there just by noting the circle around where the spike is planted. He knows exactly where to invest the Cosmic Divide, and they can set up a crossfire. And actually, it still comes in where Hoodie's got the benefit of the original Cosmic Divide to relocate here. He gets the upgrade. A perfect read on this. Guild, yes, it's a fumble, but just with Avova's line of sight on the spike plant there, that's what ultimately wins them the round.
Yeah. 3-5 now. Money at least coming back towards G2, at least to fashion this purchase. It's not perfect by any means, but it will do the job. So a Guild can bring out this time. We've seen some lovely set pieces from them. That should be the op now noted, or at least considered. And how much information they got, but they certainly know Mixwell is lingering around by long, and he's not actually backing away from this either. He's put in a very close angle and Safe. He's gone past him. He had no idea. Caught blinded, and the clear out from long is just perfection. Russ deletes Avova, leaving Hoodie all on his lonesome. Did they know Hoodie earlier? Keep in mind he's used both of his flashes. They've got to be aware Sky's around somewhere. But at this point, look at the site. And again, Safe pushing further and further, just infecting the rest of the map. This is nastiness. And they're essentially going to have, what, a 4v1? Yes, there's a counter flank in the form of Nookie, but he's going to have to take way longer. And Meadow checking towards Shower. Oh dear, and Safe. Oh! Almost got a little dicey, but yes, the snake bite didn't quite go as intended, and now there's that plant that was building.
You should know, I was going to say, that at least Safe is playing close by. Will be dealt with. Deacon's invested here in a 2v3. Still want to go for this, and you now actually coming back through pipes. All three will be noted. Nookie still has his paint shells as well. One blast pack to work with.
Okay, so the
nade will be invested here, forces one out, and they find it.
6 bullets, so left in the mag. That's not easy. Rothlo takes a boatload of damage. They tap the spike, get aggressive, and they're reading Goldementor. Lovely playback in from G2. They read him like a book. Gorgeous work from Hoodie, just to double check that timing could have hit there for them. And that's G2 looking quite nice, at least finding responses to some of these problems.
This is like the age old. With G2, no round's ever over until it's over, right? At that point there, you got to think, all three set up comfortably in that post-plant scenario. The one thing that ultimately swings that back is Nukia investing one paint shell. Forces Leo out. He has to take an unfavorable engagement there. at that point, it's so difficult to control that default plant when 2 players are posted outside lamps. I mean, it's almost impossible, right? Unless G2 misplay that with, you know, trying to stick a half defuse or something like that. But it's beautiful on the way back in.
That's really, really nice to watch. Now, again, though, we turn our minds to this round. Early flash down towards long. Should have noted, obviously not how many players, but there are players down there. Mixwell going to be posted up watching that hookah drop. 3-2 split for Guild. Not sure if they copped much of sight on Avova, but look, hell bent on trying to get over that. And actually falling away from this. Maybe just a note of some utilities really soured them here, and maybe a quick lean towards that 8 fight. But there's the response. It feels like it's been felt on both sides. The pendulum might swing back towards this A side, and it's rightly so, but an early rotation does come out from Nuki, so he's back over here. Keep in mind that paint shell, I think, did get thrown over towards that B site, so he's made quick rotations out of this and clears through well. That spike now found. I mean, a little dangerous from Russ there, and big information garnered. That's going to really spur on the confidence for this rotation. Flanks coming in from Hoodie as well. Coldamenta actually dips away just in time, but Hoodie still good for another. That's huge information found. The spike, yes, maybe in hand, but look at the numbers. It's Coldamenta and Safe, and Safe's making a run for it. Gets the hell out of there, and yes, Mixwell's on the way, but this still should be safe enough passage for Safe to get the plant down. And there's still a player left lurking. That's Coldamenta. Gonna try and leave Safe a little bit of room to work with here, but it's the best he could do is a 1v3. Says good luck and leaves him to it. 1 knife committed, and Safe trying to clear the close corners. No one's here just yet. Is the TP, knows that now Viper coming through that way. 2 towards the site. Isolate 1. Oh, yes, that's the follow-up. Safe. This could be ingenious. Actually dips away. This is nice work, making it harder. Buying more time. And oh, he's going to try and stick the diffuse over. He's got it halfway. He ain't stopping. He ain't stopping. No shot. He's done it again.
Avova, you can't keep doing this, man.
Please,
I
stop
swear,
him.
this guy is just—he's so brazen. But he gets away with it every single time. Absolute smoker. He's the definition of smoke criminal. The number of times we see Avova do this, it's insane to me.
And look how well he played this. You know, this would go on the, you know, the little highlight at the end of the day, like, oh, look at this call, like 1v3 safety, and it's like, no, look what Avova's done to him. Oh, dearie me, that's not a nice feeling at all.
Well, what's next?
5-5.
We've almost seen it all here. I'm surprised this is still as close as it is, because this is an absolute brawl right now.
Oh, it's super brawly between these 2 teams. And look at the amount of utility trying to be invested just to deny this presence coming through. Hoodie wins the fight how long things now become a problem. The Safe just shoulders into the side, finding Mixwell, finding Hoodie. And now the sides could be swarmed. Guild just going back to the basics, just bodies on the side, leaving Nuki and Meadow try and close this one out, do some more damage. And an early jump out from Nuki could have actually found him some damage, but it's not to be. Meadow's there, does catch Trex. Now the spike's gone down, but it doesn't matter. Russ gonna keep his cool. And another on the board. Guild just pick up the pace.
Last round before the switch.
It's almost hard to keep up with. Honestly, some of these Guild again just come out swinging. They're just paying no respect to the setup, to the utility, which it takes a lot, right? And ultimately, a lot of this rides on Safe. To have the trust that this double initiator composition is going to be able to, you know, enable you to make plays like this. It's actually huge. Yeah, Guild are really impressing me on their attacking side.
Oh, I was there to hear it. I don't know what's up to an extent. I mean, again, this is a super deep default. I don't think there's too much to be read into this. And maybe just trying to feel out what the purchase is. Is there any stacks, any weird and wonderful plays, considering that I think Mixwell's the only one with a rifle? Yes.
Yeah.
So again, I don't mind that from Guild. I actually quite like that. Take a second, see if they're up to anything.
Again, I think Guild sit deep here just in anticipation of Nuki just throwing out the showstopper, right? Just trying to get hyper aggressive.
Sure.
In the early round. What we noted there with the boom bot, yeah, maybe that will force Guild to lean a little heavier towards B here, but Nuki, it's almost the bait and switch. He sent it out, and he's right here to greet this B hit.
Look, it's not the first time we saw that. We saw the opposite happen before with the paint shell coming through. This man's everywhere. You can't escape him. Paint shell actually going to do really well. What?
What?
The arm on Nuki and the...
What?
Nuki hasn't seen either of these players. Either of them. And oh, he's desperate for it to land. He gets it. Of course. Of course. This is exactly how this round was going to go, Hypoc. Did you ever doubt it?
Forget everything you thought you knew about Valorant, because G2 bring nothing into this round, and they now find themselves with a 5v2 opportunity to tie things up 6-6 for the half. Nookie, man, what the hell?
Must be nice.
And of course, he wins that as well. Obviously, it's a flawless round victory. Why wouldn't it be?
Switching sides.
BCT EMEA gone wrong. Just honestly, this is
absolute scenes.
Expectations for the second half, right?
Yeah, talk to me, Mike.
Guild,
after that,
might play a little bit aggressively here. That'd be interesting to see, wouldn't it? You come back to the composition here. Ultimately, look for Guild to try and isolate 1 or 2 kills, right? If G2 set up in any form of default, I think Guild will try and pressure that. They will try and exploit that almost here. G2, in terms of fact finders, they haven't got an awful lot. Hoodie's got to invest basically the site entry utility here to find out information. So it's going to be tough. Whether or not, I mean, I'm half expecting G2 to just stack up and deathball some of these rounds, honestly.
I'm with you in complete agreement. For now, heavy lean towards A site. 4-1 split. And the early battle for Shower is going to go firmly in the hands of the newly appointed attacking side, but they Fancy's taken a very brave fight. Going to fall away from that, but again, information found, rotation called in, 4 players down the A side for Guild. Fova does at least have a step towards the site itself, but it's rough to draw first blood, but a quick trade out from Shower that was instantly garnered by Nookie, and this guy's unleashed. Keep in mind, he's got Mixwell by his side, spamming away too, and for now it is 3v2 though. Meadow and Mixwell, can Meadow get close enough to bring that frenzy to the right range? Not really. Trex sitting deep towards CT, and it's just gonna be Mixwell now. 1v3. A little bit of damage towards Trex and Safe, I guess, but that's about it really. Fundamenta sitting pretty on the back lines. Not really called upon. Let's see what Mixwell can get out of it. Yeah, and these positions are very complementary. Gonna hold that spike very safe. Can Mixwell find Trex? Sorry, what was that?
I was gonna say, you might spot a shoulder, maybe?
Maybe? No. 3 standing for Guild, getting the first on the board here in the second half. So, again, I feel like my expectations of these rounds, you know how normally it's like, okay, this team's got a certain purchase coming in, or, you know, X, Y, and Z, several factors that lead to them having a more likely chance to win a round.
G2 should win this round, to be honest, with the purchase coming in here,
Lauren. With what we've seen. Yes, you're absolutely right there, Mike.
3
Thank
classics,
you for that.
a Sheriff, a Marshal, yeah. This is a 90-10 split, if the first half is anything to go by.
Yes. So let's wait and see if the first half will continue. Already Safe going to be tagged up, but keeps the vast majority of his HP. So at this point, nothing too much to report here. A relatively tentative start.
Clear out. Got a hooker here for Fundamenta with the Owl drone. You two don't give anything away just yet in terms of positioning. He will actually spot. That's out with a little jump peek, but no tag comes through. Again, no real pressure just yet, so Guild will maintain formation. Poor Mixwell. Desperate for that pick, but not going to find it. Shock dart, the Ghost, and Nookie with a nice flick as well in Showers.
Okay, they need a little bit more. It can be dangerous, but this is still very much in the hands of Guild here. 4 players, and they're in such a nuisance of a position. But look how isolated Trex was. Everyone else took TPs. Everyone else got the hell out of Dodge. And yeah, they have the side. Nookie's instantly going to get towards CT, and I like that. Be it an early warning signal, be it a reason to slow him down. Another shot for Nookie. This guy's on it. Pain shot goes in. Fundamenta has to respect it. Fall away. More time being bought. And now Leo
heard this? I think Mixwell's heard this,
surely. 100%. Yeah, you can see the call. Nookie's instantly turned his attention around, spots out the player. Again, not allowing Mixwell to be given away. He does find Leo, and now the 1v1. And Mixwell's position has been noted, but can he get this round in the bag? Fundamenta trying to clear this through. Has an idea of where he was, and Fundamenta ruins the hopes and dreams of G2 turning around what was never meant to be their round. But you saw how close that good. That's the power of Nookie in my mind right there.
I don't know how it got to that. I really don't.
Nookie.
cast your mind back. There was
Why
a
is one
sheriff,
player on the site?
3 classics, and a marshal.
I'm a little bit surprised that they were able to get. I think who was on the side then?
Well, who TP'd? The thing, because this is the 3-man setup.
It must have been Leo, right?
It must have been.
Down A.
And then, yeah, Safe just gets flicked. And then you just purely have Trex on the side. That was a real fumble and a half. I mean, maybe Leo thought it was the better option to play safety and just leave Trex to rot, but I mean, it's a dangerous way to approach it.
The problem being is Trex only has a ghost. So the point where Nuki identifies that, and he's like, well, I've got a sheriff, so I'm pushing you, basically. Because if you peek, it's almost favorable for Nuki in that scenario.
Yes, for sure.
The thing is now, G2 come into this, the plant, the 4 kills, they come into this now with a much better opportunity to close this out. Nuki won away from the showstopper. Mixwell, great progress towards the Tour de Force. A couple of really influential ultimates here, even if they drop a couple and win this round.
We talk about the impact that Evova's had in this game and only has 1 kill.
No. He has as many kills as he does ninja diffusers.
What a gamer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you love to see it. 6 to 8.
There's a stat there somewhere for Ryan, I'm sure. Yeah,
he'll be
crunching
deep
the
in
numbers
stats.
right now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
That's the one. And we've got the judge on deck for Coldamenta, and he wants in. Coldamenta, what's the plan here? Ooh, sitting somewhere on the fence could end up hurting, but does decide to dip away in the end, sitting just on the other side of the boat. Russ can at least spot 2, maybe even 3, but don't hang around much longer. Again, good chip damage. Look at Hoodie, look at Evova. Oh, but it's damage being achieved here. Not great deals to write home about, but you take it when you're in the position of the purchase that Guild's going to have. Flash again, no swing off the back.
I'm out of stuff.
And Russ just going to sit close on this. Crossfire with Trex, Coldamenta there. You can see the setup, clear as day. Curious what's going to be the game changer on this one. What's going to change the approach? Trex gets a little curious, starting to maybe have a little bit of peek here, pausing. And there's the pop flash going in. Russ now actually wants to take the fight on it and wins it. That's Hoodie now gone. That's massive impact found, but a follow-up would be almost unachievable. Does get found by Mixwell, and we look at the rest of the setup here. Where's the rest of the pieces? Actually stacked towards Hookah. See Coldamenta joined now by Trex. Nuki pinched. Save! Gives it right back to him after that prior round. And now the TP gets taken, it looks like. They're going to make a quick move towards that A site. Not a bad plan either.
15 seconds left to get no one close enough to deny this, but Coldamenta quick on the flank. Should be noted, Mixwell's utility, but I think he actually, did he smoke it off? Coldamenta might have smoked off the trap. No, he dealt with it. I've just seen it get, yeah, just popped off.
Eyes turned. Yeah, he's moving a little slower. And now Mixwell wants the early fight. Good choice, but can he stay alive? Can he play his life? He can't. Step away too far. Coldamenta closes towards Evova, and now Mixwell's in a little bit of danger here. Has to play this smart. Looking for the other fight. Wins it, gets it. Now knows what's up. He knows another's towards the side, but he can't win that fight. It's safe to find him, and now a 1v2. Meadow, a quick shot towards Trex. And now Safe, what can you do with this? It didn't get to halfway. Desperate for it to be happening. And Meadow, ice cold, just holding his nerve at the end there. But that first shot in the post plant like that in that 1v2, not bad at all.
Actually, Guild flipping things right back in the other way. It's almost keeping the economy of G2 honest here. Because they do what they throw a judge in. Effectively, that's Coldamenta's full buy. He was down to 100 credits remaining, but he can do the same again now. A Spectre, a Frenzy. I'm not sure if Trex actually invested in the Phantom himself. Actually, yeah, if he's on the Spectre here and it was lost, led to believe that. But Tour de Force and Showstopper come into this round. G2
you want to play? Let's play.
Able to bolster this purchase just a little bit. See what the approach is here. They try and allow Mixwell a little time to. Yeah, I was going to say, it's no control towards A. It's safe straight out of A short. So he already has this information.
I want to see what they do with it potentially. Do they hit an early rotation? Do they leave him posted up a little deeper? It looks like that's exactly the case, actually. They're going to pull a player over early, but then again, so much contact here. Rust is in danger. Spam down, cleared out. Leo, though, going to find Nuki mid-air. Needs another, can't get it. Meadow takes over the site and looks for more. It's Avova to help him out, though. Clearing out towards CT, leaving Trexton safe. And yeah, I like that little aggression at the start, but it really didn't amount to much. That brute force approach coming through, working wonders for G2 in this, leaving Trex very undesirable position. And poor old Safe, well, he's got the rifle and he might want to keep it.
It's going to be a factor here not to have the Blade Storm available. Try and hold on to the Vandal. G2 again. Like you said, yes, the early play. I think maybe an extra 5 seconds or so in rotation. Guild have bodies here to defend B site. But what are you defending against? You defend against the tour de force out of Hooker and the showstopper coming out. As soon as Russ invests the Seekers, they know that they can just full on swing.
Yeah. And this, and just as a step back, kind of talking about this matchup, it's so interesting how it does feel somewhat scrappy, but there is method to the madness in everything we've watched.
Is there?
Well,
no, I'm with you. I am with you. It's the way that G2 plays. I don't want to call them thrifty rounds because some of them are just like, well, this is G2 full purchase. This is just G2 just doing what they can with what they've got. But the way in which they approach some of them, you actually have to sit back and truly appreciate. And Nuki really is kind of the key stakeholder in some of those rounds.
I mean, the thing is that if it was a one-off or an occasional occurrence, and yeah, call it what you want.
It's a trend.
It's
a trend.
So often, I can't deny its actual feasibility at this point. And I think you're right. Yeah, Nuki is a huge leveraging factor to its success. The guy mechanically bails them out in so many scenarios, but he plays it so well. It's not just all aim and no brain. The man puts himself in the perfect positions to succeed. And I think, again, Nuki, he gets his praise, but I don't think he's ever credited as being one of the best there is. And I do think he is up there in that conversation 100%. However, Safe.
Oh, it's such a huge reveal, but Safe actually catches the blind. He couldn't do anything about it. That could have turned this round. The fact that he has the Vandal, they make a play like that.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Like, the concept is so good, and I guess
Who's
you
not
give a
shooting
little...
darts on G2?
I mean...
Who's not shot that recon bolt?
It's criminal.
Shambolic.
That's the word. You're deep diving the word of the week again, are you? But now let's the next player to this, the thing that obviously Safe was desperately trying to avoid, that clean take towards the site. But again, I like the idea. I don't know how they got away with it, but I like the idea.
There's a parallel universe somewhere where Safe will just pick up 2 or 3 kills from inside that smoke.
Imagine the scenes. All right.
Well, Mixwell, a little walkabout.
It's good to get your steps in, Mike.
Yeah.
Very important.
15k goal.
So we're hitting these days, huh?
1500. How many trips to the coffee machine and back?
Look, it's very vital. It's very, very vital these days. But yeah, I mean, I think that my mind when I think of G2 and Guild often trends towards not necessarily negative, but the faults that we've seen with them previously, right? Like roll your mind back sort of deal, right? Like the amount of times these two teams have been the, talking point of, oh, this problem here, this problem there. If they fix X, Y, and Z, oh, what a great team it could be. But I think we're seeing both of them on such an upward trajectory at the moment.
I mean, these are 2 names that have had turbulent records in Valorant. And actually, I'll be the one to say it, with Mixwell stepping back into this, I had a lot of questions, honestly. Because it's almost just like really? Is this happening again? Surely not, right? But like I said, G2 have almost felt a little refreshed, a little revitalized in terms of some of the minor details.
I like it. I like it for both teams. It's quite nice to be a fan of both teams in that regard, but look at the pace of this hit, and they have no idea. Russ is clueless that Hoodie was going to get that close, and maybe rightly so. Hoodie just barrels out towards the site, but again, the pressure's now on. Yes, the Viper's Pit is still there, and you're going to have another player sitting in towards it. I think Leo's there with Trex at this point, but again, the rest of the site is being smothered, but it's not really going to be able to clear this too easy. Did Leo just cop some of that damage?
Yeah.
That's
Super tagged up.
looking a little worse for wear here, but again, no secondary layers to this just yet. You can see that Mixwell's still looking for any sort of flank. Now that's coming in. Slow progress down towards the back of elbow, clear out towards CT, but there's a player watching the deeper side of that. They have to somehow clear out these two players.
G2 brute force this. I mean, look, they have no paint shell, no boom bot. Yes, they have a couple of flashes, but no Trailblazer to send in here from Hoodie.
Here it is.
They do swing through.
Just doing trades, and it doesn't even take that long. I thought maybe Coldamenta could have adjusted, but it wasn't to be. And I mean, that looked way easier than I felt it was gonna be.
I mean, I was questioning whether or not brute forcing was it with utility already invested. You almost think, surely G2 aren't gonna dry push into this Viper's Pit. But I guess actually with all that space towards elbow, the Viper's Pit I think just cuts off underneath hooker window, right? So it's almost like they allow G2 to wrap behind it. They get all these favorable angles. Ultimately, they can cut off any support coming out from spawn as well.
True.
So
I think there was even a flash towards the back of the Viper's Pit that I don't think got any information. So they had a rough idea.
Yeah.
Again, just
that damage
bodies on the site.
That damage coming to Leo is
unconfirmed, but a godsend. Absolute godsend. Deep flash. No follow-up. I'm waiting to see if Safe's going to walk down there again at this point, but not to be. The purchase is rough around the edges here.
Literally ate that shock dart, by the way. Look at his HP. That second one that came through.
Bloody hell. Some of this unconfirmed damage has actually been so nasty, and Rust desperate for this to work out, and Safe holding the line for now. Big information, a lot of tagged up players on the other side of this. Don't think it's going to be too easy, but they do take down Rust. He was kind of the one holding on towards this. Leo's now fallen. It's on Safe, who's already noted his position, considered early on, the temptation beckoning, but he knows better. And really, for now,
chasing him. He's taking the TP.
Coldamenta hasn't been noted here either. That flash didn't reveal his position, but it doesn't matter. Outgunned, outnumbered, forced stand. Plant comes in. G2 looking solid now.
Safe, full third operator in the mix here. Hunter's Fury to work with, but nothing else on the side of Guild. G2, Cosmic Divide, and a Viper's Pit. So whether or not we see them in unison, just a clean take onto a site. Viper's Pit set up in a post plant here. And don't expect G2 to slow things down at any rate here.
No.
The second half has really suited them in terms of the pacing.
They haven't looked put out of comfort at all. I don't think I've seen them looking made out of sorts. And I want to see if Guild can maybe disrupt that somehow. Again, yes, the economy's been a little bit rough for them, but now that full purchase has come in. I want to see them try and deny a little bit of what's been working out so nicely for G2. And I don't know if they've got that quite there. Hoodie actually just gonna keep going. What?
No way.
Oh god, this is awful. Rust's like, no one's gonna walk that. Why would anyone walk that? They've walked it, and now I've seen them. What's happened? And it's trade out. Mixwell's punished him. Nookie unleashes towards the side, and you can see this unbridled aggression from G2. This time it has been somewhat tempered, though. It has been caught. It's not gonna be such a freebie this time, but G2, why not throw it at the wall and see if it sticks again? Because they've been getting away with it. Hoodie, the fact he was able to get up that far unchecked on and unconsidered. Again, you can't just have that full faith in utility because someone might disrespect it. And already, Meadow's going to find Leo Mixwell. Playing dangerous games here. And it is a 3v3, Mike.
Yeah, Meadow's got his Viper's Pit down as well. Safe will find a crucial kill onto Mixwell.
Huge.
Well, actually forced out the rotation. Meanwhile, Avova had already preemptively, made his way to A site with the spike. So we'll get a free plant. And it does have a poison orb and a snake bite, but it's a tricky spot really to hold with any post plant lineups or anything like that. Numbers advantage for Guild on the way back in. They can find an entry here.
Uh-oh. There we go. Lova needs to be good for at least one of these, ideally two. And Trex almost made a meal of it, but does keep his life. Meadow now noted. Great shoulder peek from Trex. They're very aware of what's going on, and Meadow can't do anything about it in the end. Diffuse going to come out. And a lifeline found, but roll your mind back to the start of this round. How on earth has Hoodie almost done that twice now?
You know the worst thing is, I didn't see any initial reaction from either player as well. So you're right. It's almost like, no way somebody's just W keying up long here with no flashes, no Trailblazer, no boom bot. Russ has stood there with, I don't know if it's a flash or the Trailblazer, but he was just like, yep. Was just posted up opposite each other, ready to Trailblazer.
Yeah. Again, I feel like there was, I think there was a bit of utility put down by potential. I think it was Trex who tried to maybe put a little bit of presence towards Long, but oh, actually, hold on, we got a flash in the op peak over towards Long. Counter flash is coming in, and the exchange of utility. Actually, Sneaker's invested as well. How are you going to work off the back of this? Dave doesn't need to really move much on this. Yes, they've revealed his position at this point, but that's a lot invested for it, and it's an equal exchange here between the two.
What's the dog doing? Get blocked out there. The Seeker actually in this scenario doesn't really tell them anything, right? It's invested on Long. It's no, safe got body blocked. No way. He couldn't get back out of that. Hoodie will find 2 on the way into B site here, and G2 will follow up on that immediately. Meadow wins out in the lurk battle as well. 2v4 for Guild.
Oh, yeah. Trex. The only one remaining. And not for long. Mixwell's cleared it up. We're at 12 now coming onto the board for G2. And a little bit of a fumble, I think we can call it to an extent. A little bit messy towards Long there, but Guild, I don't think they've been able to really tame the pace of G2. Yes, it's not always found complete success. We saw that kind of, not this round, the one prior to it, not working out as perfectly, but I don't think there's been an answer found by Guild. I haven't seen the timeout coming in to maybe identify how they want to work around that, what their approach may be. How do we keep control of this space? How do we remove that burst potential we've seen coming out? Again, it's been surprising that Guild haven't found an answer to this at all.
It's such a contrast from the first half as well, because Guild, I don't want to say happy to, but they're forced to concede so much this early round control. Look at this, they're forced all the way back in already. Hoodie has done this, what, 4 times now? Yes. For free.
Yep. And there's no stopping them. Trex and Leo having to sit back and watch on this. They were on the other side, and again, they've broken through the front lines, and the back lines looking certainly worse for wear. Not really in a position to do much about this. And yeah, this is looking sewn up, at least on map 1. This was Guild's choice, if I'm not mistaken, so a little bit of a tough pill to swallow for them, I'm sure. But again, it's not over just yet. Trex gonna give it a damn good go. And why not? That's all you got. Safe passage now garnered, at least towards the start of the site, but it's gonna be Avova, Meadow, Nookie. They're all chomping at the bit on the other side. It's teed up for Leo to find Nookie. And now we're looking if he get any more done. That's a good follow-up. Still doing some dangerous work here. Spots out Mixwell. Does he do anything with it? Not today. Mixwell's gonna find him, and G2's attacking side, Mike, has really caught my interest.
I mean, I feel like both teams walk away from that just beaten, battered, bruised. Yeah. Like, again, G2 are able to weather the storm. Ultimately, they're in the driving seat. I got to say, in terms of the economy, from that, what was that, round 2, where they were able to do so much damage, and they capitalized on it. Guild didn't really ever get an opportunity to stabilize and comfortably win out a round. G2 just constantly, chipping away at that. Yeah. And I think this scoreline is a byproduct of that.
Yeah, and honestly, a really enjoyable map 1, and we've now got quite a series. Yeah. I love that. Now we've got Icebox on the horizon, but before we get there, we're going to go to a short break, and then the analyst desk will be back with you.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary. Yeah. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video. 10K on a motorboat. 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risk. I just stand my chicks. Hold my cards in my chest. Move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules. Take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's spot the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. This a boss move. Take. Was mine. Pay up if you buy. Play. All that play. Ain't got time. Say. What you want, you owe me. That's fine. We talking money, this is not a race. We talking lanes to stay in your place. We talking whips, I got a wraith. Ain't on my level, out of my face. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, less about the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all didn't notice, exhale like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, let's get coders. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot. Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
G2, they continue their win streak on Bind, proving that the last time they faced Ascend, maybe that wasn't a fluke. After all, I've got Vedius and Ryan back with me on the desk. Are you guys surprised the way the things went against Guild there?
I think so, yeah. Like, we sort of expected G2 to have a lot more to show on this map, being their map pick, but their attacking side, Guild only had one defuse round other than, like, the pistols that they're able to take. The rest, it was G2. Despite going into the second half, it was 6-all. It was just all G2 once the attacking side came out.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that we not only got to see a lot of the good stuff that we saw from G2 when they played up against Ascend, but we also got to see more. We saw crisper execution in particular on their attack. We heard Pansy commenting on it as well, but their attack looks so much cleaner compared to what we saw in the past. And yeah, they're a scary team on Bind right now.
Yeah, I want to talk about this a little bit more in a moment, but the B stream, London United, they take one map up against FPX, and I've got Kakuka here with us to check in on what's been going on. Hi, Kakuka. Welcome. Talk us through what happened on Icebox. I think people are a little bit surprised that FPX dropped a map.
It wasn't Icebox, it was Haven, but yeah, it was very surprising. But you need to remember, okay, that this is the Haven that London United, presented to us. They came in with this 11-0 at the beginning, and the stage, it wasn't working really good for them. But the amount of performances and different approaches to the map that we've seen on just this one map, it was a close one. It was a 13-10, but they performed beautifully. We're actually going to go Fracture next, so kind of don't know what to expect, but we're getting great Valorant on our side.
Yeah, before I let you go, do you think this is a dub for London United today then? Are they going to close it out?
I don't know. I think that FPX picked Fracture for a reason. We still have yet to see London United play on this map, so I expect something crazy coming in from both sides.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm going to let you go and cast that map. Thank you very much, Kakuka.
I miss you.
Oh, I miss you too. I'll check in with you later. But London United, I thought it was Icebox earlier, but Haven taking that dub, how much has that messed with your permutations, Ryan?
Not at all, really. Like, FPX, they can lock it in another time. Like, it's not a case of if London United win a bigger purposefully relegated at this point, it's because we're waiting for those Gambit games that Big still holds on to hope. So London, they could just sort of get away, just try and get a better seeding. I think they can still technically make playoffs, but it's going to be a bit of a last-ditch attempt, especially with Na'Vi, Gambit having a few games in hand, being able to pull it back.
Yeah, I mean, let's come back to our game now. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more excitement later for the B stream as well. But one question I didn't really get to ask you guys pre-map, but I do want to address now is, obviously, Nuki is a huge win condition for G2. Everybody knows this. But how do you go about dealing with him, Vedius? How do you counter a player like Nuki?
Well, I think it's a very difficult thing to do. One of the arguments you could put is just have safe match him as often as possible. And we saw some pretty intense duels between the two. But when we saw G2 play up against Ascent, what they actually did was kind of give the space for Nuki to do whatever it is that he wants to do, often controlling showers. And I think that we saw a very similar gameplay from them this time around when they were on defense, unlocking him to create space and have his own agency on the map. But I think that it was very difficult to actually lock this man down, in particular on some of the low buy rounds, the fact that they were able to pull out some of these thrifty, his capacity on the Sheriff was terrifying. The guy was really popping off this game, and I think that Guild didn't really have a good answer to lock him down.
It's also the fact that, like, Nuki commands so much presence on the server, not only because he's able to do some magnificent stuff individually at mechanical level, but his utility as well on the raids, like the paint shells finding so much impact, Boombots being able to clear space. It really felt that, like, for Safe to win out that battle against Nuki, he needed that up online, which when you look at the round, certainly on Guild's defense, they were ecoing constantly. They didn't really have that money to get the operator online. When they did, there was a bit of success, but because of that high pressure lineup that G2 had, it's very difficult to play up against it.
Is it too early to be concerned about Guild? Because obviously yesterday they dropped a map against SMB. I think that was a really big surprise. And today, Ryan, again in the opening map, they weren't able to secure that.
I'm not as concerned, really. Like, this is clearly something that G2 are leaning towards and just showing that it wasn't just an anomaly that they were able to beat Ascend last week. It's just that thought process, and again, lean into those strengths. But now that we go to some of the other maps as well, like you're looking at some of the aspects where, like, Mixwell's still playing on a Jet, for example. Is that going to change? I think that kind of style is where Guild have a bit more of an advantage. They're not the kind to change up stuff too much when it comes to dramatic effect, but they're very good at keeping it consistent.
So I would actually lean more on the side of I am starting to get a little bit more concerned for Guild, mainly because as the weeks have gone by, it actually feels like that they've been pushed more and more. While I think that we've seen a lot of evolution from a lot of teams, I think that Guild have largely stayed the same from week to week. And I think that when you look at G2 and how they've approached each map, every week, I feel like we're seeing a little bit more. We're seeing something different. We're actually seeing evolution in terms of their compositions and how they use them, whereas I feel Guild have actually been a little limited. And on this map, a map that we didn't really see them play on very often, I think G2, as you rightly identified, very well practiced on it and executed well. It now comes down to, on Icebox, which we have seen Guild play before, can they leverage their prior knowledge to try and shut down a lot of this new stuff that G2 is trying to do? And perhaps they can actually have the Jet diff that they're hoping to leverage with Safe, ideally playing Jeff, potentially into Mixwell.
But also, you don't want to show that many maps when you're about to play Fnatic, right? You want to limit that. The way the Fnatic have played it, they've shown basically nothing. But Guild potentially having to go 3 maps today. But before we move on to the next one, Ryan, I'm going to let you go over that and break down some of the rounds from Bind.
Yeah, so we spoke a little bit about, like, how to shut down Nuki, and there were some good ideas at the very least that came in from Guild. I think the first couple of rounds you could sort of see that it was in the minds of Guild to shut down the Showers place, because this is the spot that Nuki is going to be playing a lot from when it comes to this defense. He's going to be fighting for that position. He wants to force as much utility out of the attacking side as possible. He wants to try and get people to fight in these positions, but also you also have these cases where Hoodie over on B lobby for the most part is going to put a flash for the teleporters to catch anybody around here, and there is also that potential that they can go through the teleporter and try and crunch anybody taking the Shower's control. But this was quite nice. We sort of set it up and prefaced it early on that it is going to be Russ playing in this position for the most part, either watching these spots, using trailblazers, using flashes to see who's in there, and this is just a nice example of him holding onto this spot. It comes through, all of Guild pushing through this short position, knowing that Nuki and a lot of the G2 players like to leverage this kind of Showers position. It's usually Mixwell sometimes there, or Meadow in this case. They push on through, but the other thing that comes in is also a bit of a flash that comes through from the guiding light, confirming that there is a player there for G2. So if we keep pushing this forward, this eventual clear comes in. They know that they're going to face up against Nuki. But this was the cutest, I think, example. I like these, like, cute little set plays that you can have go in to work for you, because this comes through. Nuki again is in this position trying to fight for it, and this is something that Ascend did not have last week. These stars, the Astra utility, there to try and at least scare and put off Nuki from being able to push in these positions. But this is the nice part of it. He backs off because of the Trailblazer, he finds that information. He gets stuck in a grab, but not only that, you have a Hunter's Fury coming all the way in over from Leo in this position. Knowing that Nuki likes to play from this spot, knowing that he's pushed in there with a Trailblazer and having that gravity well there, he is a lucky man to get out of this alive. So he has to dash out, get away from this position. But they're just a few examples of how Guild intended at the very least to try and beat out Nuki. The unfortunate thing is that's just 2 rounds. There was plenty more where Guild tried certain things, but Nuki was still fighting in that position, and Mixwell was also trying to hold that spot as well with the chamber.
Yeah, I mean, we know Nuki is a big issue for teams on Bind, but as we move into Icebox, Vedius, how much of a problem do you think he's going to be for Guild here?
Well, I think that he could be a very big one, mainly because when we look back to yesterday, we did a telestrator on it earlier, but Guild's attack is traditionally a little slower, especially on this map when we saw them playing yesterday, and it was something that we saw SMB take advantage of repeatedly, multiple rounds, constantly fighting for that space. And I think that G2 is a team that is not afraid, especially if they can enable a player like Nuki to contest this space, will do exactly the same thing. So I'm hoping to see a different look from Guild today. Will they look to control it a little bit more? And also, what will they do with this KO? Because I think that was a big thing. The lack of Sentinel made it even easier for players, for these aggressive duelists to actually look for these flanks and actually create these pinch situations that put Guild in these tricky situations yesterday.
This isn't an inspiring map, though, for Guild's choice, considering they went to overtime against SMB yesterday, which was very scrappy, to say the least. They lost to Rebels as well for the qualifiers. Their only map loss through the qualifiers on Icebox. For G2, though, they lost against FPX to beat BBL. I don't think it's necessarily a stronghold for either team.
Well, who do you think is going to come out on top here, Ryan? Obviously, for the side of Guild, they have to win here. They don't have a choice. But who do you think this kind of leans towards?
I feel like G2, considering they wanted to double down on it, it's the fact that like Guild also picked Bind. It's weird. Like this whole map pool just seems so odd when you're looking at both sides. Like because Guild have been so leaning on that Breeze pick to get a lot of that success. Now it's the rest of the map pool is looking a little bit more dicey, especially Icebox being one of those maps that they've lost on already against a strong team with who was it that I said before? It was in the qualifiers going through.
Rebels?
Yeah, it was Rebels. Yeah, sorry. They're a good team, but like not to the level of like challengers, right? So I think for me, that's a big concern for Guild coming into this. At G2, they have that bounce back ability, lost to Fnatic, lots of things they're hoping to fix.
I think this is something that we have seen from G2 in that they seem pretty committed to making this map work for them. They picked it against Fnatic, as you rightly said, they fell short. But when we did see them pick it against BBL, I think that we saw an evolution in how they executed upon the map. In particular on B, when they were playing deep towards Snowman, they were actually leveraging a lot of Fnatic's tactics in order to control the site and actually fight back. So the question is, have they added even more to their playbook that they haven't even shown yet? And based on Guild's game yesterday, they didn't look that great, in particular on their attack. So I'm expecting G2 to come in well prepared and have a plan to try and shut them down. And again, will we see that KO for Trex?
Well, we will see the KO for Trex, but on the side of G2, they've stuck to what they ran last time. I know you guys had a little bit of concern when it comes to Mixwell's Jet. Is it going to come down to perhaps a Jet diff because you have no worries about safes?
I mean, on the attacking side, I don't think they need to rely on it too much in the end. I think it's almost like a double down mentality where Safe, I think, is going to be a lot more aggressive trying to find those openings, kind of like he did on Bind. But Mixwell, he said it himself in the interview, he's a lot more like passive. He's not going to go for the aggressive plays. And Icebox is a good map where, like, I think of Shazam, Sentinels, when he used to play Jet for that team, it was very like just holding those angles on the A site, on Rafters, on defense, just peeking out, holding it for information, not overextending. So yeah, I think that's the cool thing for me. And okay, over on the Sova, I think for me, Hoodie is a player to watch because he is able to get a lot of like secondary impacts, but Mixwell, he's not going to light the world on fire with the Jet when it comes to like the aggression.
I'm still concerned about this KO pick. I know that it definitely can work and it can be very effective at shutting down the Killjoy's utility as well when playing the sites, and it gives you a lot more control around A, but it does leave you exposed to those flanks. And I think that this is something that we've seen players like Nuki pretty consistently take advantage of. Will he do that in the position that he's currently in? That's still debatable, but I think G2 is using a tried and true method that they know works in terms of their comp. I think there's a lot more variance for Guild and room for them to be attacked from.
Well, Guild, they have to bounce back right here if they want to lock in playoffs today. Let's jump into map 2 with Pansy and hypoc.
Yeah, let's not waste a second longer let's get into this game now. Mike, I want to know where you think this actually leans, though, because, again, we've seen, Bind going in G2's favor, looking quite convincing in some aspects. Do you think that's going to translate here on Icebox, or do you think this is, different map, different look, a whole different game, potentially?
I did initially favor Guild a little more. Like I said, the veto does suit G2 the further it goes.
Sure.
If anything here, I saw Guild picking up Icebox. Just to kind of knock on from what Vedi was saying there, this composition again is very similar to what we saw from Bind, right? They're building around Safe. They want to kind of enable him, get him online. Actually, you look back at the series against Supermassive Blaze, Safe had a fantastic performance for Icebox, right? But against this setup of G2, they're able to lean so heavily either direction with this double Sentinel. It's going to be so difficult to find success, and to say that this rides on Safe having a standout performance, it's almost just a throwaway comment, but it really does. They have to make this work. They have to have Safe literally firing on all cylinders, and it needs to be non-stop, Lauren.
Yeah, and I don't think Safe necessarily had a bad map one.
Definitely not, no.
Again, he has to either continue or exceed. And a good start would be exactly what the doctor ordered, and we have to now see what that's going to look like. Already a perfect beginning. Nuki are now down, and that's going to be a bit of a... I'm sure that's a sweeter kill as well, considering how map one was, where Nuki was really going toe-to-toe with him. But for G2, still going to truck on over towards the side, and they actually go further, and they don't check on him. They leave Safe a little bit more room to work with, and that's good enough. After getting 2 picks this round is perfect. He can leave the rest to the others on the team, leaving Meadow and Mixwell try and do some damage, but Cold meant to close the gap early, so the Frenzy just perfectly placed to do that damage, leaving just Meadow, whose position could have been a problem down the line potentially, but for now, a tricky scenario to try and build back in from. Has a little look, seeing if maybe Leo was still up towards top site. Does manage to get at least a 1v1, expecting a follow-up. Clean shot towards Goldamenta, but shut down by Leo in the end. Now, again, we talk about good starts, Safe. I don't think he's necessarily one of those players who needs the confidence. Some players, if they have that bad start, they don't bound back in, but I think he's pretty well-rounded in that regard, but it's never going to hurt, right? It's always going to be a bonus to be able to do that, get those blades out nice and early, build up the economy, start feeling out the game, get that confidence even higher. So again, we'll keep our eyes turned towards that, because for now, a good beginning for Guild.
I think you're right. With Safe in particular, it's not a massive influence, but on side of G2, actually, if Safe has a strong opening, a confident open, that doesn't slow them down. We know that. They have that kind of arrogance to their playstyle, right? It doesn't kind of force them away from early angles or anything. So it almost, in that sense, it's negated really by the fact they're playing against G2.
Yeah. Very hard to tame them, to make them respect what you're trying to do. But a patient beginning being shown from the attacking side here. Safe making a little bit of presence noted towards middle. Actually looks like he wants to try and keep that potentially building for now. Keep in mind the wall is there, so progress will be halted for now.
Slow creep towards it. So again, the information Trek's already garnered actually the recon bolt to confirm as well. And they're going to be walking into a bloodbath here if G2 decide to force their way in.
They brought it to a range where, these pistols can do a lot of damage still. The right clicks coming through. We do have Nuki sitting on something a little bit more potent, but Rust actually safe enough for now and still gonna be able to get away with holding this position. Nuki's got the punish towards Leo, knows where Rust is residing, so that could be an issue if no one can create a little bit of a crossfire or bail him out. He looks like he's on an island and they want to overwhelm him. Just sweeping on in, just keeping that movement as high tempo as possible, and it's worked well. 3 now stand. Bill's going to be starting to look a little rough around the edges. 12 seconds. Spike now left loose. 10 seconds to try and find 2 players, and it's not looking likely. Faces the middle! Oh my word, there was a moment. There was a real chance for it, but one still stands. It is safe, and Guild get across the line in the second round, but that got close.
This is literally carbon copy of map 1. What happened in round 2? On Bind, they were able to quell any early progression in terms of the economy. Guild were actually forced to ride out with, I think it was like a frenzy. Coldament forced with the full armor and the judge and whatnot, but that was where ultimately G2 were able to continue taking the game to this unorthodox playstyle, right? This weird pace where ultimately we've got a similar thing here. 3 sheriffs, a Spectre, a Guardian. Guild have to try and ride this out here. It's almost uncomfortable that they won that previous round in the way they did.
Yeah. And it looked like an attempt at a stack over towards that B site, maybe leaning a little heavier towards middle, but they're going to have to try and dismantle that and get towards A. But again, the rifles now coming online for G2 are going to really supplement this approach. And the spike can be somewhat safely taken over. It's still pretty dicey on the site, though, and safe. Sometimes you get them. You're going to be happy with that. Mixwell feeling a little out on an island. Has to be careful to not overdo it here. And this is a contested site, and actually Hood and Navova finally put their foot down and do get some control building. Safe is still standing and still delivering bullets. Knives come online and he wants to do some more damage. This could be his round to shine. This could be the game changer if he can get it. Huge impact potentially calling, beckoning. But does Leo check the drop? Does he consider Navova's position? Safe's now been culled and all that opportunity looks like it's going to be falling away, and there it is. Mixwell to close it down. And again, it got super contested. But they've got now Bladestorm dealt with. They got another round on the board here, G2. They can build back in. The money's not perfect, certainly, but it's good enough to get a buy back out.
Actually, Safe 6-2 already here in entering round 4. The operator in his hands. And then we didn't see it too prominent really on buy, but this is something particularly on Icebox. It can really dictate the pace. Because there's so many angles to worry about. I mean, A-site, a nightmare to push against a comfortable operator user. Actually, we do see Safe swinging towards mid here. Oof. Again, a boatload of information here on the back of Trex's utility. And Safe's actually just, he's holding the entire rotation here. So now Coldamenta can come up, add another body in the fray.
People almost have to be stubborn and approach
this,
it.
yeah.
They have to, because they have no fallback plan. I guess they've got the turret, but that's about it. It's A or it's bust, or you kind of go right back into the hands of Safe, potentially, who's going to be good for one at the very least, but you put it all into the hands of the 4 players. Snap towards the site. Ovova's made good progress, wants to check down below, does so, finds Russ, now looks for a follow-up. No one else going to present themselves too easily this time, but an underhand flash. It's Trex on the push. A quick trade out, though. Great work from Ovova. Made himself the turret, finding 2. And now where's that spike plant? Do they need it? Can they get it just yet? Safe's actually adjusted well enough and quickly enough. Rifle now in hand rather than the op, so this could still be very much game on if he can get the timing right. And he just has signs of over punishes. Oh, I thought he might have had the gun back out in time, but Nookie 1-for-1 matches him, gets the job done. And G2, they're stubborn in approach, but man, do they make it work.
It's that brute force element. It's so difficult to slow them down once they have their sights set. And again, ultimately, once they close the distance, you can see how awkward it feels for Guild to try and hold on to this. Like, you give Ovova time to sit up there on top of 410. Nobody really is in a comfortable position to hold the top of that. So he's just isolated completely.
And here's the brutal fact of it. Normally, if you have 4 players, like, now again, keep in mind some of the, there actually was decent weapons. But again, how on earth do you adjust from this if you're Guild, right? Because you've now had 4 players hit that rotation quite nicely, right? You had early rotations on this. You had Safe watching that mid push up, and you're still losing out. That gets so frustrating if you've read the round, right? You have the players in the right place, but you just can't stop the rot. So again, we have to see them try and go back at this. They do now have obviously lesser weaponry to play with. I want to see if they start trying to exploit maybe the rotation a little bit, try and get behind them, pressure that flank a little more, try and move them out of position. But again, this is all for another round, not even now. We haven't seen G2 explore the rest of the map because they haven't had to. First couple of picks do come in. It's a clean sweep so far. G2 thriving in this. And poor old Coldamenta, well, not long for this world, so he's fine. On to the next round, but it's one of those you probably want to just move on and try and identify these issues. And if you're G2, you've got the playbook open now, right? You can do anything you want. You've just conditioned them that A is going to be a perpetual problem, even if we hit the rotations correctly. And there's the rest of the map. What do you do now to identify or do something about this?
How did Guild capitalize on this in the early round, right? Because they're getting this double confirmation of info, of presence, right? With both Trex and Leo's utility. But there's nothing gained on the other side. And again, this is the point where you start thinking, well, Meadow has to be kind of playing close by to his turret. They've spotted it a couple of times in mid here, but this is the first time. Yeah, the Aldrone going to pave the way for Russ, but it's just a wall here. But we're resorting back to trying to hang on to A site, and they can't really stop the barrage of G2 on the way in here. Lockdown going to make it even easier in this round.
Oh, a mix with such a punish. Trex just trying to play on the cusp of that. Good punish from Rust to at least get the trade. But for now, the spike again going down. I don't think much can deny. Rust tries to get in there, gets punished for it. Meadow finds Leo. It's an absolute stomping right now. And yeah, Safe's threaded the needle, but to what end? None. Avova's got him down pat. That's an op if they fancy it. I don't think they particularly need it right now, but hey, why not treat yourself? And it looked like Guild had an idea, right? Because you saw the two players in towards middle. I think it was Leo and Rust were potentially going to try and maybe work that, the back lines a little bit. But by that point, you already had the lockdown coming in. Again, I want to see them stick to their guns if they can. I want to see them try and disrupt this because you're going to get run over.
They're always anticipating. It's like, guys, they've gone A for 6 rounds now. Surely they go B.
The classic.
And this is a round that Guild don't really have anything. It's Sheriffs and a couple of ultimates if they choose to. Trex will find and open up.
That's beautiful.
Hoodie's got the red zone again. Knife actually got destroyed there, so couldn't prevent that coming through. And he just re-swings it. Of course he does. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Again, though, we've seen these scenes before. So let's talk options, right? Because again, unless something goes askew, which it could do, I'm not going to put it out the realm of reality. When you look at these players, we've certainly seen that happening on map 1. But okay, do you sit purely for retake? Do you try and push middle? You've got to be sitting here talking through all these options. I almost want a timeout potentially to come in to discuss these, unless they've been doing it during these rounds potentially, as Leo now the only one standing. Again, this has been systematic destruction. I want to see them identify a way to approach this or do something when they have a buy coming in.
It's got to be something. It's got to be something. I mean, for me, the Killjoy is probably one of the easiest sentinels to flank, right? Again, you deal with that turret. You know that ultimately Meadow has to be playing in close proximity to it. There's a window of opportunity here where G2 are taking their time in approach. The Guild can find the space elsewhere on the map and just not seeing it. This is, I mean, if anything, I'd say 2 rounds ago is where things start spiraling out of control because G2 aren't changing anything up. It's not as if they're just throwing curveballs every round. It's like,
they had a couple of like 1v2s at the end. Maybe they're still feeling they can break into that, but it's when it gets down to like the 1v2 kind of thing at that point, they've already taken the site. They've already got the spike down. The strats worked by that point. You're just banking on individuals somehow to convert maybe the last couple of kills for you, right? Like that's kind of what Guild are doing. But I'm with you. I would have preferred this much earlier.
The thing is though, yes, a couple of those rounds come down to it. But at that point, G2 are already just rolling in cash.
100%.
Like
100%.
At that point, it's like, yeah, no damage is really worth it. If anything, Guild pushing on and killing people, they're giving orbs. They're giving orbs to G2. Yep. So it's almost like, just let them live. Just let them keep 5 up. Because at this point now, I mean, G2 have cycled through comfortably their first ultimate cycle. And Nuki won off the Hunted Fury.
Ooh.
But look at what Guild have got. And there's not really anything that... we're not seeing them build around any of these ultimates, right? It's sit deep. Let's try and play trades. Let's play these funky, crossfires really deep on a site.
Golden Manta. I'm curious to see if this is a counter read because you're going to see a little bit of utility coming out from Vova towards middle, and I wonder if that's a direct response in kind to the expected adjustment, right? Maybe more mid presence coming in. I actually quite like that. Again, for now, we're seeing a deeper wall there. 2 players still towards the site. Safe could have put himself potentially in a one and done if he was lucky at that point. Does get to keep his life for now. And once again, we see the rotations. I want to see layers to this hypoc. I just don't want to see the same thing. And yes, I guess they've got the Viper's Pit to come in, but is that going to be enough still?
This may be the one thing that makes G2 reconsider their approach. I mean, Trex does have no, Nuki's going to try and ult into this, I think.
I mean, he absolutely can do. They are peeling away for now, though.
Okay.
Now, bear in mind, this isn't an answer to the actual hit. This is one round that they've got an ult that they can put into play. This isn't going to be a long-run adjustment. But let's see what the rest of the map looks like. Hey, welcome to middle. This is Tube. And Avova might have just pinned in Leo. The timing actually does keep Leo's life for now. He's going to be able to maybe stem the bleeding, but he's got problems of plenty. Players now left, right, and center. Trex trying to at least keep some control. Underhand flash to spam's good. Great work from Trex and Leo. Safe comes in, and there's the shutdown on the adjustment. Just getting caught in the utility now. Nook He's read that, he's heard it, but the shot goes astray. 12 seconds now, and they really don't be giving much of this away. Want to keep those weapons. Nuki being nasty with it as well, gonna hide that away. Love that. They've got money for days, they don't need to be worried about it, and he just wants to do damage if he can. And that's not gonna be too easy. Actually, a little bit of a punish. Rifle recovered. Oh, Nuki, Nuki!
Okay.
He still found two. Look at the damage to their money. This even in the rounds that Guild wins,
they don't win.
Yeah,
they don't come out on top. And you're right as well. It's the concerning thing here with the lack of a central, they can't lean heavier in one direction, right? Which is why I'm talking about not achieving anything anywhere else on the map. Yeah, sure. I can sit here and say, why aren't you flanking more? But it's mind-blowing to me that Guild haven't adjusted at all, it seems. There's been a couple of times presence is shown.
Oh, this is a bit different.
Well, here we go.
A little bit of a deeper play from Safe, but again, has to try and be very cautious and get punished on it. I think you got to look bigger picture than a little bit of aggression here and there, especially when we know that G2 are happy to brawl. I don't think they're going to be ever upset with having to take an early fight. They're going to back themselves on it. And they haven't been particularly quick on these A pieces either. They've been taking their time, playing through on belt. But I do like a little bit more pressure down middle. But the problem is they've also lost a player on the site. So even if this was going to work at some point, you're going to be operating on the back foot with only 4 players.
Although, find the opener here as well. Actually, Trax will respond with his ultimate, slow things down initially. The Hunter's Fury as well, everything like the kitchen sink. Talking at this A hit right now, Russ will slow things down as well, and Spike noted. So to now reconsider approach. Nuki found the space elsewhere though.
Nuki is such a nuisance. This guy is so good at being the biggest problem for Guild because now they can't freely hit rotations. They're going to have to clear methodically through middle, so no time can be bought. They can't hit over towards that B site at all. They have to be very, very careful with how they clear this. You can see it already. Russ is desperately taking his time. Now, yes, Nuki's taking another fight and another body added to the tally. This guy's so good. It's unbearable to watch as Russ. And we sing Russ's praises every day of the week whenever we see him. He's an incredible player, but right now, the circumstances almost impossible. Freest kill of his life.
At this
Just
point,
needs 3 more.
The damage doesn't matter. He's got his ultimate, so it's almost just garbage time, really, for Russ. I do want to say that the adjustment here to send Safe out hunting on A site in this composition with a double initiator with no utility to actually help him with that. There's no safety net around him. There's no support system in place. What do we say? Really, this is a comp that's shaped around Safe go kill, right? Ultimately here, that's what they need to happen. So it's actually a little frustrating to see that. That's the adjustment is Safe go and try and find the first blood, right? Try and slow them down at the front door almost.
Yeah.
But there's no flash, there's no arrow, there's no shock dart, there's no drone. You
want something to supplement it, right? Well, seen these scenes before. Yeah. Maybe this time, though, he's got some support there, and that's going to help out. He does have bodies in the way, but he still gets punished. 1-for-1 trade out does take down Nuki, so I guess that's not bad. But now Mixwell goes and does it himself. Wants to show that presence. Goldamenta waiting patiently, but somehow gets navigated around. It's a bow to find Trex. Goldamenta goes down, and now we're looking at Leo, who is still alive, but, well, it's a matter of time. Caught with bow in hand, and now Russ. A 1v2, probably the most likely round we've seen in a minute here. Does he get a clean fight on either of these players? Are they going to be willing to give him that? No, absolutely not. Meadow just steps out for a second, delivers the punishment, and we carry on forward. G2, this attacking side, it's obviously refined, right? It's obviously been well worked out. They know exactly what they want to do. They know the steps. They know the process in which they want to approach that site hit. But again, to me, I just wanted to see more from Guild, but I guess you could argue that their money's been up and down the whole way through because they've never been able to do big damage or do anything really to keep that building for themselves. It has been hard, but man, I really had hoped we saw a little bit of something from them here.
Did them continue to get aggressive towards A. The Owls are going to spy out both players, though, so Safe has to come away from that angle. And he's punished before he can do. But again, they concede a first blood here. Killjoy ultimate comes through. It's just going to be free entry to A site. It's beginning to get really tough to watch, Lauren.
I'm with you. Again, there's something about enjoying seeing something work so well, right? But normally it comes with evolution because someone will work out the counter, they'll work out that next piece to it. And yeah, there's damage. It is a 3v4. It's not impossible, but you'll need an individual, and Russ might be that man, but it's not without Meadow finding blood back. Gonna draw it towards Leo, bringing it back to a 3v2. Still numbers favorable to G2. And with Nookie still standing, there's never gonna be respite. There's never gonna be a moment where you're not gonna be challenged, but still, it's on Cold Amenta now. Position noted early. Spike tap. And now going to try and pick it up. Nookie gets punished. 7 HP. It's all he's got for now.
30 seconds left.
It might be enough. On the other side, Meadow. Sharp before, sharp again. Meadow is now falling for it. And I just, man, what are you meant to say? We've seen the A site all game long, Mike, all game long.
Literally, what, 11 rounds they've at least started intending to go A. And I think 10 of them, they found their way onto site. It's...
Oh, they hitting them with the fake.
This will be the round where Guild stack 5 on A.
Bruh, they've stacked 4.
This is so troll. This is so troll. You can see immediately the knife sent out. They're like, "There's nobody here, guys. Run!"
Oh, this feels unfair. They're on site. I want to see if the spike goes down cleanly. Anything to deny it? Nothing yet. Okay, spike down. Yeah, and I guess that's the thing, right? When you talk about momentum and who's got the reins in the round in that regard, G2 have set the precedent. We're going A every single round. No matter what you do, we're going to be there. And obviously for the last one, they're like, there's a whole other site here. There's a whole other side of this map we've yet to be at, but it's a 5v5 close farm. But bear in mind, the weaponry coming out from Guild is pretty subpar. You have factors and odds and ends here, but Russ still going to be doing damage. Russ is still doing what he can, and there's no taking it away from him. Russ is fighting the good fight, but Hoodie, the back line comes into play. That's 3. The 4th gets taken away, and so does this half. G2, astonishing approach here.
It sounds crazy to say this, but it's almost, you watch a half of Valorant like that and you think, wait, Guild got 3 rounds? When?
Yeah.
When?
Yep.
When did that happen? And again, the build on from that is now they have a composition that relies on coming out swinging in the second half, safe popping off, Trex and Leo being able to really enable him to deliver here. And that takes a lot. That takes an awful lot.
Yeah, it does. The mental alone of... It's frustrating, right? Like losing the half the way they did. I don't think anyone particularly had a terrible performance, but it doesn't really matter. You're not feeling good after that sort of half. So let's see if they can pick up their mental basically into this and see if they can kind of readjust, kind of sort things out. And it does look like Guild's on the right track for now. No quick approach, but you can see Safe wants to explore this as quick as he can. The damage received, 22. Man. Bloody hell. And now all the boys are here. You can see G2 putting bodies on the side. Mixwell a little lazy in that approach. Safe will punish that. That's not bad for him, though. A nice quick way to get an advantage on the board for Guild.
Over left trying to deal with this wall, but they do actually get rid of it nice and early here. They're going to be able to reinforce around this. You can see Hoodie trying to get his wall back down, but Safe will find a second here, and Trex to follow up.
Yeah, this is really, really imperative. 11 HP. Nookie can't win this. There's no way he wins this. It's still Nookie, sure, but there's no shot. That's one.
Yeah, it wasn't even close.
Wasn't even close. Wasn't worried for a second.
Nope.
Never been worried in my life. 4-9.
Well, mountains to climb for Guild. At least they find the pistol. Round 2 and 3 for me is absolutely mandatory. Again, what can G2 do in terms of slowing things down for Guild, forcing these repurchases? I think this is why we see Trex at least try and throw a Phantom in the mix here to make things a little easier, because their round 2s have not been good. Victories, yes, but they haven't been good.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Now, seeing similar scenes to this, Good old A site, fan favorite now. But you gotta hope they don't make a meal of it, man. Yeah, they know all the angles. Oh, Meadow's done all right. He's found one. It's okay. Quick trade out for safe. I just don't want this to go wrong for them. Honestly, I just want to see Guild at least get a game out of this, right? Like, let's keep this nice for alive. Don't lose that Phantom. We're gonna go through the motions of what could be a great turnaround if it goes to plan.
He's still looking to do some damage. Lucky as well now. Noted. No flicks to write home about this time. Safe will actually get his Blade Storm online for the round 3 in the second half here, so that is important. Up a little bit of a buffer as well. He's just going to pass the Marshal over to a teammate. Just throw the full shield in. G2 now come back into. There's actually a couple of light armors here. I think eager for them to invest something to do what they've done previous map as well, is do a lot of damage to Guild, but this time won't be the case.
Okay, this is one that does have to be at least competitive. Obviously, the purchase is substantially better for G2, but I still need to see them do something with this for Guild. This is part of turning this around. If G2 get to double digits here, which is likely, but if they do it in a really comfortable fashion, I'm not going to be happy with it. I feel like that game then starts spiraling, but again, a lot of pressure on that man's shoulders. Safe. And the build towards B begins. Already the response is going to be in kind to some extent. Mixwell is leaning this way, does get seen. And Nuki begins to close the gap. Now, if they can buy a little bit of time, Nuki could be in an absolutely doomsday position for Guild. And they are taking their time here, and there's the close coming in. Now, keep in mind, 3 players on the site. No one watching the flank just yet. Nuki is getting carte blanche here. This is all up for grabs. Spots out one, gets it. That's Trex. Quick close out from Goldamenta.
No
And a huge denial. Nuki is nasty with it. Gonna find 2 and look for more. And his just positioning is a problem. Gets dealt with quickly. Good work from Leo. Very heads up play. But Mixwell takes that space. Works with it. Pushes up. Tries to take a little bit of run back here. Double dips towards Leo. And Mixwell starts, well, finishes what Nuki started. What a round from G2 there. But I wanted a little bit more from Guild. I wanted that to be clean. I wanted that to, do a bit of damage for them, trying to really punish a bit towards G2, because I didn't expect them to win the round, right? No. But what I wanted was damage. I wanted it to do something to reignite a little bit of confidence in them here.
But the thing is now G2 are in a position where they can't just trade rounds back and forth, right? This isn't a situation where Guild come out with something tangible to work from. This is last buy in the bank now. They lose it. G2 go to 11. And with the way this map's gone already, it's not a comfortable position to be in if you're a Guild fan. And I don't often look at numbers this way, but the double initiator and there's 6 assists between them, saves on 15 kills. That should paint a picture of how this map's being played and how it's gone. Ultimately, Trex and Leo, just in terms of their input, have been totally shut out here. The Guild aren't achieving what I think the MO is for this comp at all. Safe delivering numerically, but
sure,
it's not. We always talk about replicatable success, right? And it's not ultimately. You can't just say, "Safe, go drop 4, man. We'll walk up behind you. We'll throw a wall down and we'll find the plant." It's just not going to happen.
All right, well, if it was ever going to happen, it has to be now. This is where crunch time begins. You have the full purchase up against a relatively okay buy from G2, not perfect. Still a Bulldog and a Spectre on deck, so keep that in the back of your mind, but this has to be good for Guild. Again,
this is looking pretty all in towards B as well.
Yes.
And that's concerning. Meadow this time around does have a little bit of stall in terms of the Nano Swarm. We can buy a little bit of time, deny that initial plant coming through. And Hoodie here as well. He can definitely slow things down on the Sage. The rotation's already come.
Yeah, I want to see what the plan in mind for Trex would have been. If they commit to this corner, well, doesn't really matter. Now, they're still not fully committing just yet, and there's the Hunter's Fury. Okay. Nookie gonna post it and finds Leo. And Guild gonna be working up in tatters. Coldamenta trying to work off that damage.
If Russ gets the kill, though, he's got the res, so... haven't lost all hope just yet.
Not yet. But how do they break this, though? They're still not on the site.
There's so many people here, that's the problem.
Yeah. Okay. Safe. They can't even get away. Nookie with a punish. Shot in the back, and maybe this was a clutch at hope here, is that Trex did get a little bit of space towards A, but not a great deal. Hasn't cleared backside. Isn't fully aware of the presence now of Over. Shows it, but again, he can call in the rotations. He's going to hear these steps. There's 13 seconds. They got to make this count now, and the flash from the corner. Good work from Trex being proactive in this, but looks like a team caught the flash, but still Spike should be able to go down. It is 6 seconds. Not much left on the difference, but there it is. So post-plan begins. It is a 3v4, but at least they have the sight on the side and the time ticking in their favor. And Trex wants to be proactive, and I like that. Try and hold the line, do what they can. It looks like just a heads-up fight here. Gonna just dip on in. Quote goes through. The second layer gets dealt with. Trex, perfect play. This guy is doing everything he can to keep hope alive for Guild. But Meadow takes that one. Nookie, the punish, and now it's all on Russ. The time still ticks. He's got a couple of seconds to play with. He spots out one. He expects the push, but he doesn't quite see it. Oh, what a shot! And again, Russ clutching out for Guild. It ain't clean, it ain't pretty, but it's a round on the board, and it's what Guild needed.
A lifeline delivered by Russ at this point. Comes out huge in a 1v2 here. Plays the timing perfectly. That swing on Nookie, crucial. It almost in that dead time that Meadows allowed him to have. We'll get and crucial as well in terms of it would have been a force here. Like I said, if Guild lost that round, G2 goes to 11. They are on a forced purchase if they choose to. They didn't really have anything in terms of ultimates to work with, but now Trex, Russ still having that res. It popped there, might be a pacey hit onto A here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be waiting too long for this. And they're cleaning up so far. Really good work from Guild like that. Confident, clean. Nookie, don't do any more. Let him have a nice round. Spike can go down.
Spike plant.
Hoodie yet to really get involved. Still kind of being locked down. Not many opportunities. That wall going to be a nuisance. And again, if they can do damage, that seems like a good takeaway for G2. But for Guild, what a momentum builder that last round will be. And if they convert this will be perfect. Noki's still going to do a bit of damage. And Hoodie wants to do the same. Not going to happen. Russ still there. And again, Guild, they're doing what they need to now. This is good if they can keep building off the back of this. It feels so delicate. It feels like it's,
fragile,
you know,
yes, yeah.
fragile as hell. But the scoreline is looking so much more respectable now. It's certainly doable.
Really, this buy round and the next ultimately brings them within. Actually, yeah, it draws it up. They win this, they're on 8. G2 back on a force or a scrappy, and the next buy round comes in effectively for a tie game. G2 probably coming out on top in terms of this ultimate cycle. It feels a little desperate to throw Trex's ultimate in there where you know G2's purchases is going to be unfavorable to say the least, but with what G2 have been able to do in some of their thrifty rounds, you can't really fault them. They need rounds, so if it's just on the back of one. See here, if I mean with this timeout, if G2 are considering a different approach here. We got available the lockdown, the blade storm, like I said, everything else in terms of this ultimate cycle favoring G2. Hunter's Fury, Viper Spit, and the res, yeah, but within touching distance here. Almost kind of one of those snowball rounds beckoning that we know are so common in Valorant, but Guild feel as if they found something to exploit here. Have their sights set towards A once again.
Well, that's an early pop. Leo trying to facilitate the push up here. Doesn't really find much for it, and it's a trade out. Meadow's still holding ground. Nookie's still there, and you can't ignore Nookie. You have to try and deal with him. Eventually, Russ does so. But by now, look at what's happened. They're left in tatters. Meadow with a great turn on the flash, but still Leo body checks him. So now the site's theirs. It's not completely free. There is a player at the back. That is going to be Hoodie. And now you can see the Rust going to put the wall up. The spike should go down. They now know roughly where at least 2 of the players are, but dealing with them, not going to be the case. It is dangerous, but it has worked out for Guild this time, at least for now. And retaking with this op, not going to be easy for Mixwell, but if Hoodie can get 1, it's game back on. And for Guild, patience. Sit in the crossfires, hold it down. Play it through. Hoodie, though, going to explode 1. Spots out the other as well. That's big, and they now know where Leo is. It all goes wrong from this point on. Trex has to clutch this one up, but he doesn't get up and over. He has to deal with Hoodie at this point. And there's a free...
No way.
It's not the freest kill of his life at all, Trex. He's starting to get nervous. He's looking panicked. He needs to find Hoodie, and he can't. He finds the wrong end of the gun. And Hoodie can go back for the defuse, and that's going to be a heartbreak for Guild. It looked so likely, but now it's 11. Sitting with G2.
The timing on Mixwell's swing with the Blade Storm there allows that wall to go, not only go up, but reinforce. Right? There's no opportunities for them to make use of punching a hole early enough. Hoodie, actually, it's so awkward.
God. It's horrific scenes, isn't it? Absolutely horrific scenes.
Delete the VOD.
Bloody hell.
I want to watch that one back.
You could see that both players desperate for it, but the nerves starting to hit, the desperation on getting that last kill. 7-11. Certainly a swing round, but it doesn't mean it's impossible for Guild anymore. It's just starting to look improbable. But again, they've had a decent approach on this attacking side, but now the numbers start to become an issue. 11 facing you ain't easy. Safe. Wants to toy with the cross, but doesn't know where the op is for now, so might consider other options, and rightly so. That would be 4 players they'd be heading in against on B.
Actually, Avova going to be tasked with holding down A site. Should get some information now, just about in audible range here.
Yeah, there's the call.
Actually, yeah, playing a dirty spot behind his wall here on top screens.
Oh, that's still a good punish as well. Going to pick up the player who's got the spike, and being rough is another issue. Yes, they've got site control, and actually the Killjoy is going to come in as well. You talked about that cycle of ultimates coming on through. Well, we're seeing the proof in the pudding now. Nuki's going to just invest behind, finds Leo, and more damage being done here, down to 3. They had to respect the KJ ult. And I think Safe caught a glimpse of Avova, but barely. And now the problem has become that they don't have site control anymore. They have nothing. They had to flee the site itself. They've lost all of it. And back to B we go. But bear in mind, there's still Hoodie over here. He's not left. He's been big chilling. Gonna dip on through, finds the frag.
He wins that.
Dude, the confidence. He's exuding confidence, and it's 14 seconds. Coldamenta knows his days are numbered. He can do a little bit of damage, sure, but look at this. The amount of players up against him. Meadows there, and it's 12 for G2. And Guild, I mean, I think we saw it building quietly that those ultimates were going to come through at a very dangerous time for Guild. But I think you highlighted it leading into this round that what a time for them to start coming through.
It's so tough. It's on the back of a 4-man stack towards B. It's revealed with both the recon and Trex sending out the knife. They try and hightail it towards A. Avova's in a spot where 1 is great, anything else is a bonus, but it's the spike he finds, so it slows things down even more. Guild don't have that window of opportunity to plant.
Well, the A site's looking a little harder to approach. But again, they're trying to at least draw the attention towards B for now. Still showing a little bit of something. Safe not afraid, but does back away.
Again, this should be an indicator to Guild that the Viper's Pit invested, yes, but the heavier lean will be towards B. But Leo burning the drone makes it a little more difficult to push into a Viper Pit. But that seems to be the plan initially. Nuki already finding space behind them, though. He could have God timing on this flank. And Avova's actually got a dirty angle down towards the orb. He's going to catch him so quickly behind this.
And there it is. Let's see what he can do with it, Avova. He's actually dipped away from it. And might have spotted. The barrel must have shown. And now it's game on. Russ, again, is being such a saving grace for Guild in these moments. A couple of rounds have been converted just off his back alone. And now there's the counter Viper Pit coming through. That's going to secure the site. But you noted it. The quick timing of Nuki hitting this flank. He's already punished safe, so the backlines are no longer safe. And Mixwell's just picked off Coldamenta. This could be falling to pieces right now. And you're right, it's now gone down. They have nothing to... They've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They are stuck on this fight. They are surrounded on both fronts. They're trying to fight their way out. It's just Leo standing. A 1v2 ain't going going to happen. And Meadow is the one to do it as well. G2, I mean, that attacking side looked formidable, but they certainly were in their element now as well on the defending side.
I mean, it's not often, I don't think I've ever said this actually in my entire time about it, but actually a beautiful game from G2. To be able to watch and admire some of the intricacies of the way they play and the way they respond to certain bits of information. Actually, that was probably one of the best examples we've seen, honestly, just in total control of that game. Again, actually, the scoreline fairly forgiving in terms of how that felt to watch it happen, Lauren.
I think you're right. I think we saw some heroics from the likes of Russ coming in. Safe certainly had his presence noted there as well, but a lot of those rounds kind of did bail out what could have been a really disastrous look, if I'm honest. And again, you know, do we care if the scoreline looks close or not? It's always the result that matters, I guess. But again, when you look back, it does certainly change your opinion on the matchup. But your main takeaways from this now, where are you seeing G2 in this? Because I've got to say, they look more dangerous than ever.
I mean, I said this at the start of map one. It almost feels like G2 have come back in refreshed, a little revitalized in terms of the way they play. And we're seeing that G2, call it arrogance, call it confidence, you know, what the stubbornness, right? We're seeing that start to rear its head once again. And that's actually a terrifying prospect, honestly, because G2, when they're at their best, they played with absolute ego, right? And you look towards players like Nuki, who time and time again deliver that. Mixwell coming back in, not necessarily being the most aggressive jet, but doing what's necessary. Honestly, you can't take anything away from his performance there on Icebox.
No, and speaking of performances, we want to know your player of the match. So you've got a couple of options to pick from, and obviously, Mike, I want your thoughts on this. Who would you be hitting up for the vote? You've got Nuki, Mixwell, or Meadow. Who would you be going for there, Mike? Who's your choice? I mean, Meadow had a fantastic map too, and again, actually, in a couple of scenarios for me, he was what won G2 a few rounds on map one as well, and quietly has been getting more and more consistent as the weeks pass. So for me, yeah, I'll give this one up to Meadow. All right, fair enough. I'm a bit of a Nuki fan, but I'll let you have that one. We're going to go to a break, but when the back, we'll be joined by the...
Legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son and don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
It's not Guild's day today. They had a chance to lock in playoffs, but G2, they live to see another one. And it's so G2, isn't it, out of all the games they win? It is going to be this one. But before we dive into what's happening today, I've got the lovely Kakuka back with us. Kakuka, tell us what's been going on the B stream.
So we're apparently going to map number 3. Actually, FPX just pulled out an amazing performance back there on Fracture. Actually, very enjoyable to watch. They decided to change that double duelist to go into a double control, and now the Batty G is on. And they were super dominant still on the side of London United. We have a Fekir that is literally destroying everyone, but we'll see what happens on Ascent.
Oh, double controller. Ryan's eyes perked up when he heard that.
Yes, I love to see it. Like, it's nice to also see that FPX is doing well on like strat-heavy maps, right? How's Batty G been doing?
He's been doing amazing. That's what I mean. They know that they have Batty G, that they're lacking Angel, and Artist decided to move to that breach, put Batty G on that Astra, and they've been controlling the map super good, especially on a hard map like Fracture is. So you'll be very happy.
Thank you very much, Kakuka, for checking in with us, and hopefully we can get you back as well for the next match as well. Good luck. Well, map 3 over there, that wasn't the story for us. I feel like the whole weekend, the B stream, they get all the map 3 super close games. But over here, in the end, a pretty clean 2-0 from G2.
It was just surprising, I suppose, how dominant they looked throughout. Like, Guild had not lost a series at all so far this year, right? Like, they've gone through, like, this is the first time that we've seen this iteration of Guild lose out on a series. And the fact that it's G2, knowing that they had to really win this to keep their chances of playoffs alive, really sets the whole of Group B that was looking so straightforward, I suppose, to work out who is going to make playoffs. Now it's very much not the case.
And earlier you were asking us how worried do we need to be a bit about Guild, and there were questions and we kind of had a back and forth discussion around maybe you can be, maybe you shouldn't be, but I think that we now need to start asking this question around this predictability. It felt like that G2 coming into this series were very well prepared. They got given their bind, which they executed upon flawlessly, and then they recognized the weaknesses in Guild on this map from yesterday, and immediately in a very short time frame, they leveraged what they know on Icebox, and they tried to attack and punish the weaknesses that we've seen from Guild, consistently setting up flanks, repeatedly attacking A, in particular this KO not really being able to do much to stop G2's relentless assault, and yeah, they absolutely popped off. So really big improvements, in my opinion, for G2.
I mean, the problem now here is that it's not in G2's hands anymore, right? Even though they've improved so much, they've got to a point that they're taking down Guild. Ryan, if they want to go to playoffs, they can only watch other teams kind of do it for them.
Yeah, next game is a big one, right? Like, if it's a chance to BBL actually beat Ascend, then G2 are confirmed in playoffs. If Ascend win, which is the likely outcome, but we said that about Guild and look where that got us, it does depend on how Guild fare up against Fnatic So nothing locked in for G2 as far, but they've done the best that they can. Just those early losses, right, against like Ascend and those kind of teams, they managed to pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, and before we move on a little bit more with the overall narrative, Vedius, I know you wanted to break down around for us from Icebox.
Yeah, I really wanted to highlight what some of the things that G2 did very well and some of the new trends that they've shown us, along with some of those consistent weaknesses that we have been seeing from Guild. And this play, relatively short, relatively straightforward, but once again, I'm going to draw your attention right over here to the minimap and notice exactly where Nukier is. He's made his way up through mid and is looking to set up this flank. One of the big topics of conversation was very much around this lack of sentinel, someone who could track the potential flank, and it was the way in which SMB found advantages against Guild yesterday, and it's something that G2 did once again today. So I'm just going to roll the clip for you, and I'm also going to highlight how great Nukier is at finding these 1v2 duels and being able to be such an instrumental factor for G2. So he comes in very patiently from the flank. G2 is in a 3-man stack already on B site, and they're just buying their time. They're waiting for the flank to come through, and the second that it does, the rest of the team is looking to move in through B main to then offer more assistance. And the clip is short, the clip is straightforward, and all I wanted to really highlight here was that Guild need to show adaptation if they want to go up against Fnatic later on, because Fnatic is a team that will identify these consistencies and they will look to punish them.
I also think that when you look at the other side for Guild, like the KO, it just felt like a bit of a non-factor for Trex as well, right? Like, certainly on like their defense, they tried to go in for a bit of pressure, like they're throwing the 0 point on the defense towards like the A belt, but it would suppress some G2 players, maybe even catch an owl drone in use, right, by Nukier, so it's a big, expensive bit of utility lost. But G2 just sort of waited. The suppression ended, and then they still executed and were still trying to find these, like, it felt like Guild were trying to play we want to play on the site, we want to take these duels, but without that sort of effect of the 0 point, because G2 just wait it out, G2 are going to win those fights. And Evolver, especially in Meadow, they were so good at watching these off angles and just taking those duels. You can't just take G2 on head on, and Guild wanted to hold on to that A site, I think, because their retakes were struggling as well.
I mean, the scary thing is, Mini and both of them at home watching this right now, doing all the anti-strats and probably feeling quite confident they get to play at Icebox next week as well for those two teams, which will end up deciding lots of things with playoffs. But let's move on to our next matchup, which is a Team Liquid versus a Big. Starting with Team Liquid, Vedius, a very uncharacteristic, or at this point, sometimes a little bit characteristic of them, I guess, a loss they faced yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday we saw them play their first jet of the season. It was on Yampi and it was on Ascend, and I think we had some criticisms around their execution. They really struggled to find space on the map. They were not really executing in terms of their utility, and they really got shut down from FPX. Moving over to Haven as well, we expected a little bit more from them, but even then, Yampi on his op from the prior week, he was absolutely popping off. This time around, he was completely shut down by FPX, and it feels like that Team Liquid, they come in with these innovative strats. They're very well known for trying to do something different, but more often than not, what we saw from them was a lot of their rounds coming down to clutch plays from individuals. Nevera in particular stood out on Ascent, but I feel like that we are not really seeing the typical Team Liquid that we have seen in prior weeks.
We've seen it from sort of G2, right? I feel like G2 were in this sort of period like a week or two ago where they're sort of playing compositions, it's sort of failing. Do they reinvent themselves? Do they try and double down on these compositions? So I'm very curious if we ever see, like Haven, for example, if Team Liquid are going to stay on that Neon composition. It was the first loss that they had against FPX, but it was a tough loss. So are we going to see Team Liquid revert back to what worked beforehand? It's such a Team Liquid thing to do, like go for something a little bit out there strategy-wise. It works for a bit, it doesn't work, they revert back to what they're doing, or they kick somebody as the cycle seems to keep going on. I'm very curious how they bounce back, but it's a straightforward opponent in Big who haven't picked up a series yet.
But if you were Sliggy in this situation, who we all know has a lot of input when it comes to the compositions that they play, is this the time that, like you said, Ryan, that you do revert back to the other stuff? And is this a time for him to maybe kind of rein it in a little bit more?
I think that like what Sliggy does makes Team Liquid. And you can't just bring in any other coach and expect that same sort of success, because you just don't have like a set IGL, right? You don't have a set Jet Opera, because you have Scream, who you have to facilitate because he can bring so much to you. But of course, like every other player, they have their limitations, right? So I think as well, when you have a brand new meta on the horizon with playoffs coming up, it's better to just keep what you know now, because there's only like one more game that they're playing on this old patch.
Yeah, let's talk about Big now, their opponent for today. For them, again, their losses, they haven't been kind of dominated in the way some of the other teams have been. For example, SMB kind of not picking up a single map until this week. But Ryan, even though they have been kind of taking maps off of their opponents, they just have not managed to close out any games.
And it's a shame, really, because what they brought in for the open qualifiers was so much like promise with their ideas, their strategies, the 200 IQ, like Cypher tripwise that I showed you earlier, right? Like these anti-strat plays that Big can provide to a certain level. But I do think to an extent, they're very used to playing the open qualifier game after game after game after game, like just not having the enemy having time to anti-strat them. I feel that once we get into this sort of split where they have a new opponent each week, and each week a team is looking at them through a microscopic lens on what they can exploit, it feels like Big are still adjusted to that. Similar to London United, right? Similar sort of thing where these teams are in a very different environment, whereas like your Ascends, your Gambits, they used to be an anti-strat. They've played on the international stage. Big, nobody's paid that much attention to them up until now, and they've been ripped apart, it feels, strategically.
I very much agree. I think that Big, though, they're always willing to scrap, and I think that that's something you can kind of guarantee. Well, we have seen a couple of maps where they've either dominated or been dominated on. I feel like that when things start to fall apart, they're a team that shows pretty consistent resilience, and they're always going to do everything in their power, which we saw from them last night. So I think that I have high expectations for Big in their matchup against Team Liquid, and we know from the video earlier in the day that they see them as sort of their kryptonite, as their rival. So I imagine that they're going to have something very clearly planned out to try and deal with what Liquid bring to the table, and we have to wait and see if it will work out.
How much of this do you think comes down to the fact that Liquid have just really dipped this weekend in form, or how much of it do you think is that Big have what it takes to beat Liquid?
I think I have more confidence in the underdogs, especially based on what we've been seeing this week. I think that a lot of teams, because there are so many games to prep for, some teams have had to prioritize where their focus is, and I wouldn't be surprised if Liquid coming into this matchup, they kind of underestimate Big, and this is a team that if you underestimate too much, they will catch you off guard. So I have high expectations for Big.
Yeah, and a lot of that expectations falls down on the shoulders of their in-game leader, Godby, and this is what he had to say about today's matchup. I'm now joined by Godby from Big. Hi, God. Welcome back to the show. We saw you guys play yesterday. It was a very long day for you guys. Have you had much time to kind of reflect on what went wrong? Because, as always, it kind of came down to the wire.
We haven't watched the game together, like analyze what went wrong, but we kind of knew that just the pressure is hitting us. When we're always close to the finish line, we start to crumble, I think. I think since the beginning of this tournament, or since this league, you can say that this is like the story for us, that we come close, but we cannot finish it, and yeah, still struggling with that, but I'm either way proud that we kept cool, we tried our best, and we motivated each other, so at least at this end, I'm happy.
I would love to know kind of your opinions and what you think the reasoning has been behind some of those losses, because like you said, it's always a 2-1. That seems to be like a pattern. Do you think it's like an experience gap, or maybe something with your map pool right now that's happening?
I would say definitely the experience, because we had a lot of situations where we were struggling when we would have more experience. Maybe when we stay in the league, that the next time we would be stronger in that kind of case. But definitely, for example, the week against London United, we had just like a hard week, and I think this was the game where we showed our worst side. The other games were okay-ish, but still we struggling with some experience, and it's hard to gain experience without gaining experience. So I think this is the reason a little bit for this team right now. We trying our best to learn from our mistakes, but so far it didn't work out so good.
Well, your opponent today, they didn't have a great day yesterday at all. I don't know if you managed to tune in to any of Team Liquid's games, but what do you make of how they're doing right now?
I think they're also struggling right now, but of course they are a really great team. Their standing is also okay. I think playoffs are still in reach for them. In this group, anything can happen, because still Gambit has to play 4 games or 3 games, I think. So I'm not sure. I think Liquid is also like a little bit struggling right now. Maybe they changed too much players with agents. maybe a little bit too, like too crazy, but I know that they're very strong. And yesterday, for example, I felt like they didn't have a good day. I was watching it a little bit. They didn't hit their shots. But if this team hits their shots, then I think no one can beat them. So, of course, it will be really hard, and we will hope that they will not hit their shots. So we maybe get the first W for us.
Well, thank you very much, Gobby, for joining me. It's a pleasure, and good luck with your game later.
Thank you very much.
Without the context, hearing Gobby say there's an experience diff is going to be wild, because this is the most experienced player we have in all of our region. But Vedius, you got to remember that he's got 4 youngsters as well, and he's very introspective about what they need to work on.
He certainly is. It's kind of great to hear that insight. He sounds like such a lovely man to listen to as well. And he seems to be very aware of what is going on, but he also is very aware of the position that Team Liquid find themselves in. And I think that he is very right in that if Team Liquid is on form in terms of their aim, then yeah, this is a team that's very scary to go up against. But I think that Big do a great job of prepping in terms of who they're going up against. I think that Big also showcased that if they give Twiston the ability to have agency, especially on his raise last night, I think that really stood out on Bind in particular. So I definitely think that Big is in a position where they have some win conditions available to them. And while you wouldn't inherently consider them the favorites based on Liquid's current form, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another upset.
Yeah, Twiston yesterday, 250 ACS despite losing the series. So like, it is the kind of performance that you need. It was even nice to see Obnox on the Chamber have like a standout performance, right? Because you got to look at the rest of the squad and the impact that they can have overall. It's nice to see that this kind of player who has played Breach, has been more on that sort of support flex role, have some times where the weight is off of Twiston's shoulders, because he is still a young one. You don't want to see him in those positions where he feels that he needs to do a lot, especially on maps like Icebox, right, on the Jet, where he's overextending, getting first death a lot in these cases. It's just whether that's tangible across all of the different maps, right? Especially when you have Aslan sometimes playing the Jet in Twiston's stead, like on Split, on Haven. It's those kind of like adjustments that I think breaks momentum for Big when they're playing these very long series, every single map they've had to play so far. It wouldn't surprise me if we get another free mapper here, to be fair.
I will say that this flexibility seems to be like a double-edged sword, right? Where on the one hand, it can make you very unpredictable and difficult to actually prep against, but also it can hurt your effectiveness. Rather than having singular players isolated on focus roles, it can then be harder for a single player throughout a series, in particular with multiple maps, to have to pivot. And I think that kind of echoes your point where Big, sometimes we see the cracks in the armor when they do have to make those repeated shifts, depending on what map they're playing. So hopefully they can find that element of consistency today against Team Liquid, and perhaps they can find an upset.
Well, let's have a look at those maps where we're going to be going to today. The Bans and Pigs. Both teams, they like to ban out Fracture, so one of these teams could potentially have a bit of an advantage there. As you guys can see, Liquid chose to take away the Fracture, which means Big went for Haven this time, and we are going to go to Bind, Split, and Ascent. Of course, when Gobby spoke about perhaps Liquid pushing the boat out a little bit too far, Ryan, this is one of those places where they have really tried to test some new stuff.
Yeah, and realistically, I think they should have won that series against Na'Vi yesterday on this map. Like, they were looking so solid, they were in that position, it did go into overtime in the end. I think this is where they've surprised a few teams, including FPX in that first matchup. Like Twiston, the Raze, like you mentioned, but also the Raze upping a lot of the time. I think there's a lot of stuff that can come there. And Team Liquid, well, they run a very different composition. They didn't have the best start against Na'Vi.
They certainly didn't, but I will say that while we've talked a lot about Big, I have to mention Split for Liquid is something that I'm really excited to see. They're so far, this Split undefeated on the map. I think that their consistency and their ability to execute is very terrifying, but that will be what we'll focus on a little bit later on, as this map on Bind is one I think can be pretty explosive from both sides depending on the form. I'm hoping that we get to see some Chamber come out from Yampy, or whether or not they will bring out a similar composition to what they had the last time around.
Yeah, well, this is the last agents that they ran on this map. No duelist, of course. I think everyone was really shocked. And okay, this is a very different look. Navera has gone over on the Chamber, Scream on the KO, and Soulcast on the Neon. What do you guys think?
Wow.
And Astra's back too.
So funny to me. The Team Liquid went for this other weird composition without a duelist that didn't work against Na'Vi, and then went for something even weirder. Like Sliggy went, nah, this isn't kooky enough. We need to delve deeper. He's just thinking himself into a box here. I do like the Neon though, those fast rotates, even some of the bit of the teleport play.
Soulcast is so good on Raze. This doesn't make sense.
I mean,
there's a good reason. I feel like Big said the prep, right? Big are so good at preparation. You cannot prepare for this in 24 hours as well.
What I will say is that while Raze obviously is very strong because of what her paint shells can provide in terms of the space, especially when looking to control both showers and lamps. But I think Zeri can do the same thing with her concussions. So I think damn it, Neon. But I think Neon can also be really powerful. The question is, how practiced is Soulcast on this map, and can he make full use of the Neon? We're gonna have to wait and see. I'm excited to see it.
We can always rely on Sliggy to shock us even more than we already are, and I can't wait to see what your casters Pansy and hypoc make of this.
Well, you know what? I'm always down for the weird and wonderful that Sliggy likes to bring out. I'm always down for a bit of fun. But Mike, I want your thoughts, right? Because you're the one who's going to sit there and tell me it's silly, it's weird, it doesn't work. Or is there any redeeming qualities that you see? Is there the method to the madness in this one?
It's an improvement. They have a duelist.
Okay.
That's the first point. We'll park that one now. It's a neon. I hated the neon on Haven. I'm going to be honest. I was so excited to see it, and it was flat. It was lifeless. There wasn't really anything pinned around enabling Soulcaster. But and actually, I mean, you're going to play a duelist. You're subject to this criticism, but he also didn't deliver individually on that agent, and that's the reason I'm apprehensive. I'm just happy to not see the previous comp here, but we need to see something like special to make me believe that this is again. Actually, on the flip side, the point about prep from Big standpoint, yes, this is something. It's slippery, right? It's difficult to grasp really what Liquid are going to bring to the table here, but the proof's in the pudding. You can't pull this neon out again, and I'll say it: show us nothing.
Yeah. I want to see a little bit more of those tangible results from it, because as I said, we've discussed the theory of it. I think everyone's excited by the prospect of what it could be, but we haven't seen it. Absolutely. We're looking for those fruits in the labor, right? We're looking for that result that makes us go, right, it's super viable. Let's go. It does better than any of the other choices the Soulcast could have had, right? That's what we're waiting on. And I do want to look in towards as well, obviously, hard to avoid, but Navera sitting on Chamber as well. That's something that I definitely want to look at as well. How does he look on that? Because I think we enjoyed Yampi on that role before. I think it suited him well, but a bit of a, not, I don't want to say aggressive, but a bit of a contested beginning between these two.
A quick start here for Liquid, and actually we'll be able to swing back behind this pressure and showers over. Soulcast immediately shut down. Twiston will get traded out. Aslan will actually find a response as well. Down to 20 HP, has to peel away though.
Yeah, so this should at least allow the spike to go down. And Scream, I think, just got some unconfirmed damage on Gob B, who's, left in tatters. But there's plenty of players working back in. Scream just going to sit on this corner if he can. Turns to flash well. He's so prepared for that, but he does get caught. Aslan really good for the trade. That's really quite imperative. Leaving it now down to 2. Link and Yampi. And actually, Link just going to tuck himself in for now. Look at the HP, though. It is low. Aslan looking rough around the edges, as is Gob B, but there is still players alive and kicking. And Yampi now, vision highly limited, trying to do what he can, but smoke's in the way, body's in the way. He's not gonna. Oh, no way. Yampi's made it viable. And Casper, what are you gonna do with it? That's what you're gonna do. Somehow still try and do the damage, but you're right. It's all down to timing, and Yampi just about brought enough of it.
I thought for a second there, Casper got the half defuse. In which case, even with Yampi making that dicey towards the end there, that they still should have closed that out. I'm not sure. How close was
Did
he
he come off this?
He came off it there.
He came off. Okay, that's still fine. It was this end part. And he comes off again. With Azul and Golby putting their bodies on the line. Hindsight's 2020, but I feel as though he should have at least tried to stick to that halfway point, put faith in simply the bullets being sponged by his teammates. But it is what it is, right? You look back on it. Now we have to look forward. First round does go Liquid's way, but it was a dangerous round for both sides.
Aslan trying to pressure the orb, but Yampi will be able to reset and grab it regardless. I've just seen as well a couple of bits of utility invested to enable Soulcast to take showers, or at least contest it early. It's going to draw out Aslan's utility, pulls a snake bite off short, which makes that transition much easier for Liquid. So early conditioning crucial for Liquid. Again, we're going to see if there's any real switch up to how Soulcast is going to apply this neon pick. I mean, he's, let's say, tucked in showers. Liquid are considering this hit towards B, but again, actually, yeah, with the reveal there, yeah, look at that. The reveal as well, it pulls 2 extra bodies from Big across to A. Sorry, from A, which leaves it wide open.
And obviously Liquid don't know how free this site is, but it's worked perfectly. The plans come through. And I can't blame Big for responding in kind either. You're working with pistols. You kind of have to almost be overreactive, try and just get bodies where they can be. But for now, Liquid do need to get that spike down. There aren't going to be players here by now. And actually, that paint shell's on the money. And there's a big denial of presence, finding Soulcast as well. Big punish to begin with. And they've lost a little bit of the site control and a little bit of that early start they had. But Ling going to speed up the pace. 12 seconds, they have to secure the site and try and get that spike down if they can. But it's going to be Scream just mopping up to desperate for the third, gets it. It got again pretty close to
10 seconds, man.
I mean, Big were doing what was right. They were becoming a nuisance for Liquid, forcing them to try and go for the fights. I liked what they tried. I'm not wholeheartedly against it. You got to try and do something, right?
That's that, and Casper so squishy as well from the vulnerable. Just after Link had fallen. Yampi went away from the Hunter's Fury, and again, that's a fairly huge ultimate to have online, or potentially have online in round 3. It can be a swing factor here, because it's 2 Spectres, a Marshal, and a couple of Sheriffs for Liquid to try and make use of. Again, look at Big now. They have to address Soulcast in the early round and contest the Showers control.
I want to see if Aslan continues to try and be aggressive. You can see him trying to find those margins to constantly push. Damage, yeah, Navera's taken a boatload of it, actually. Walking away barely alive at this point. And they're still fighting for this control, and Yampi gets caught sleeping. Didn't expect the player to push behind it. Thought he maybe got away with it. Trying to deal with the utility thrown in front of him, but that's a big win coming out for Big. And here comes that fun habit of saying Big in regards to everything they do. As Link does overwhelm Casper, and that's going to pull Obnox into attention. Has to respect now that they've lost Hookah control. And the rotations are a little far away. I don't know if he got noted there.
Well.
Right. Fair enough. Scream. Oh my word. This could be an absolute claw. Soulcast delivers towards Twist, and that alleviates the pressure on the site. And now Aslan worked through this well, but there's still Scream, and he seems so aware of it. And yeah, he is. Scream is on it today. He is
sharp.
Yeah, he is looking dangerous today. And that's saying something. Scream's always dangerous, but if it's one of those days where he's towards that top end of his capability, we're in for a treat, I feel.
The ceiling's so high for him. And again, I'll be the first to say we've seen lots of series where that hasn't been realized, right? I mean, the agent composition's always been a discussion with Liquid. What do you put Scream on, right? Do we put him on the Reyna and let him do Scream
always
things?
Love him on the Reyna.
Sage? Actually, I mean, when he's shooting like this, it doesn't matter what he's on. That's the bottom line, really.
Yep. And again, that's going to put the money in a bad spot for Big. They're going to be down to odds and ends. They do have a couple of judges, though, so it's not without a little bit of danger. But again, I want to see how Liquid approach this. Aslan still trying to take over that shower control, still going to be on that duty, and it's a bit of a thankless job at times, but he's doing what he can. And a deeper hold coming out from Liquid here.
Just anticipating, I guess, a little bit of aggression, maybe to counter some of this presence shown towards Showers. Again, did note as well the fact that Twistin did kind of, I don't want to say overstep, but dig a little deeper to find the kill on Yampi in the previous round. That will kind of quell some of Liquid's intent, at least. Well, deal with the knife, actually, yeah. Liquid's still happy to sit in this default. Now, I think the call's made to drift towards B, but 3 players from Big, and actually confirmation here from Obnox, the recon to follow that up as well.
This is really nice. That allowed time for Gob to get over here properly towards the site, get into position, be able to maybe do something with this, but again, they are working with less. So even plays in the right place, right time. Again, the flashes are nice, but no one to really capitalize off much. Gob couldn't quite swing from the back of the site to do the any punishing from it. So Soulcast is going to just bully his way on through. It is down to 13 seconds, and I don't like them being left this late, but they do have site control, even if surrounded. Though those judges could do some damage, not to be. Soulcast does well to quell any threat towards SPP side, and Aslan gets dealt with. It's 4 standing for Liquid, and it's 4 on the board.
Do you know as well, we'll throw the operator in the mix on the previous round here, so bold purchase versus what we saw Big bring to the table, but he holds on to it. Everything except the tour de force available here. Liquid. On the flip side, Big, yeah, Showstopper and Viper's Pit online, but yeah, with the way these rounds have gone, I think we're going to see Twistin swing out, try and find a kill early on here. Viper's Pit will be invested, though. Okay. Again, no surprise where that's invested. It's towards Showers.
Can you believe it? And I like the concept of Nivera sitting on Chamber. I think that's, you know, the concept of it is quite an interesting one, because he seemed to adapt very well to Valorant. I think compared to a lot of players who have come across, he seems to be able to pick the game up and play it like Valorant rather than
whatever you put
CS.
him on as well.
Yeah, he looks very diligent. So I want to see how he looks on this Chamber for me. But already you can see Liquid's intentions are quite clear at this point. Soulcast will be leading the way here. The Divide going to be sitting towards the back of the site, and Twistin waiting for an appearance. He finds it. Soulcast just freebie, and that's going to send it through as well. That's going to deny the spike plant and pick up Link. This is a really nice resistance from Big. They've held this even with all that utility coming in. Now it doesn't actually deny the plant, excuse me. That will go down regardless. It's just one, I guess, redeeming factor. And there's Nivera. That's what we want to see. How does he look with this up? Does he look good on Chamber? As already it's a 3v3 post plant.
Oh, Scream just slips off the edge there. He would have had an angle just behind default, but initial tap comes through. Liquid find everything they need to. Screen
nice,
clean things up, and a 5-0 start here for Liquid on their attacking side. Really, we're looking for the adjustment, the adaptation here from Big. How do they get something on the board here? How do they slow the momentum Liquid have built pretty easily? I've got to say it. And it's not on the back of Soulcast really doing anything special, just using the, you know, the mobility that he has to find the Showers control. Twists half a second off with that. I mean, I don't want to say that really swings it back in their favor, but it definitely gives them a chance.
Right? Yeah. And I think the questions that we have Big are trying to answer themselves now is, how do we identify this? How do we disrupt it? How do we deal with it? The rotations, I think they're quite good. Big haven't been necessarily out of position. They haven't been out of place. They haven't been particularly caught off guard, even with Soulcast with that mobility. Again, I think it's going to be quite a tough ask now for Big, because we're seeing the good version of Liquid, right? Where the composition isn't too out of whack. It isn't too unreasonable. It's still very much within touching distance. The economy is starting to swell quite nicely. You got 5k, you know, sitting on Nivera. You've got 6 on Yampy, 4 on Scream, and obviously on the other side, it's not much to even report. So you've got to feel this is going to start getting towards the end of this half, and I worry that there's not much time for Big to turn much around.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're kind of asking Big to do something quite uncharacteristic, which is kind of push out, right? Their comfort lies in, you know, this rigid structure.
This purchase? Yeah. We're going hero rifle, or like real hero rifle?
Oh, real hero, yeah. Twisting on the Bulldog as well.
No armor.
Making a play for Showers.
You got to do something, I guess. And Yampy. Oh, he gave him the backhand. He literally gave him a backhand. Now, Yampy does eventually lose his life, but by now, you're already going to be in pieces, aren't you? Scream has to make a mad exit, as does Link. Dips through the TP, and away we go towards that B site. The aggression, it kind of worked out, I guess, for Big to an extent, but can they still recover the rest of this round? That's the main point of this. Spike going to go down. Can this be denied? It's going to be a tag, but it's going to be a plant nonetheless, and Link, hey, he's done his job. Leave it to the last 3 standing. Nivera, Scream, and Soulcast now need to have to defend this spike with their life. Gob, none the wiser, walking in absolutely unknown.
So late in that lurk,
the Nivera was there. 100%. He sat there. He didn't make a single point of noise, but now he needs to get over towards the site, right? Support the rest of the players, because Scream, 52 HP. Soulcast tries to draw the attention. He's got the ult ready to go and tries to do anything. He does actually find Obnox. It's not bad. It's 2v2. Spike now touched. Do they get to halfway? No, still not going to get it to halfway. Double stack towards Zuka. That's a good shot from Twistin. He needs the other, though. Does he know Nivera's there? Does it matter? No, not really. Nivera holds the final line. And again, I like what Big did, but it wasn't quite enough to best Liquid.
It's an interesting take towards Showers. I mean, Casper's unfortunate not to find that kill. You can hear the tags coming through. Yampy just invested in playing anti-flash desperately and still finds that kill somehow. This is the problem, really. None of Big's attempt to address Showers control is working. None of the different looks are.
I guess that was a weird buy, right? We talked about the hero rifle, the Bulldog coming in. It wasn't a great purchase, so maybe this is that was a little bit of a fact finder, and wow.
No. Well, there you go. There's the third attempt. That's been shut down as well. Twiston will fall.
And aggression on the other side of the map, but it's not without someone watching. Liquid are very aware of what the traditional counter would be, which is trying to get a little bit deeper, get a little bit more information, play a little bit up for these fights. And Obnox and Casper are going to be in a pretty tricky spot here. Now, it's all about timing. Did he catch a glimpse? I think he did. You just saw him relaying that information potentially. And yeah, a shot from Navarro, just going to send it through. Doesn't find anything, but they're aware of the possibility. Even just that pixel shown changes the information that Liquid has.
And that there's it. It's textbook. The Liquid are able to benefit perfectly off their own conditioning. They're working big right now, literally working them. They slow down here to, I guess, anticipate. That's why you see Link positioned where he was. Yeah, reasonably late hit towards A site, but it should be fairly comfortable on the way in. Other than that, and we'll find one.
But again, it's all favorable numbers. It's all favorable trades. Yampi's won out the fight as well towards Shower, so this has now made the problem even worse. It spiraled into a really bad scenario for Obnox and Casper. They were pretty late. It's probably a save. You have no step towards the site. You have no information there. Yeah, get those rifles out and do what you can, because Liquid, they're playing a good game today. We said, yes, Scream looks like he's on the sharp end of the... I guess the options, right? When you're looking at Screams, like he's always gonna be good, but when he's like having a good game, but I don't think it's just that. The collective of Liquid looks like they're having a really good game today.
It does. Again, I don't think Soulcast is the headline of that.
No.
But I mean, you can accredit some of this conditioning that we've talked about in Showers towards him, definitely.
I guess the conversation becomes, is he facilitating enough bigger picture for the others off the back of Neon, right? Like, obviously, we're not seeing Soulcast doing what he did maybe on, you could say, I guess, like Sky to an extent. Like, he was very integral individually, right? He had that, like, very visually obvious feedback of he get frag, he do good. But is he facilitating enough for the others so we like this pick? I think that's the thing to look at.
The thing is this, it's such an unknown that the big ultimately have to almost over respect it, right? Because there's we talked about the prep factor. We don't know really. We haven't seen the application of Neon be pivotal in a series, so it's almost like, okay, is it going to come this round? Is it not? Well, you know, what's Soulcast doing in the early round? So it's almost kind of just throwing a spanner in the works for Big, and I guess dislodging that comfort, which is the biggest characteristic for them.
So going to facilitate early long control. I kind of want to look at what they're trying to utilize this Neon as, how they're going to try and build this into play. I do want to keep a close eye on that, because, as said, maybe it isn't just the face value approach of what it brings to the roster, but again, it's, you know, it's all good in theory, but I do want to see it practically providing. For now, though, Yampi with the first pick. Casper goes down. Scream deals with the TP. That's comfy. That's two big picks. And yeah, Obnox wants to dip in for a little information, but he receives a whole lot too much. Gets pinged out. Yampi takes him down, and this is all just one after the other. It's flawless. It's comfortable, and Liquid just going through the motions.
Definitely hit their stride now. Seen a couple of desperate purchases sent in from Twiston here, and at this point, it's almost a formality. I mean, they bring out 4 rounds here to close this. It'll be a miracle, but I can't see it happening. Still waiting for that big adjustment from Big. Hated that.
Yeah, I remember when we used to cast in CS and God being that, we had to make a page full of just other words for Big, because
massive.
Yeah, humongous,
enormous,
gargantuan. Like we're here for days. All right, you know, really making our money is worth. And Aslan, he's been trying.
Yeah,
he has been trying, and little to no reward for it, sadly. Early control has been garnered now by Liquid, building up towards that ult economy, just looking so favorable. And there it is. Speaking of, Scream's gonna pop it, and now the A side's looking more vulnerable. But we are seeing aggression on the back lines. Keep that in the back of your mind, as Gobby is on the way. He is joined by Obnox, but they still have to hold the line for now. Gets in the end. Twiston's there. It's fine. Big hold. Casper is there. They've actually held this perfectly. They didn't even need the back line. Navarro's going to look towards it eventually, but that's the first time we've really seen Big holding that, and I don't quite understand what the difference maker was.
A couple of key gunfights. Yeah, they lose Aslan early, but Twiston slowing things down with that first kill. I mean, the saving grace is that not too many on the side of Big fell. We'll be able to get a little bit of a buffer on 4 people in terms of the economy. We have to see actually where their ultimate cycle sits now, but Liquid pump the brakes after that one.
Oh, big loss, boys.
Feeling the heat.
Yes, dangerous game. Again, though, a nice little crossfire at the back of the side. But yeah, I was very impressed that worked out so comfortably. It looked like Big had no answer, and then suddenly, oh yeah, we'll just kind of, you take contact and I'll swing. No worries. Yampy looking the wrong way. Pick up, frag torch shower, easy stuff. Let's see if they can replicate it. I'm kind of curious what the next looks are, what we can go to. Again, the ult cycle coming online roughly for both sides pretty soon as well.
Yeah.
So it could change the dynamic. 8-1 though, scoreline wise is pretty hard to work with. I mean, it just, even if you're in the server and you see it, like, all right, we need pretty much to close out every other round.
I'm just having a dig now. I mean, there is one kind of redeeming factor, which is Big tend to overperform on their attacking side. So, but really, we're sat here around 10. It's 8-1. You can't lean on that here. Like I said, if they come away with 4 rounds, fantastic. Then maybe I'll believe. But at this point, that doesn't really make an offer. It's a drop in the ocean.
And this time, Storcast has been denied that early presence, but you can have Yampy kind of pick it up the pace anyway. Just dry swings it. Didn't even bother with utility, just kind of took it where he wanted. Now we have herded away by Yampy, only to be seen by Soulcast, and he's on the site. The presence is certainly rough to handle. It does kind of cut a lot away from what Big can do. I like what Soulcast has done this round, just taking that space towards the site. And this is a safe. They're just done. Back away, boys. Keep the rifles. The site's yours. But let's roll it back to the start, right? Because Aslan's been trying to fight for shower control, but that time he just gets body checked by Yampy just walking it. You're expecting maybe the utility. You're thinking, okay, all right, well, we've got the Neon to deal with. Okay, maybe the Owl drone comes through. You go through all of those possibilities. Then, no, it's Yampy with a gun.
Because Liquid have invested quite a lot in terms of utility to force them away from that.
Yeah.
It's just... This is the point where with Liquid in the driver's seat, they can do just weird things like that and get away with it. It's another spanner in the works for Big to have to overcome and be conscious of. And honestly... The way that they've lost out showers control, they haven't really learned anything. They haven't learned a way to adapt to it. We haven't, other than the play through the teleport, we haven't seen any adjustment in terms of Aslan's setup.
Oh.
Lucky.
Oola. 9-1. Yeah. It's kind of getting to that. I don't know. We're asking for adaptations. We're asking for Big to adjust, but it feels like they don't quite have that capability right now. We saw a little bit of aggression toyed with. That little crunch through the TP was, it was around to keep towards the forefront of your mind. But we did see that cycle of ults now coming through, at least for Big. So, hey, Aslan, it's all yours now. Kind of. He's got showers.
We saw a lot of this now, rides on Twisted. He's got the showstopper, so he can stop an initial push onto short. Don't want to see him really over peaking here because he's the only thing that stops Liquid finding access to default.
Oh, Twisted. There's a temptation to find that information.
Please no.
Cost you.
Please.
There it is. Okay,
no.
Okay, he's still alive for now. And there's the ult being popped, but he has very little to work with here unless he can get himself around the corner. They've already evacuated the area. And yeah, he's used it to maybe keep space, but now with 50 seconds still to play with, they can double down on this. They can re-aggress this space. They haven't overly committed too much to taking this just yet, but there's a lot of utility in their way.
They should have a window behind this toxin cycle here with that poison orb being cycled twice now. I'm not sure where Aslan's going to sit, and it's perfect timing for the Owl drone to pave the way.
Yeah, Soulcast being the tip of the spear as well. Going to put himself in this, but there are still 2 players in the back of the side, but Scream's kind of knocked. Not sure where that came from, but hey, Scream's found it. Soulcast does get traded out on, but he does at least facilitate the cross, and Scream's going to fill that void. There's still 2 players lingering around. Aslan has yet to really leave that ult. Twist and punishes Scream, so that's good work. Remember, Navera with a quick answer back through towards Lambs. But now, where's that spike? Is it down? No, it's going to be taking the TP, but keep in mind, there's still a player back here. Casper watching the cross. There it is. Round over, done with. That was finally a good response. It took a whole lot to do it.
Well,
that's gonna be a second round.
So that I've had a little bit of a fumble on the side of Liquid. Bigger almost gifted one there. I think just scrambling for a response to the Viper's Pit. The timing was actually perfect on that Toxin cycle. The Poison Orb to drop, the Owl Drone goes through, so Liquid play that perfectly, but and Twist and find a cheeky kill onto Soulcast. They still have total control outside Showers, no real pressure coming onto Aslan inside, so they can't find that default plant. And at that point, where it's 14 seconds when Yampi finally takes the TP. You could say, yeah, Casper's a little late to the party, which is why he still finds that kill. Maybe I'm the pessimist.
I feel like you are.
Great round, Big. Huge.
Look, go full NA, all right? It's only positive.
Such a large round from Big.
All right. Here we go.
Ooh! Okay, it was Obnox.
It was
Thank God.
All right, we both got a little excited. We got a little excited there, Mike. Easy, Tiger. That could have been sick, though. However, we are now working with a player advantage for Big. This could be good. Building blocks. This could secure a couple more rounds to give them a little bit of a buffer into that second half. We did say they'd need probably all of them, which they won't be able to get from when we said it. But hey,
9-3 Copium? Maybe?
Let me have a little hope, all right? I haven't been broken this cast yet, you know? Let me have a little something. I still believe in Big. Look, Zesht isn't here today, so someone's got to have full faith, all right? The master plan at work. Now, it does look like this B-Lean's coming through. Now the Owl Drone's going to obviously add a little bit more confidence to this call. And now Cycross going to come in. Soulcast going to cover that off. Backsight's all his. And he does get a lot of work done. He gets to close the gap. Oh dear, Aslan's going to be feeling a little rough around the edges after that exchange, but Gob does at least shut him down. 4v3, look at the time left though. It's down to 8 seconds. Liquid are running this so late. It's a dangerous game, and especially when you lose that fight. Spike's still down though. Link and Navera, what do you have for us? A 2v4. Is this in the realms of possibility?
Twisted,
not looking likely. Twisted so aware and so quick on that too, but Link, he's been given a second shot at this. Gets to hit the reload as well, but now gets shut down from both sides. Twistin flies on in. Feels good. Feels damn good.
Well,
there's 3 on the board, Mike. You're a believer now?
The best of a bad situation for Big. 8-4 would have been great, but 9-3, there is a chance.
Yeah?
There is a chance.
Switching sides.
And
You
as
ready?
I said earlier, actually, Big tend to overperform here on their attacking side. On
wow, we're bailing. Are you bailing yourself out? Are you ready? Are you giving yourself a little way out in case the comeback happens? You're gonna start just clipping your own.
Any clippers in chat?
Look, all right. Any given Sunday, whatever whatever it is.
There's a saying in there somewhere, yeah.
There's somewhere. But back to the realms of the highly likely, the possible. You do look at this being obviously a very one-sided scoreline. Liquid looking quite good. A couple of answers did come through for Big. Yes, you could argue that up to Liquid making some mistakes, as you would like to. Negative Nancy over there. But rounds nonetheless. But now we have to see how this looks on the defending side. Already Twisted off to a great start. Soulcast now gets deleted. Flash comes in. Navera blinded. Has to fall away. Respect that. Double dips and can't get it done. Obnox takes it over. Sights pretty much fully under control. No problems.
And Obnox has picked up the shorty. And you know where he's going to be playing with it. MP making his way back behind Market here. Might be able to find one. Yeah, but actually, Aslan has a support system in place here. Yeah, Big have an absolute stranglehold on this site right now.
Useless individual.
The constellations.
Yeah. Anything. 1. Okay. Can we get a 2? No, we cannot actually. Big with the perfect beginning, right? This is it. It's small steps that can bring the scoreline right back in. Now picking up the pistol like that, 4 still standing, really nice. No worries about that. You can get a nice little purchase coming in here as well. All the armor kitted out. Ghosts and a couple of specters on the other side. You can't go overboard in this one.
A couple of sheriffs are Couple of shots.
Chico?
Yeah, maybe.
We said 3.
3 or more, right?
Yes.
Technically, Nevera, well, it's a guardian actually by definition, not a sheriff, but we'll call it.
You're really playing that card today, aren't you?
Only 3 shots though. And it's a B stack. So
Oofed.
I'd suspect a big actually they're with no resistance at all on short. They're just like, yeah, actually A site's free. Let's go. Well,
Yeah, I quite like that. There's no like
there.
weird hesitation or like, you know, second guessing. It's like, yeah, if we haven't had a single player present, you know it's a stack. And hey, good call off the bat. Gives them time for a better post plant potentially. You know, gives them a little bit of time to set up in this. So, if anything, a good look. And now Big have to hold it. Now here comes the swarm. Everyone coming over. Nevera and Link have just found 2 kills, and Aslam's low HP, and oh god, no, not like
what
this.
am I watching?
The absolute scenes of a tragedy. Oh, Godby's got him. What? You're insane.
What?
I don't think he's got time. Godby.
Well, that was an absolute travesty of a round 2, but Godby, great clutch.
Hey,
fantastic use of utility.
You start the clip from that moment, yeah?
Yep.
It's perfect.
What is
you
it
don't
with
see the
round
purchase?
2s today?
I don't know, look at this. Oofed. 1, 2, and the pick. Ooh, it's dreamy.
The worst thing is, you literally see Soulcast on the X-ray. It's just like, oh no, Yampy's dead. I'm going to run and jump on the spike.
Right here.
Let's go. 5-9, game back on. I love it. I'm all for this.
Well, I'm actually not, because this is when things do get dicey for Liquid, right? When they lose a couple of tilters. It's dangerous Liquid territory.
It is, but I see Yampy.
Yampy starts doing weird things.
Yampy's doing weird stuff. Yampy's doing weird things.
They just need a leash. They need a leash for Yampy, and they just need to like tie it to a pole behind B site, just an elbow or something, and he can only travel 10 meters away from the pole.
Yampy. Now look, we'd have praised it if it worked out, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ingenious work.
Inside
Ingenious.
that smoke fantastic.
Wow. Of course. However, that was very funny. And just as you were saying, Liquid start doing weird things. It really was quite fortuitous timing. Now, we still have a judge with Link, who is the aficionado, obviously, of that. And he goes unnoted. However, Big aren't here. They're heading towards Soulcast, who is lurking around the showers.
And there's nothing to stop this, really.
No, not really. He's just there with a gun, which works well enough towards Casper. Tries to get himself the orb, which he should be able to get as well. 13 seconds. Big are leaving this quite late. Again, it does get a little bit dicey in that regard. It's not the end of the world for now. They don't have shower control. They don't have CT control, but they still have enough of the post plant that can keep them somewhat safe. But there are weapons coming back in here for Liquid. And now if Soulcast can do a bit of damage or take away further space from Big, that would be huge. Link still found value towards Twiston. I couldn't tell you how. Soulcast on the swing. We're down to a 2v2 now.
It got beat. A late showers piece here. No, Liquid are expecting it. It's not going to matter who wins out versus Scream.
Not a fight you'd normally expect going that way, but Soulcast has to deal with this quickly. He can't waste any more time.
Has he got it?
Speaking of time,
He's not got it?
he does not have the time. It's going to be going off with or without him. He's just trying to back away and play his life because Big are back in this game. 6-9 now. They are closing in on this one. This is there's not many occasions where you'd hear the sentence like God be outdoes Scream. If you've been a CS fan in the past, it's not something you'd be used to hearing, but right now it's viable, right? Like this is very much a reality. We're set at 6-9. Liquid have not yet to really identify much, right? We haven't seen much of that. A timeout coming in now. What do you do with this? Because again, we're not as well versed in this composition as to how it looks when you have to go to adaptation, where you have to adjust off the back. How does your neon work in that regard? Can it still hold its own? Like obviously Soulcast had a pop-off round. It did very well playing out of showers, but what can you do with it?
The questions come here where it's like Soulcast is delivering numerically, right? But then it's like at the cost of utility in some of these rounds. Is it a difference maker? Potentially, yes. And that's really the question you've got to ask. And oh god, I hope this isn't a Liquid second half. I really hope it isn't.
You feel it in your waters.
My heart is in my mouth right now.
It could be. It really could be.
I mean, I'm not. I'm not blown away by Big on the attack just yet. It's not as if Big.
No, we've had a clutch. We've had like a couple of messy rounds.
They've looked awful in the post plant. Absolutely awful.
Soulcast is going walkabout. Soulcast is just unleashed. Now, does he dare crest that corner? No, he has to get away with his life. Okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not great. He's still alive. And they've taken a bit of a beating. Soulcast just hoping for something. No one's pushed up that far just yet.
Well, no value found, so obviously the ultimate expires as well, so... How fair. I mean, Yampi's got a Sheriff Lynx on a full buy. Scream has a rifle, which I think actually Soulcast dropped over him in... terms of making, or trying to make use of that ultimate here, but Big will actually re-aggress onto B here. They might find a little bit of time, but actually, no, Soulcast already made his way back through spawn. He's hesitant whether to commit to this hold. The absolute utility should be the indicator.
Well, that's a bit overkill, but it gets the job done, doesn't it? Navera now down. Soulcast. Soulcast dead. Yeah. Twiston just unleashing fury down in CT. No problem with this. Playing heads up Valorant right now. He's got the boys behind him as well. Keep that in the back of your minds. Look at the minimap. There's 3 players facing this. More than enough. More than enough. And the judge holding the push up. So 7-9. Now again, let's talk about what will impress you from Big. What do you need to see on their attacking side to get you on board?
I mean, yes, we can criticize the purchase here, or obviously the advantage goes to Big in this regard, but it's rounds like this, really, where they're able to kind of negate the minimal utility that the Liquid have to kind of make pushes out from. I mean, really, it's Scream and Yampi that are going to put Soulcast in a position to find kills. But also, I mean, Navera's kind of been absent from this. I got to say, yeah, he's 8-8 right now on the defensive half, particularly. For Liquid here, we're not really seeing much in terms of aggression or making use of that rendezvous in terms of rotation. So I don't know what the answer is for Liquid. It's difficult really to grasp this because I feel like Big, like I said, have looked awful other than that previous one, awful in the post plant. On the way in, it almost feels like Liquid mistakes are giving them sights.
Yeah, it is quite hard to quantify when there are, a couple of issues on pretty much either side, and it's who makes the less mistakes at this point. But again, you can see Soulcast taking back that space almost instantaneously through on Shower. And force a little bit of utility to be invested from Big on the other side. On control being toyed with from both sides as Twiston wants to at least show presence.
Twiston's having the game as well. That needs saying.
Twiston absolutely has been. And again, we like a raise on this map. Can't deny it, and we want to see Navera have impact. Well, that's a good start, right? Finds Casper, not overly aggressive necessarily, taking a bit of a proactive angle. Has the ability to lean across the other side of the map if necessary. Again, this front line from Liquid, tricky. Soulcast, dangerous game here. Good flash in, though. That is perfect stuff. Scream sends that in with just a kiss on the back of it. It's perfect, but what on earth just happened? Twisted and Obnox instantly reply, and now Navera is the only one here. He's got players left, right, center, and he has to take a fight on one, and Obnox outdoes him. And Link on the retake with a judge now. Yampi, I mean, they're locked out. It is a 2v3, sure, but Links have to try and find a way to make this work with just a judge, really.
A lot for the Classic initially here. If he can get himself into lamps, there's a chance. You can find a kill, find an upgrade. I think that's going to be the plan, yeah.
Yeah, priority number 1, try and get into some sort of distance. And now Twiston, locked, loaded, sat there, crouched, went down. No worries, mate, gotcha. On the cross as well, Twiston catches Yampi. Big, this is much nicer. Now, I don't know how on earth they got those 2 picks almost back to back as soon as they land towards that side. Navera got that first pick, lovely work. But the 2 coming. I mean, I'm thoroughly impressed by Big already. This is a good turnaround. Now, yes, there have been some shaky ones, but it looks like the confidence off the back of just simply having rounds kind of coming in their way is kind of spurring them on, right? Maybe that placebo effect is actually working out quite nicely because they've broken the money for Liquid. Liquid have not had a look in on this half.
Nope.
And Big are looking
Twiston
stronger and stronger.
Is 25-12 right now.
Yeah, he's nasty with it.
I think there's literally one other player on Big that's on double digits. It's actually insane. I mean, how the Liquid counter this, right? That's the next question. How they really slow Twiston down. You got the tag on the Owl drone as well.
Yeah, they're pretty much cooked, aren't they? Got B trying to do some work from the back lines. Does find Scream. They've got to know that Soulcast is around. Exactly. They have. Oh, and Twisted and Bunny Yampy here tries to play through the divide. Doesn't really work out. Obnox. The swings from these boys are unreal. And Navera. I mean, what are you going to do with this now? Trying to play this back in 1v4? This would need some heroics. Any opportunity would be a godsend. And there's the burst. Finds one. He needs so much more. And if you've got someone like Godby, you know he's got to line up somewhere. He's found Casper quick as lightning. This guy is on it, but he needs to move quick. Time is starting to dwindle, and as are his chances, the drop is being watched. You can see the position from Twiston. I think he knows that this one is over and done with. Navera does damage, but the round will be Big's. And it's perfect. This is everything that Big wanted. They've closed the gap. We're at 9-9. And Liquid looks stun-locked in this.
They do. The problem is now they're in a position where the economy is just so flaky. They can't really... It's that risk-reward equation now, right? It becomes harder and harder to justify it here when you've got nothing left behind these purchases. Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury, Scream 1 away, Soulcast 2 away. Again, in terms of building blocks, there's not an awful lot for Liquid to work with yet. Is that Snakebite? Is that Snakebite land behind Showers? Yes, it does. What a beautiful take. What a beautiful take.
Look, if you ever...
Twiston, man.
Yeah, he's on one.
Dude.
Everything's hitting.
Dude.
Everything's hitting. It's a dream come true when the game feels like that. Everything just feeling real nice. You're reading everything. Soulcast gonna try and pick up the pace, and he picks up a frag. Godby now gone. You can dip back. And try and hit more of an adjust. Quick heal up.
Heal Twiston.
Yes.
Let him go entry again.
Have a seeker.
Give him some seekers.
Good. Go. I'll flash for you.
Twiston, go kill.
We had it with safe, well, kind of the attempt of it. But Yampy, see, this is the weird thing with Yampy, right? Like sometimes Yampy try knife weird things at long. Sometimes he absolutely batters people. It's just the duality of Yampy. But now, Spike Plant down. A little late on Hunter's Fury to deny that. Or catch anyone really, so
or damage.
Nothing. They're still trying to get some morsel, a crumb of information. They're getting nothing. Second Flash will be back with that Sky any second now as well. And Obnox can just try and work his way around all that utility. There's the Flash quick. It's beautiful work, Obnox. Got inspired by watching Twiston, and now again, Navera. It was, what, a 1v4 last time? It was a 1v3 this time. Now down to a 1v2. And again, that up. Pricey. And he wants to keep hold of it. This will be Big taking the lead. This will be double digits now on the board with them. 10 found.
How are we here?
Why are we here?
Just... I know I was joking, but this is... I would hate to be a Liquid fan, honestly, because
no. You can't be a Liquid fan and then be surprised when this happens. You know what you've signed up for. You know what you've signed up for. This has been the story of Liquid throughout the ages. I do not.
No matter what game as well. No
exactly.
matter what game.
It's spanned every genre. It's how it works, all right? You get real nice highs, and then you get real bad lows, all right? It happens. But it ain't over yet. It's 10 now.
No, it's map 1. Correct. That's the other. But Liquid just looks so comfortable on the first half. And we were talking about the lack of adaptation from Big. The second half was honestly what we were waiting for, right? It's just the kind of brute force attempt here. Twiston, like I said, firing on all cylinders. He was dragging the rest of Big with him, kicking and screaming.
What does he want to do with this? Can he deal with anything? Not really, no. Has to accept fate. At this point, Soulcast going to try and retake that space. Does he? Don't overdo this. Actually, he's pushing this one. That seems a little dangerous, but it actually works out well. Does find Twist and still going to sit on this angle as well. He wants to try and do as much as he can. Gobs now coming back around. You can see him dipping away this time. He's shown presence. He's done what he can. And further confirmation, they need to hit a rotation off the back of this. You can see Scream coming back over, but Soulcast can only do this for so long.
Now run out of juice, so he has to back away. Hassan with a reasonably good understanding of where Link's going to be, but confirmation. Actually going to take the vulnerable there. Link will fall. And then it just falls apart.
Yep, this is the crazy part. It looks so good for him. You know, the early exchanges, right? The early exchanges are great. This time Navera. Oh! Alright, must be nice. Thought he might have been caught out that time and the operator would have been taken away. Not the case. He's going to keep it once again. But, I mean, there has to be a solid answer. If you're Liquid, you need to have a think about this. You got to try and approach this in some way because they seem behind the ball the whole time. The early trades, even with the advantage that Soulcast had in, you know, the start of things, they still weren't able to keep hold of that. The purchases have been, you know, waning. Obviously, the economy has been in tatters, but this is 11 now. You know, you're getting to the end where how many, you know, you don't have any more rounds to try and adjust through.
Well, what's the extent of that purchase here in round 20? What's the knock-on effect? So we're talking about it feeling flaky 2 or 3 rounds ago. We see a couple of weapons forced up from Liquid there.
Twisting on for the 30. Not bad.
Good, yeah, could actually. Well, I mean, at this rate, yeah, it's looking like a 35 kill game, but.
Right here.
Am I seeing that right? London United 13, 10 FPS. We'll park that for a moment.
We'll park that.
Well,
we'll revisit that one.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, we'll come back around.
There's a glitch
what
in
is
the
happening?
system. Yeah.
What's happening today? It's all gone a bit peaked on.
You think they're on the B stream to go, hang on, Big 11-9 Liquid blind. What?
Okay, a little bit of a proactive play off the back of the flash. Soulcast can at least try and clear back shower. It's not where they are. You can see where Big currently reside, and that should be big information. Actually, it's not. It's only 1.
Aslan
I
didn't
thought they'd
get
get
noted.
more. Yeah, Aslan's way further ahead than maybe expected. They could maybe leave him up there for a sec, see if they can utilize that further ahead positioning. And yeah, they absolutely do. Aslan, wonders made from that. Gonna pop the ult as well off the back, and now there's gonna be problems for Liquid, and they know it. You can see the response scrambling for control, and they just don't have any of it. That's perfect, though. That's good.
Oh. Immediately traded.
Okay, fair enough. 4v3, Navera, Soulcast, Link.
Sure.
They need it. They need this now, and Link's just gonna.
It's a judge and an operator on the retake, though. It's just.
It's not happening.
It's painful to watch.
It's just not happening for them. The operator's not bringing as much as I expected, if I'm honest. Now, don't get me wrong. Obviously, someone like Godby knows how to navigate around someone who wants to try and utilize an operator, right? The guy is one of the best in the game at thinking like that and has the most experience in doing it. It feels like they've completely navigated around Navera every single round. I feel like they haven't really had much threat towards that at all. And yeah, okay, Soulcast has been a bit of a nuisance, but they're still able to find these sites. And they're still able to get to 12. This is massive from Big.
What's the purchase like? Ultimates have we got for Liquid? Yampy's got a Spectre. Scream's got 2900, so it'll be the rifle and nothing else if he chooses for it. I'm going to settle for a Guardian. Yeah, this doesn't feel comfortable. I mean, the saving grace being Big don't have any ultimates to work with here, but...
They've got Twiston. He's essentially an ultimate.
The problem being, like... with this sort of purchase, the judge and the operator, they can't let them plant.
No.
They can't let them plant, like...
All right, Navera, right place, right time, potentially. It's a 1-for-1 trade. You got Obnox, I guess that could be a problem for getting towards the sites now without the flashes, potentially, and everything else. So maybe a bit of value from that, but we still see the Bigger continuing forward. Fact-finding mission everywhere. Link now noted. Gob's trying to do a little bit of chip damage towards that potentially, but Gobby's got the spike, keep in mind, so he can't over-aggress this. He doesn't want to leave that.
He has no armor.
Oh gosh, you're right. He's gonna have to make a play with this one soon. Okay, finds Twist and he knows there's another. He needed some help and he gets the Yampy makes his appearance. There it is. A little bit of a crunch finally comes in. Saving grace here, leaving just one standing. Casper now in a 1v3. Spike deep in enemy territory and Link over pushing. This is nasty. Casper wouldn't have predicted it. Link very well played to fill that void, but it's now 10 on the board for Liquid. But that was off the back of a nice bit of work, I feel, between Link and Yampy. Just that crunch through the TP, making it uncomfortable. But again, I don't think we've seen a great deal of Big going for that, though.
I mean, you've got to kind of lean on the fact that Big should have ultimately been able to flush Link out. The paint shells, the shock darts, he was tagged with the drone, he didn't have armor. It's just, this really shows just how difficult it is. When Link digs his heels in with a judge, it's so hard to get him out of there.
There's a reason that's like his position. He became, this is like notorious for him. But hey, now you got to find that again and again if you want to keep doing this one. Needs to almost do more. Yampy trying to limit any information flowing back towards Big. Twistman going to be working his way forward. Taking over long control for now. Link still going to lock it down. Two integral kills. It's his domain. We know that. That is his room. We might as well call it Link at this point. As Scream's going to be working from the back of the site. Yampy potentially on the swing with him. Beautiful flash. Now the synergy hits. Now the timing's there. Are you getting paid by the hour? Liquid just extending the game and then suddenly flicking a switch. Where did that just come from?
I don't want to see them go there again. Please, it's always so tilting to watch this. Like, you know he's going to be in there. You know.
Now they can fall by. Maybe he won't be there.
Yeah, no. Link can have 8,800 credits and he'll still buy a judge and sit there.
Doesn't matter. Okay, we go again. I think Nevera's pushing up a little bit at the start as well. See if we can get that opening pick. Spots a Pixel, has to back away. Didn't quite get what he wanted, so has to respect that now. So, early game. Big going through the motions here, trying to clear as they go. Link, hey, large and in charge, right? Like, that's still your room. You got to hold on to that. Yampy with a freebie on Twiston. Not sure if Twiston was...
It was ult as well.
Okay, that kind of changes things. This is looking more likely for 12-12 now, but again, Twiston has been having pretty big impact. I'm kind of surprised he got caught in that position.
Don't do it, Casper.
Just don't.
Please.
Just don't. There's other areas on this map. There's so you can go through showers, you can go through long. There's so many nice places to go. Just don't go in that room. And Scob gonna try and progress himself a little further here. Nevera does find Aslan. And you're right, he's found a little bit of space here, and actually they're being sold. A little bit of a ruse, but there is still Link. Right, and now they got to know that there's a chance he's still in there. And Gobby's progress is incredible. Oh no! Yampy gets to stay alive! And that's going to ruin all of this plan. The rotations are going to be coming in. Now, can they do anything with this? So Gob, Obnox, and Casper, what positions are they in? They still don't have that much map control. Keep in mind they had to navigate around Hookah. They didn't quite go towards it. Link still punishes Yampy away from the side, and it looks like 12-12 is beckoning. Obnox, how much damage do you do? Absolutely nothing to dissuade the scoreline, and it's 12-12. Liquid taking us the distance, and Big suddenly turning it around and then finding that they meet their maker in the form of a judge and Link in Hookah.
I'm at a loss for words, honestly.
Analyze this, please.
Yes, they've had success towards B, but at the point at which you lose out to it twice, surely you go, right, guys, we felt pretty good about our A hit at the start of this half.
Been going really well.
Why don't we go back to that? Whether or not it's the fact that Nevera got the operator online and they were conscious of that, I don't know, but it's well played, Liquid. Really nice. Great shots, Link.
You're right.
No.
Okay. We go again. OT coming on in. Gonna be Big on the defending side and Liquid on the attacking side. Now we actually saw Liquid having quite the nice approach. It caught our eye. We saw, Scream having a good game, all looking quite tasty. Big's defense, it was a bit hit and miss. We weren't overly enamored by it. Obviously, that second half was a different ordeal altogether. Twiston forced to respect the presence now.
No, it's
lose
the
long
operator
control.
as well. And that's key. In an overtime round, they can sit a little deeper here, force Liquid to take all this time, burn this time up, make it a desperate late round here.
Scout destroyed.
You can see that utility coming into effect. And Twiston desperate to regress on this. He's actually played behind the boot, maybe a little too much so. And Link's going to get a punish on both here. Aslan a little late to the party. Tries to come across and get any sort of presence noted, and you can see Liquid just scrambling, getting the hell out of there. They've pulled the rotations, they've done the damage, but actually 2 players now going to be evacuating the site. Now the Spike hasn't quite committed either way. It's going the long run all the way around towards the backside of A. Maybe let Soulcast and the boys try and secure the site for you, because they need to do that though. It can't even be a battle. Soulcast so quick to this. They keep doing the damage. That's lovely work from Soulcast. He didn't know Casper was there. Oh, and he makes his appearance. Not so friendly this go. Post and Sound looking for more. Casper, there was a chance, but Link, the guy coming up clutch when needed. 2 big kills on long, even securing the round when I get back to the site.
Liquid strike first in overtime.
BYB fam, going to Astral to do them Astral guys.
Nivera going to throw the operator in the mix once again. It will be big to call a timeout. It's heartbreaking for them. I feel like they did what was necessary here. They almost deserve to close this out in regulation. Do we see a huge adjustment here in overtime?
What do you mean, an A hit?
Yes, it would be huge. Because it's overtime. Guess what? Guess what Link's purchased? Just have a guess.
Oh, so there's so many options. He's got a lot of money to work with, right? So he can go for anything.
Fudge.
Right. So Judge is out, boys. Now, when big go B, it go bad. When go A,
good.
So let's see if they're willing to go towards the Judge again. Because, I mean, I imagine this is what the timeout's for, right? To an extent is, okay, well, you know, some of our approaches have been clearly countered. Oh.
I would love to just be a fly on the wall sometimes. It's like...
Link?
Oh, no, Link, sell it. Sell it. It's been going so well. They're going to push you again. Oh, no, they're swinging out Hooker this time.
They're walking it.
They're going to find the kill on the Spike. I know it. They're going to find God beat.
And they don't even have to overdo anything. This is conditioning from the regular rounds. They've been so paranoid about it. From Yampi is gorgeous. Yes, he gets punished by Twiston, but there's still layers to this, and Link's part of that. It's a 2v3, and they have to deal with it now, and the Vera's on the way. And that was brilliant. Just playing mind games. Expected no way are they going to aggress towards Link when he's had that Judge, so why not push ourselves? And they've done them. They've absolutely nutmegged them, but it's still Twiston, right? The raid boss for big. Can he save them in OT? This would be heartbreaking, genuinely. If you're looking at it, you'd say the big were the side who turned some of these rounds around their head, but hey, that's the way it goes. But here we go. Time's on his side. He needs to find
Over to heaven. Unnoted as well, from short.
And the Spike's not too unfavorable for him. He can still work with it. Free kill. Oh, it was clean. He's got the ult. Okay. Ult's now ready to go. Gonna try and get a little paint shell down. Good damage on Nivera. Don't be caught sleeping on this. Nivera gonna push himself up. Link's gonna get the defuse. And Team Liquid, look, it may not be heartbreak this time.
Teeth, by the way.
But it is unbelievable. I can only imagine the EKG readings of any fan from Liquid watching this game. That was unreal work between both sides. Credit to Big for at least kind of pushing it that far, but man, what a weird game.
I mean, it's almost,
I don't know if it's good or bad.
It's almost poetic, that final round of overtime. Yeah, I think, round 5 or 6, I said Liquid are playing the game in such a way that they're able to benefit so easily off their own conditioning. That overtime round there is the textbook example that, as you highlighted, such paranoia around Hooker. They try and show a little bit of presence early on A, just to plant the seed. And what happens? Yampi and Link just walk out. It's 3 free kills. It's crazy, man.
What an ending to the first map. This is the first map. I thought it was going to be a blowout and it went into OT. So what do we know? Well, we know we're going to a break. So do stick around. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary.
Trouble gives you wings.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan, and that was a mess, at least on the side of Big, right? 3-9 down at the half, and unfortunately brought to overtime again 2 days in a row over on this map, Liquid winning it out. And we have to start with the telestrator because we have to talk about this neon that came out on the side of Soulcast. I think hypoc put it best, like, we need to see something out of it, and we did get to see quite a lot, not only when it comes to the frags from Soulcast, but also the impact of utility. So we can go straight into this one. Again, the speed, this is something that Vedius actually mentioned to me, actually just being able to get out very quickly to face up against something like an operator. But it's this kind of scaling, we can even just speed this up a little bit just to sort of save on a bit of time. But this is where it works out quite nicely. Yampy gets this first kill, and I really wanted to highlight just how this utility ends up coming through in just an onslaught that comes in from Soulcast. So again, this first kill is about to come in now. There it is. And pay attention to, first of all, one of the stuns getting used, but also that fast lane coming through. Nice little isolation, I suppose, of an angle. We've sort of cut away for a second, but you can see just how Liquid are scaling up from this position, right? They're using this fast lane in order to try and sneak on through. And even this stun, this catches onto Gob B, and I believe it actually comes through, bouncing off the wall from the neon, and then bouncing back to catch onto this spot. It allows Soulcast a bit more of a position to get a bit wider, get the kill. There's a couple of these. I could be even faster with this one, right? Because it's a sort of similar thing. You have the stun that comes through on this corner, corner. Soulcast actually using the dash to peek out in this spot. But I think one of the things that we are going to highlight is, despite this being a real out there composition at Big, we'll have zero time to prepare against. The calling from Godby was superb. Examples like this, right? They don't expect the Neon, mind you, but they do expect the Soulcast on this eco with his ultimate to actually push and be a bit more aggressive. Again, you can sort of see that that overdrive is ready to go. So Soulcast is going to push to try and get some fights. But all of this utility is pushing away. Soulcast wants to close that distance to take the fights. He has to back off. But again, I just want to like rewind this and slow this down. First and foremost, you usually have like a Sova and a Sky in these kind of like extremity positions to throw out like owl drones, recon darts, guiding lights to just see kind of what's going on, where they can find space. The fact that you have both of the Sky and the Sova in this spot, ready to go with a recon dart and then the flash, goes to show that Big are over dedicating utility here because they expect this kind of play. And we saw this a couple of times, right? Like as soon as that overdrive came in, Big basically went, we're going, bye Soulcast, we're not going anywhere near you. So these are just a couple of examples of, despite Liquid winning this series with a nice composition and idea, I suppose, it was quite spectacular to see that Big had a good read on something that they clearly couldn't have expected.
What did you make of that?
Yeah, I very much agree. I think that kind of coming into this, I was ready to talk about some of the great tools and uses that we have of Neon, especially on the attack, and how great Liquid's execution was. But then the adaptation from Big in the second half was just incredible. I'm really sad that they didn't win, because I felt like that the way that they shut down everything that TL tried to do, the difference on their attack was massive. The fact that we saw Twiston absolutely pop off on his raise as well, it was an incredibly exciting second half, and I think it just goes to show the resilience and the adaptation that we often see from Big. But it's again just that very end mark, that experience that Godby was talking about in the interview, where he was highlighting sometimes when the pressure mounts, that's where we start to crumble. And I just feel like that we saw it again, and it's just so frustrating because you know that they're so close to being able to win out these rounds, that we know they can win, we know they have the talent to do it, they just can't quite finish things out.
It's always kind of heart-wrenching as a Big fan. It cannot, you know, as a Big fan, these cannot be like nice moments for you, but Zesh is having a heart attack right now. But I do want to ask, because on the kind of wider aspects of mine, because if Liquid, they do win today, they make it through playoffs. If you look at the opponents they're going to have to face up against in Group B, the buying teams like Ascend, like G2, will this composition work against them? Because they're not going to allow them to kind of run them over like this.
But we're expecting like the Brim stuff, aren't we? Right? So like
then, true.
Yeah, like there's iteration here. Like, and we sort of pointed this out when we were watching it, right? Like you could swap out the Neon for a raise, that works. You could take Navira off the Chamber, which I don't think really added too much value because the majority of the rounds were Navira, oh, everybody's dead, I'm saving it off. Like it was just a lot of those kind of moments. Put him on the Viper. Like you could still sort of switch out stuff and find something going there, but it's going to be very difficult for any team to prepare against what Liquid are throwing out there, because both comps that we've seen from them are just batshit, really, aren't they?
I think that, especially when we move on to the new patch, Neon is going to be leveraged a lot more, and perhaps this is just Team Liquid trying to get ahead of the game. Fortunately for them, they are still picking up these wins, but there is a lot more criticism around what's going on right now in terms of their first half versus their second half, especially when we look at this map. I think a lot of credit does need to be given to Big in terms of how they adapted and how they found ways to shut down a lot of what Team Liquid was doing, but also we saw some of the weaknesses of the composition. The fact that they don't have as much control over the map that compared to when they were on the attacking side, I think was leveraged very well by Big. Now it just matters, as we move into the second map, what will change and what will both teams bring to try and counteract each other.
Well, let's take a look at the head-to-head of the two duelists. Of course, Liquid, they brought a duelist back into their comp. It's weird to see Soulcast as the one on Neon, not Raze. Not that they were kind of like diffed as such, but Twiston just had a lights-out game.
34% first blood.
Yeah, it's insane.
One in every 3 rounds, Twiston was opening up. And the scary thing, like, before we talk about Split, is that we're moving this guy that got over 30 kills over on the Raze. You're putting him on Cypher now.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of like adjustment, which I mean, like, you can still take a lot from this from Big. It's going to be fatiguing, sure. But that momentum that Twiston's feeling, if you put him on a completely different agent, he's still trying to find that space and find the lurks, right? But it's still a case of like different subset and a different expectation of him to perform on Split.
Typically, when we look at Split, this is also where we see a lot of the convention, I would say more traditional comps from Team Liquid in particular as well. Things like the Breach, the Astra, the Raze is something that they have had pretty solid success with, even if their executions were shaky at times. I'm curious as to whether we will continue to see adaptation from Big, because we've seen 2 different compositions from them on this map, where they did change out the Breach for the Sky, but it also depends on who they actually want playing what, and that flexibility, as we said, can be a double-edged sword. Is this something where you want to try and optimize so that you can have the best comp, or right now do you just want to leverage the fact that Twistin is playing out of his mind? Perhaps you just want to find a way to get him on that Raze again, so that, and then build up a comp around him to best enable him, because it does seem like a surefire way to at the very least compete with Team Liquid.
It's going to be interesting overall. I think what you said about like the Sky versus Breach, the choice, I mean, considering how Obnox played on Bind, you keep him on that Sky. He found so many openings on his own. I think one of the things as well is just with Big being on match point, it felt that they were rushing rounds and Link bailed Team Liquid out, right? Like multi-kills after multi-kills to bring it to overtime. And I think once you're in that position, it was the same as the Na'Vi game yesterday. It's just a Big almost rolled over at that point. That everything that they threw out there, they just couldn't keep it going. So I hope that we see a bit more of a clean finish from Big if they can get a bit of a lead here.
Do you think this is where they can even amount to a lead? Because it does feel like that Liquid have done better traditionally, at least recently, on this map compared to Big.
The concern, I think, from watching Big on this map, being a big fan of it overall, just because of the way that their defaults are very straightforward. It's just very, very straightforward basic comps like you mentioned, Vedius, like when it comes to how Big play it. But it's multi-layered, right? If we see Aslan getting up online, it changes up. If certain ultimates, like a Rolling Thunder, if they go for the Breach, comes online, it changes up a bit more. But we are seeing a lot of adjustments with Split overall as a map, both in EMEA and North America. I'm curious if either team are going to go something a bit more aggressive with the KO, go for some other stuff like the Chamber. There's a lot of options here, so I'm curious if either team sort of doubles down on what they're running, with Big already changing up their comps already so far this split.
The biggest concern for me when looking at this map in particular, is, from Big's perspective, is that Scream is likely going to be back on that Sage. And I think that when he gets his hands on that character in particular, I know you guys have coined the term like the battle sage also a couple times, but I think that he seems so comfortable and knows exactly what he needs to do. He does a great job of stalling when on the defense. I think that he does really good in terms of setting up his team on the offense, and I think that while he has been going through a bit of an identity crisis in terms of like what his role is and where he should fit in on this team, it feels like on this map he knows exactly what he needs to do and how to execute it. And we know that we can see some Sky from him as well, but the Sage in particular I think is something that he has a really standout performance on.
Well, we're heading into Agent Select shortly, but Liquid, they already kind of surprised us on Bind. It sounds like you guys don't expect them to surprise us again here, given that Scream has also played the Reyna in the past.
Yeah, it's the thing is that neither of these teams have like a big win over like a Gambit, for example, or an FPX. It's like London United, Na'Vi, that both these teams have managed to rack up some games against. So maybe there's an element of something to bring out there. I think that like how Big are feeling, and knowing the Team Liquid at this point, they've not really had much time to prep for Big and vice versa. They could bring out something that's again out there, but Big have been pretty good at reading those kind of things.
Yeah, they have indeed. We are into Agent Select now. These are the comps that we saw both teams play the last time they played a Split, and it looks like we're sticking to it. Twistin's moved off of the Sage onto the Cypher. How much do you think this could potentially hurt Big, given the momentum they were building up?
I'm less of a fan of it. Like, we know that there's, again, we've talked a lot about Big's flexibility, and this is something that they ran on Split, and they have found success with. It's just a matter of, as you rightly said, Ryan, riding off of the momentum of last game. I feel like that giving Twistin the agency to be able to make plays, create that space on the site is something that I think he's very capable of, and now that pressure is going to fall on Aslan. Maybe that does a lot for the team. Maybe resetting those expectations can help them forget about game one and focus on game two, but I'm not as optimistic when I see that Team Liquid are getting themselves a tried and true comp that we know they're very good at executing.
Navera versus Twistin on those legs as well. No Viper. I really like seeing Viper on this map overall, so it is just going to be like, how much can they shut this down? Like, Big going to be defending first. Want to make sure that Navera can't work that space overall. And a nice little Jet versus Raze. Aslan, he plays this agent on this map instead of Twistin, needs to earn that keep, I think, and he needs to operator online ASAP.
Yeah, well, Big, they came so close to securing map 1. Let's see what they can do on map 2 against Team Liquid, Pansy and hypoc. Let's jump into Split.
Yeah. let's indeed find out what this is going to look like. And actually, hypoc, I want your thoughts leading into this, because Bind turned out to be far more contested than we expected, right? It became much closer, OT. Does Split facilitate the same potential for Big here? Because we know that Liquid can play this quite well, tried and tested sort of composition coming through. Nothing too crazy in my mind, but I look at Big. Is this a battlefield that they can actually potentially push on, or is this going to be down to maybe some additional factors?
I mean, I do want to echo Ryan's sentiment there. I do agree. Aslan almost has to prove his worth here, because it's a role switch for Twiston. It could be, you know, just a little bit of map difference here in terms of those roles, but to see him have such an electric map 1 and then almost give up the reins in terms of the entry. Yes, we see Tristan deliver previously on the Cypher on Split. I'm not taking anything away from that. Also not saying Aslan isn't worthy of playing this yet. But here, I think because it was so prominent on Bind, this is going to feel a little bit uncomfortable for me. Liquid, as we've already said, I mean, Soulcast, this is almost back to the OG days, right? This is definitely a comfort pick for him. I think actually comp-wise, Liquid probably take it here. But anything's possible, right? I mean, of course. We remain open-minded. Big, I don't want to say that. Their map record on Split littered with overtimes. Just putting that one out there.
Shut up. Just shut up, Mike. We're underway, and just knocks the wind out of you. Aslan going to find one, and that's the beginning you want to be seeing. If we want to look at this player critically, we have to say he has to hit towards that, top end of what Twiston was doing. That's the start, but that's an answer. Yambi with a quick 2, going to find Obnox and Twiston, and now down to the 3v3. The site is Liquid, but the rest of the group is coming on over, but it's just got B. Beautiful. And Liquid, that burst potential. Oh, Yambi. Oh.
Gonna need the gif of that one, production.
Can we hey
whoever, roll the replay of that?
Can we just zoom it in just on that?
I know we're recording player pops, so if we could just
now I like go. That's better. Okay, good. Yes, frags are enjoyable, but eyes to the bottom left. Eyes to the bottom left. You have to wait a little bit longer. Hold on, Gobby's gonna die, and watch. I think it's a let's go, and then what was it? Do you think you can do the noise at all?
No.
Okay. Anyway, Navera. So just briefly, while we're in a round where there's classics and frenzies, unless they do. Ooh, hold on, Twiston's up to some nonsense. Yeah, he's up to some nonsense. Doesn't get much for it. Team Liquid. I know you're watching Social Team. You're probably recording everything. Oh, hold on. Link still checks. Give me the audio for that. All right. Thank you. Anyway, clean round. No worries. That's great. You love it. You love to see it, but there was no real buy for Big.
Probably the cleanest round 2 we've seen today, to be honest with you, Lauren. That was
out of all the games.
A real anomaly, actually, by today's standard.
I can't say that word.
Anomaly.
I can't say it quickly.
I definitely can't say it as part of a sentence.
You can't say it quickly and briefly?
No. Mitch is pretty good at that, though.
He's very good at that. Good old Mitch. How's he doing?
I miss him.
Oh, tell me all. Soulcast, though, player to watch for me. This guy's
change from Liquid already.
100%. And again, just the storyline of Soulcast to me is always something I'll enjoy, right? This redemption arc of this player. Ooh. Well, overall, obviously, not in that round.
Timed like a true caster right there.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be here. Having a great time. But generally, I've loved his kind of back to glory, right? He's found form and he's found his way, and he looks just, reinvigorated, whole new player. And he has for some time, so it's good to witness that firsthand. However, obviously shut down this round, trying to take some space up towards heaven, playing up towards, ramp and doing what he can. However, there are players now behind where he stepped. There are now 2 on the other side, though, who are waiting to receive this.
Aslan will actually get stunned up. Twisting with a little one-way here to work off of. A big damage coming through. Link will fall initially. Aslan finds his 3rd. Formality at this point. Just one left to find. And scream with a ghost.
What's that?
A Spectre. Were you not listening?
Sorry.
You're not listening.
Ghosts and Spectres are quite similar, so.
Yeah. Nice.
Turnaround there. It's been I haven't casted Valorant in a while, so Brains, it's building, working on it. Anyway, it's done. Big answer back. What's going on, right? We had 2 rounds that have gone the way they should. I feel weird.
It makes me very apprehensive for how this.
I'm uncomfortable.
Left the spike and spawn. Good.
Back to normal.
Thanks, free cam operator. Thank you.
That goes there.
Thanks, Scream.
He's got it. Look. He hits the headshots, alright? Don't worry about Scream. He's fine. He's got the spike. He had the spike. He's dropped it. It's fine. We go. You heard the ult get popped. I'll see if they go for some early information. So Aslan going to be clearing over by ramp. He's going to be looking at on the other side. It would be Navera, who's been caught once on that, but we'll see how he holds on. Again, no real rush here for the Liquid side.
God be just playing ready for this fault line. You see the gravity, well, at least a actually utility set up for a gravity well there, but they will opt to just pop the wall down. Try and slow things down a little bit here. Liquid. A pause for thought here, but look where Soulcast has managed to get his way into.
How? And what do you do with this now? Because that's maybe a card you didn't expect to have potentially at hand, right? Can we pull a rotation, see if we can maybe punish someone trying to lean through ropes? I have to have a look, because he's going to be way ahead of the curve. You can see them considering that someone could have crept middle. That's maybe something that is going to be kept in mind, but in practically what do you do with it? Now there's the presence noted. Now they're going to have to be aware of there is a chance Oz made it through, but Oz with a quick catch towards Yampy. That's massive. Denies that spiraling. But again, we're down to 30 seconds here and look at the progress. Yes, Soulcast had a good position, but now what can they do with this? And the lean actually from Aslan is going to be a problem because Soulcast is here so early. Gun out. He might be caught here. He gets to keep his life. He's a lucky boy today, but there's still Twisted on the site. 13 seconds ago to make the hit. And Link deletes him. Screams found Obnox. And Aslan, desperate to be irrelevant, but 5 seconds. Where's the spike? It needs to go down. It is right down to the wire for this plant. Just about gets it done. And his Gob left in a 1v2. Link is low HP. He's tucked to the back of the site. But Scream being a problem to deal with, Gobby knows he's got to clear this. And now there's the player watching the side. Nice little post-plant crossfire. And Liquid get away with it. But that was a very dangerous round. Down to what? Like a second to spare on that plant.
It was. And it's actually really unlucky Twisted doesn't find that kill on the back of the trap wire. Desperately spamming in. I think it actually was Link that took the majority of the damage there. Yeah, Big will be able to get everything they need. I'm just looking at any gaps in utility here, but the wall's there. Light armor for Obnox, but crucial piece of the puzzle on split. Will spread pretty thin once again.
Scream, what are you up to?
Man.
Gun out. It's caught. Punished. Well, that's a player advantage as quick as you like, but there's a quick split up middle as well, but Navera's been beheaded. Twiston looking a little different today, so not too surprising. This progress has been read. There's 2 players up towards the other side of this who are waiting, very aware of someone potentially being behind this wall. And as much as, yes, Yampy shows a little bit of presence, actually Linked to get the punish cast for this one flip, but he does get caught in the end by Soulcast, turns around. Obnox still towards the back of the site. He's going to be a nuisance to clear, but he's still holding himself at least safe for now. Gobby finds him. Obnox gets Yampy. And they just about get caught at the end of that, but it got dangerous again. These rounds feel very, very precarious in either way.
They do need a team seemingly fair. I mean, I was going to almost criticize some of the utility usage from Big previously, where it was almost invested with, I don't want to say a lack of intent, but on the back of no information, right? And it ended up being, I remember it was Yampy caught by Obnox, if I'm not mistaken, just after kind of that utility's invested, and Liquid looked to readdress mid, but I don't feel as if Big are particularly comfortable just yet with some of these setups.
No.
And likewise, Liquid, I don't know what happened to the round 1 and 2 pace that we had, but things have slowed down now, and that doesn't seem to have suited them either. No stopper 1 away here. Nothing else for Liquid to really make use of here, but if Soulcast finds a pick, Aslan goes hunting.
Oofed. Oofed. Gobby's got his cross at least. And actually, Aggressive is closer. That's playing a dangerous game here. Yes, there are just odds and ends, but it only takes one to spiral, but some good chip damage done. I think it's pretty much unconfirmed, though. I don't think they know that Nevera and Yampi are that low. Spraying in, does find Yampi, and it's Nevera and Link, the last two standing, but they've lost all map control. And as you can see, Twiston is closing that gap. Oh, Twiston, that's so ratty.
Yeah, it is.
You're just going to sit there. I double dare you just to sit. The maps never look smaller for Liquid. Opening up at least a pathway. Taking down Obnox, 30 seconds. Still 4 players standing here. And Twiston is, the net is closing in. And there's one. Swapped out the second. There it is. Good work in the end from Twiston. Not overdoing things, taking his time. Big get on the board, 3-3.
I just spied it. Twiston's got a shorty in the back pocket. No matter what agent he's on, he's always got a shorty in the back pocket.
He's ready.
Yeah. Expect him to be sat inside a cage at some point. And it will stop Liquid from pushing onto a site.
Oh. Well, that's something to look forward to.
Liquid will lean pretty heavily towards B this time around. First time we've actually seen them revert away from more traditional default. Yampi on a Guardian. Actually, flash away big from mid, but that's on the back of it. It means Azan can just post back up here. Yeah, I like this smoke as well, actually, to prevent any flash coming through or make it a little bit more difficult to flash mid.
That is quite nice. All of this for this mid fight. Almost got to be careful to not get caught as fading away. Liquid will now at least start building their attempt in towards getting middle control. Oh.
Starzo somewhere is happy to see this employed.
Oh, the scenes.
I hate it.
Oh,
yeah.
There's a player there.
There's one in mail, by the way, guys.
Just so you know. Do you want to stick around for a second, maybe? Always thinking about it.
30 seconds left.
Does Soulcast have an idea that that gap could exist? I'm kind of curious. I'm curious.
He's going to get aftershock now, surely. Nope, they're just going to swing on him.
There it is. Okay. So, well, isolated and removed. Soulcast gone. 15 seconds.
Nice Scream.
Scream's dead. Scream is dead and buried. Big and looking large and in charge here. They're actually really keeping control of these rounds. Yampi blinded. Yeah, Link's done well here, but it is just going to be Link up against 2. Both towards CT. You'd have to somehow magically close the gap. And there indeed was that shorty waiting.
Yeah, it's spike unretrievable, so the clock will decide this one's big. Actually take the lead here, and you're right, this has been probably one of the more solid setups we've seen from Big. Initially that exploration towards mid, then they revert back to Mayo. I guess the second step in that process is that wall that we did see Obnox invest. Liquid actually going to call a timeout here because, yeah, I mean, feels as if they've kind of been shut out from a couple of these rounds with no real response or an attempt at a response, to be honest. Big kind of just going through the motions.
And for me, I'm quite happy to see it, right? Like, it's very easy to get pretty deflated after a loss like they just had. It's very easy to lose a little bit of that confidence behind you, a little bit of loss of faith in the plan. But quite happy to be seeing them bound back quite nicely and looking solid in how they're approaching it. We look at this and let's say we look at it from a big perspective of, if you want, the rose-tinted glasses coming on. Okay, the 3 rounds that Liquid have, I mean, looking at where they fell, pistol round following in, they're not even the real gun rounds coming through. So you're pretty happy if you're a Big fan because you're looking at this. Okay, well, when it gets down to the meat of things, you'll be having a great time.
Sheriffs to try and back up that Phantom in the hands of Link. Again, 4 outside B main here. Aslan still riding through this Guardian as well.
All right, Casper, you get to keep your life. Oh, it's probably going to be a no. He's still got Soulcast. It was Link who got him in the end. Gobby now going to try and play by the pillar. Aslan going to try and come over to support. There's that rifle you were talking about. Link good impact, but it's an instantaneous trade and it's far more effective for Big. They didn't quite get the start they wanted, but Navera, can you dissuade any of this narrative from coming true for Big? It's a 1v2, and man, this guy is going to have to be on his toes if he wants to be as likely as ever in this 1 minute. Still a lot of time to play with, and he does pop the ult. 6 bullets left in the mag. It's the reload. Spots one. Gets one. Oh, the trade. Twiston. Safe pair of hands at the end, but man, that got down to the wire.
So I'm not entirely sure what happened with that boom bot, but it literally zoomed out of B main there. It was on backside in like literally the blink of an eye. And then still...
You got that turbo.
Still, Casper found that kill.
I'm amazed he was still able to do that, if I'm honest.
Enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Again, just the utility usage from God. But yeah, it's not necessarily finding kills consistently, but again, the aftershock in that scenario forces them out from pillar. They have no comfort. Even though that wall is invested to allow safe passage towards site, there's no comfort whatsoever for Liquid to get set up.
Understand.
Tanks it.
Soaks.
Just tanks it.
Oh, now he has to respect it. But I think to anyone who's watched Godby's career, you know, from start to now, over previous titles, hearing that he's good with utility, least surprising headline. Yeah. I mean, the guy is fantastic at it. It's nice to see someone with that full understanding of kind of cause and effect, right, and working with it. But again, not necessarily your headline superstar, never will be really in that regard. He's not your mechanical genius like that, but he is very solid and he's transferred through well enough for now. But again, Soulcast found that little bit of room to work with previously. And it looks like he's found it again, but however, this time he's brought some backup with him. Crunch towards that A site. We do see Big Boss Twiston, though, still very much ever present and Godby by his side, so a bit of a dangerous combination. You can see the issues they're already having. Utility galore, but actually it's Scream to punish Obnox, trying to get ahead and maybe join the rest, but Pillar is not safe anymore as Soulcast to press the corner, punishes Twiston, and actually expected one towards the back of the side, but no, Godby double stacked towards the Pillar and does get Soulcast, expecting more, but he's lost the timing. Now there's plenty on the side, still going to take Navera with him, as Casper going to try and pick up the mantle. Spike going down, can he catch one? Oh, he just let the bullets slip a little too early. And now on the way out, Aslan gets caught, and Liquid finally pull off a bit of a sight hit that actually looked quite diligent. Dangerous, but diligent.
I mean, honestly, I glanced back to the top of the screen, and I'm like, it's actually still 5-4.
Yep.
What is going on? Yampy actually going to pick up the operator. Just another Yampy thing. Just add it to the list. The attacking breach operator.
Oh, is it that time?
I think I've got everything, by the way, except for the base on which it looks like they're going to try and retrieve the orb. They know that it's going to be Navera on the other side. It's going to be the lighter side of this Liquid default. They do. Now they've got everything to work with. They actually force the issue here onto Navera.
Looks like they want to, but speaking of forcing the issue, Soulcast going to punish up towards the top over by B, and they're going to take the site. Not necessarily for free, but they've taken it pretty quickly. Twiston's managed to actually fill the gap in a really interesting bit of timing. I wonder if they still check. They do, but he is hinged. What a belting shot on Yampy, and they want to close that gap now. What a time to play back in. Soulcast and Navera thought they had a little bit of maybe a room to breathe, but nothing. Wait, he did. He got him. Okay. Soulcast though still deadly. Shot and a half. Investment's gorgeous. Soulcast, can you do a tap?
No way! No
Soulcast!
way!
Absolute fiend! How did he get it?
The blast pack just throwing Godby off.
Show me that again. Show me it again. Oh.
Last player standing.
Look at that. It's beautiful. He turns for the flash. He eats the fault line, and he still finds every single kill.
Beautiful. Wow, what a game we've had. We've had Twiston, highlight player for me, genuinely highlight player throughout this entire series. And then you're on the other side, like to me then, Soulcast, that is the primo reason why we love seeing Soulcast in these positions to pop off. It's so enjoyable. Quick punish on the aggression. Looked like Liquid have read that quite well.
We'll find another as well.
One enemy remaining.
Last one to find's got beat. Yeah, consolation, nope. Flawless round for Liquid in round 11. If they can close this out 7-5, which, like I said, will feel like a miracle, considering this has felt like an uphill struggle for Liquid, and they're still coming out on the half on top.
One enemy remaining.
See here what? Well,
I can't believe the scoreline. It felt
I
like
actually can't. I really can't. I think it was round 6 or 7 where I looked up and I was like, wait, hang on a minute. How?
Liquid are clawing back into this one because, by all accounts, I think if you're a reasonable person, which obviously everyone watching is, you'd say Big have looked across the board a little bit stronger as a collective, right? You're like, okay, yeah, the pistol round went to Liquid. You kind of throw in a couple of the other rounds. You're like, oh wait, they're actually sitting with the advantage. Obviously, yeah, we just saw Soulcast have an absolute ripper of a round, but I just can't believe that we're sitting at 5-6. But away we go. Twiston this time going to commit towards that B side, but it is the beautiful. It was a beautiful fake, and it's just getting better. Soulcast is a one-man army, and there it is. There's the horrible surprise that Big just didn't want to have happen. One, you lose out on a player on the fake side of things, on the side that's not meant to have much behind it, but they've even filled the void of that middle presence as well. Keep your eyes on the likes of Yampi. He's going to be lurking through middle. They have no access to this. This is one of the most beautiful fakes I think I've seen in a long time. And it's not easy to trick someone like Gob or any of these players on that big side. Like, this isn't just a team of no ones. These guys are your cerebral players at times. Like, you know, to be able to pull off the perfect fake like that, very impressive.
What a way to close out the half.
Wow.
Honestly. I mean, Liquid come into this stride, and now it's definitely a more comfortable end than what happened on Bayern, because, yes, it was 9-3, but towards the end of it, the cracks were starting to show. This one, a stark contrast for me. Another flawless round, actually, to close it out. But we know what Big are capable of when they're staring down a deficit.
And attacking sides, right? Just avoid Link if he has a judge?
Yeah, don't go near Mail, I guess, would be the...
That's the...
Yeah.
the follow-on. All right. We'll see.
What's invested there, actually? Off the rip from Liquid. Doesn't find them any damage or any information, actually. Twiston already got himself up pretty deep on ramp. Oh, and the timing's awkward. Opposite Yampi. We'll note the trap wire as well.
Okay. Keep in mind the cam position, though. They're aware of what's coming around their way. If they do commit, at least, should I say, towards Mail and up towards Heaven. There it is, waiting to greet.
They're going to stun and gravity well off this, I think.
Okay, there's the facts being found. Don't want to give away too much. Scream now should be aware of what's happening. And there it is, going to isolate one. Not free enough for Scream.
Azan actually ate the back end of the paint show as well.
Surprising he's alive, but he is still standing. But 30 seconds now, this B-Crunch is coming in, whether they like it or not, and they've won the fight that actually could be the instigator. The Scream goes down, the wall goes up, Yampi now denied. It's going to be Soulcast all on his lonesome, surrounded by so many players. If he does anything with this, it'd be impressive. He can't quite find it, and sometimes the ghosts do be like that.
Oof.
Spike planted.
Basically. I mean, it's tough.
I've seen your ghosts.
Yeah, it's
right.
clean. Crisp. Flawless, some would say.
Crazy. That's crazy. I've never heard that. However, I have heard that Link has got at least a start in this round on the way back in, but Big in the post plant looking quite tasty. Navera's actually found Casper. What is happening? How is this happening? Okay, Gob's still alive. He's still not going to let this one go. Surely they don't let this go. Gob is now have to put all of this side on his back. How has this happened? Again, so many of these ratty rounds. Liquid are like, oh, we shouldn't win this. There's 5 of them in a post plant. Be right back.
That was a 3v5 with Gob B playing main with the aftershock.
There's so much.
That's a fumble. That is a catastrophic fumble, actually.
God damn, that is rough. And hey, I guess credit to Liquid for converting it, but you do have to look to big as, okay, you don't normally... Teams don't really win like 2v5s, 3v5s. You lose a 5v3, right? It's kind of the blame falls to you in that regard. However, Yampi off to a pretty solid start there. Just going to get everything building in his favor. Probably frustration for Big starting to show here. But again, rifle rounds, everything can change. But for now, it's a slaughter. Everyone locked on in, and well, the only difference could be maybe Obnox catching someone, but it seems they're all very aware. Nice punish on Yampi. Suddenly attention turns. Oh, Aslan, that's a big boy shot coming out. And now a 2v2. It's become, again, hey Mike, welcome back to the game that I expected.
Yeah.
Here it is. There it is.
Back on bind somehow.
It's crazy how we've done that. I didn't realize there was a TP.
Fantastic round 2. Add it to the list for today's round 2s. This one.
Yeah? Would you like to do like a death segment on them?
Actually, that's not, because Liquid surely win this round, right?
Surely.
Nivera's got the information early enough off the spy cam. There's a trap wire to slow things down. Should be able to get close enough where they're not going to be able to buy too much time with the spike plant. Surely they don't split up, right? Not in a 2v2, Lauren. No,
you probably
way.
wouldn't do that, right?
30 seconds left.
Mike, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, your well-being will be defined by the outcome of this round, and that's a headshot. Nivera is the walking wounded. Scream, can you save them? That's one. Needs to find the second. Aslan now has attention split, but Scream is caught. Oh!
Yeah, Liquid. They always win those. Yeah. Scream just running up ramp with his heel out. Honestly.
Yeah?
Today is not a montage day. It is not a montage day.
No. No, it's when we just post like the, you know, player standing there doing like a thumbs up or something on Twitter with the scoreline. Why is everyone started doing that, by the way? I saw like Astralis start doing it. I thought it was really weird. And now everyone does it. Like they're like, hey, we won, you know.
Meta.
Or like meta. I'm just, yeah. Oh, well, this game's really bizarre.
Yeah. Liquid, 3 sheriffs. 2 Spectres. Try and close out this bonus round. Again, does suit them more so. Especially if they can keep the economy honest here. Actually, Godby does have the Rolling Thunder online. Pretty early on there. Lots of utility invested to clear out mail as well, but Liquid posted up deep enough here where it's not going to really make too much of a difference.
I would say I get a little nervous if I see it going late, but I don't mind if they've taken this time to at least prop up Aslan towards top mid, then look back to that A site. And Nivera just found Twiston, which could actually be an issue considering they looked like they wanted to lean this way.
They're here pretty
Yampi
quick
now.
behind it as well.
Yeah, but they just don't seem to be bothered that Yampi could be peeking. Just a little bit of shoulder peek back. He knows now what's going on. There it is. Aslan forced to show his hand, though. Has to get involved, otherwise that could have gone wrong. Nivera playing on the other side of this. Wall goes up. He's going to find the player. Prays in for another. Can't quite get it. God B does quell the threat, but it's 24 seconds. And there's still Scream. He's still waiting. Does he try and clear the site here?
Spike planted.
Oh, he's going to be teeing him up. Oh, another player spotted up towards the rafters as well. Tries to connect the shot. He needs. Soulcast does it. And now Casper, a 1v3. He can't get it. Soulcast lands the shot. And Liquid make it to 10.
Massive bonus round from Liquid. Find double digits. Completely reset the economy of Big as well. And the Rolling Thunder gets invested. As that one off the blades, actually? But I mean, the money not looking as bad as I thought. I don't know if...
I thought it was going to be really quite
I mean, it's light armors and rifles. I have to take another look at the utility, but...
One enemy remaining.
I don't know if this is a full-on force, call it, but that will depend on the utility behind the purchase. Seems to be the longest replay I've ever seen. Right. Yeah, I mean, there's gaps. There's definitely gaps here. Godby, I don't think used much because it was only the Rolling Thunder really sent in the aftershock in the early round, so course, there's nothing left behind this, though. Look at it. Nothing at all. And this will be Liquid finding 11, and they find an opener.
Aggressive.
And it's Casper that falls.
And they've already got the swing. They're already stepping out towards the B site. Just kind of walking their way back in, catching them as they try and make their play through middle. They now know the full idea as to what Big was up to. Oh, bigger in a real spot of bother here. They've lost all idea of map control. They don't know where these players are. They just lost Twiston over the backside of main. Goblin, Obnox, what are you going to try and fight your way back in? That's not bad. Link is just underneath them. And you can see now God be the last one alive in a 1v4, 15 HP. Can at least punish Link. Confirms position. Soulcast is there. Man, Liquid, sometimes they just flip a switch and it starts looking almost impossible to approach. But Big, this game has been pretty heartbreaking for them. I know we kind of talk about Liquid as being the ones, if you're a fan of them, you're kind of used to it, right? The highs and lows of being a Liquid fan. But for Big, it felt like, again, so map 1, you've got to feel like that could have been their win, right?
Oh,
like
absolutely.
You replay
I
that.
thought they deserved it.
I'm in agreement. Here, I felt this was a closer game than the scoreline entails. Now, this half is a bit different. I do want to characterize that, but at least on the first half, I mean, it's credit, I guess, to Liquid to an extent that they're able to, convincingly pull the scoreline away at this point. But man, for Big, it felt they were just on the cusp for so many of these rounds.
Here.
I think as well, you look back at the last month or so, and it's been on a good trajectory now. Yampy's doing dirty things. Yep. Doing his best time. Link impression.
And Yampy, not going to particularly stop, is he? No, he's jumping at you with a judge. Yes. And Big just look a bit broken in this round. I don't think there's going to be too much to really make note of. Unless Obnox can really pop off not to be. Only one player lost. 12 for Liquid, and now it's everything you got, Big. You got to put it out now, right? Like this is the round to try and do something with. You got a couple of ults to work with. Casper not far off. There's a chance. There's something here to be worked with, Mike. But again, I feel like this has been a soul-crushing map too.
It really has. Liquid have barely missed a beat on the second half. I mean, initially, the only you could say really is the fumble early on in the pistol round, but they flipped a 3v5 retake. So, yeah, really, did you take anything away from them? No, absolutely not. We go again, and this is Liquid can do whatever they want. That's the scary part. They have complete freedom if they want to be aggressive somewhere. And speaking of, there's Soulcast. Yeah, he gets caught. I think he went, oh no, someone was behind me. However, that'll at least be a little bit of an indicator. Maybe there's a bit of a window here for Big. But if they do want to cancel this A plan and maybe head back towards that B site, it will take time. Maybe depending a little bit on Casper here to make a bit of progress. There is a player on the other side, that being Yampy. Still with the judge, of course. And Link has read this very well. Now, will they check? It looks like Aslan will. Goes down. Trade comes out. This is still Liquid trying to be ratty here. They're still trying to find every little angle they can.
I know exactly.
Oh, Thunder going to get posted to towards mid here. Casper actually with the backstab.
Very nice. Scream and Navera. The brothers going to do what they can. It's 1. And now they need 4 more. Scream making it through towards kind of CT, almost side by side. Wall goes up.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they can play for this.
Maybe.
But how much of a chance are you going to have to get a res coming through at this point? You can see Aslan's position is hard to handle. Checked on, dealt with. Navera goes down. And no movement from Scream, holding for now. Spots 1, and now position noted. He shouldn't be able to get anything out of this, really, even though it is Scream. He's going to have too many targets, too many players. Still does damage. Of course he does. The edge shot machine. But again, it's a lifeline for Big and a necessary one. It wasn't a particularly pretty round. Yes, you could say that was off the back of Soulcast being almost over-aggressive, but I don't mind them trying that.
Yeah, I did notice a couple of funds running low on Liquid, but I mean, the full purchase comes through here. 3,700 on Navera, 4,800 on Soulcast. Ultimate's a little further away than you'd like to be, but I mean, if it comes to it, there's a snowball round somewhere in the distant future.
We got this.
Still, there's another 2 rounds I'm looking for. Clean victories from Big before they really reduce the funds on the side of Liquid.
Mid lane's scary because you've now got a crossfire on it. Scream sprays in, gets one. Yampy finds Obnox.
Second.
Yeah, this is mid's just been shut for business. Signs up, not today, boys. And now they're down to 3. You've got Gobby, Casper, and Twiston. Now, I guess you look at it. Still got Twiston, who, you know, if he just goes full fragger mode, all right, fair enough. Game back on. Casper can still facilitate something, but information. It's been relayed again. Oh, dear. And they're going to just feel so countered, so red, unless Casper can maybe be a problem. No, of course not. They're walking, go, gosh, Scream's really sharp today. But he's been fed all that information. Everything's been noted. And Twiston, your last man standing, 33 HP in a dream. He's got so many players to play against. Rez comes in, and they're hunting him down. And why not? The spray is good for 1, but it ain't good enough for the game. It's 13-6. Team Liquid smash that second half. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to close out this series. Map 1, turbulent, I think is appropriate for the way to describe it. But here, yeah, I mean, they close out their attacking half, which, like I said, felt a lot closer than. Ended up being a lot closer than it felt throughout the majority of those rounds. But yeah, I mean, once they got into their comfort pick, some of these setups from Liquid on defense are just disgusting. Again, just It really comes down to Big's slow, methodical pace there. Doesn't really suit them because Liquid have, you know, the initial first point of contact set up, then they have the second, and then they have the fault line reset. And there's so many different things to overcome there. So they absolutely stood out on defense.
Yeah, and it's also been quite an enjoyable game from map 1 to map 2. It's had its highs and lows for sure, but I do want to talk about the player that stood out to you guys the most. You guys at home, obviously, let your thoughts be known with your player of the match. You've got a couple of options. Link, integral in map 1, changed. I mean, I kind of want to, but then you got Soulcast and Scream as well. I think Soulcast, great impact in map 2. It's very hard to define, and Scream's always an all-rounder, right? Who would you vote for?
This one for me, Soulcast. I'll give it to him. He threw the neon out on map 1.
It looked better. I think it looked better.
It definitely looked better. So yeah, Soulcast takes it for me today.
All right. Well, I think that's us pretty much done. We're going to head out of here, but we're going to leave you back with the desk after this break.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fighting till the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinded flashes getting closer. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
Everything went in the way of Team Liquid. They bounced back after getting 2-0'd yesterday with their own 2-0 today against Big here. Not something we might necessarily have expected given what how things turned out yesterday. But Ryan, it feels like this is the Team Liquid that we know a little bit better, and maybe yesterday was just a bit of an off day.
Yeah, it was just straightforward. I think it was like 9 rounds in a row that they were able to get a point, and it was basically after that 4K that Soulcast got, so plenty to mention there overall.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you, Vedi, real quick, because Kakuka is ready to bring us some pretty shocking news. Kakuka, BBL, I heard they're leading?
I mean, I'm just going to say that Ascent cannot play Haven. We thought it was Gambit, but it's actually Ascent. Of course, they're not playing with Seek today. They're playing with Purple, but the performance from BBL was out of this world. We saw a Kushner that was just smashing the rest of the team, just preparing the ground for him, and an AIM DLL that was literally unstoppable. A 13-6, completely deserved by BLL. BBL.
Wow.
Jesus, I cannot speak.
I can see the excitement coming off of you, but obviously CNED versus QT was a bit of a jet differ?
I think that the way that Ascent was working around the map, it was not the same as BBL. As I mentioned, everything was ready for Kushner when he wanted to walk onto the side. The flashes, the arrows, everything was ready for him to just dash in and perform. And from CNED, we just saw him playing a little bit more lonely on that side.
Wow, I don't think many people would have had this on their cards. I'm going to let you go back into the second match, Kakuka, and we'll wait and see what happens a bit later. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow, Forza BBL. I feel like not many people would have expected them to take a map of all people to be Ascend, Ryan. A bit of a grudge match there as well. Obviously, CNED used to be on that roster.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'm looking at as well is I think that there's no chance for BBL to even make playoffs at this point as well, with G2 beating Guild earlier. So this could just literally just be shutting down Ascend from making playoffs.
Does that confirm?
BBL,
does that confirm G2?
I'll have to double
in which
check.
case?
It would do. If Ascend lose, it would be like G2, Guild, and Fnatic going through out of that group. So yeah, don't tell BBL yet.
Yeah, okay, we'll keep that a secret for now. But let's bring our minds back to what happened with Liquid versus Big. Vedius, you know, Big, first map, they brought it pretty close. Do you feel like there was maybe a degree of mental boom there? It must have been really difficult to lose in the fashion they did.
No, I think that we saw a little bit more of a stock standard TL, while their attack was, again, a little bit shaky. I think that we saw a very solid TL on defense, and I think that they were just picking apart a lot of the standard setups that we often saw from Big. And I know that we talk a lot about like the flexibility and the creativity that we sometimes see from Big in terms of their drafting, especially around their compositions, but I feel like that same entry just wasn't there. I'm going to keep talking about it. I think that Twisted is just so talented, and I don't think we saw that same presence on Split that we did see in Bind. God, All these names, I'm still trying to remember.
So long ago.
It just felt like a very forgettable series for either side, really. Like Team Liquid just didn't seem in a position where they were ever really tested, so they just kind of went through with their executes, had a bit more pizzazz with their approach. Like Soulcast, this was the round I think that really broke big because they lost every single round since up until like partway into the second half where they had the bonus. It's a lot of those kind of things where like Big just looked very under-prepped, or not even under-prepped, it's just more that what they were doing was their de facto style, and it didn't really take much for Liquid to have a good read of that, to approach it, and then just anti-strat to the best of their abilities.
And of course, this doesn't mean that Big are completely out of their chances for playoffs. There are still a lot of games left to be had in that group that can help swing things for them. But I think overall, when you look at the expectations around this roster coming into the split, they were mixed, but I don't think they were super high. And when we listened to God BB earlier, he only talked about how proud he was of what the team has achieved. They really have pushed so many of the teams that people didn't expect them literally to the very brink, and they've been able to showcase a very high level, and hopefully with a little bit more experience under their belt, we'll get to see them in the future more with a higher caliber of quality they can bring to the VCT.
Well, I guess the issue is if they were to kind of play that relegation promotion, which it seems like they will be, Ryan, how much faith do you have in them to be able to battle through all those teams and come back up?
Ooh, it's a tough one because a lot of the teams that we saw Big being able to beat out in the qualifiers were the likes of Alliance. They made a roster change. Like Giants made a roster change. xilv, they made a roster change. So there's a bit more time for those like regional league teams to actually get their act together and have that momentum of winning their like regional league, right? That's a big boom of confidence going into something like this. I feel like Big has surprised us before. They might have some ideas on how to approach these teams, but that mixed with a whole new meta on the horizon, I'm a little bit uncertain whether we'll see Big as much as I'd like to.
But without Zesht on the desk, I have to be the Intermary believer, and you need to stop talking, Ryan. You're clearly just a Big hater, and there's no way that Big will ever get knocked out, okay?
You have to beat Gambit. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing that's keeping Big in by a friend. And also, Gambit need to lose all 3 of their next games, including against Big, right? So there's still a chance for Big. Like, I think the only thing that was confirmed today is that they can't make playoffs. But honestly, I think Big would take that if they could survive in this league, right?
I want to see them stay. I feel like we just haven't seen the Big that we know they can do. They need the experience, obviously. I think similar to a team like BBL over in Group B, I would have liked to see them stay because they've got the potential, right? But having said that, there's a lot of pretty good, Ryan, and scary teams in the regional leagues that kind
Not as good as Big, okay? I got you, Zesh. I got you.
Well, I mean, you're a boomer like God B, so
That's
that
true.
makes sense.
That is. We're basically withering away based on
But anyway, with the games that happened today, let's take a look at the standings. Obviously, BBL Ascent is still going on, and I think that is the game that's going to affect a lot of what is going on here. But some teams dropping maps that we didn't expect them to drop, and G2 all of a sudden look like they're going to be in a great position.
Personally, I've been really impressed with the evolution that we have been seeing with G2. And of course, they are the biggest BBL fans ever right now because that would guarantee them a spot. But even if Ascend do win out in the end, Fnatic can still create that tiebreaker situation if they're able to take down Guild. Meanwhile, over in Group A, there's still a lot left to be decided. I think that TL, with their victory today, have further cemented their spot in playoffs. And I think that being able to get that much more solid performance on Split sets them up. But I think right now, a lot of the question marks will surround TL, and in the event that they do qualify to playoffs, what will they look like? Because right now they don't look like the same powerhouse that we've seen in the past.
I just can't take my eyes off G2. Like, it's just that it was a last-ditch attempt to make playoffs, right? And now they're looking in the driver's seat if BBL can beat Ascend. It also confirms Guildspot, who would have preferred to have done it in their own hands by beating G2 earlier, but it's still like, all right, we'll take this. It means that we can go into the Fnatic game at least with some aspect of maybe stealing that top seed as well, winning them on the head-to-head, but it is a lot of look to like the future, right? Like what the next patch is going to be. For the moment, from talking to the teams, it's like we're scrimming against other VCT teams as well as the regional leagues that are playing on this 4.0 free patch. Nobody is really looking to the future other than like NA that have played on this patch this weekend.
Now, I'm going to force to test how big your brains are right now because we don't know when the games are going to be played next to finish off the league, but I want to get your prediction on the 3 teams from each group that are getting out, and I want the seeding. I want precise precise. You can either come back to this moment and be like, ha, I've got a massive brain, or the entire community are just going to meme on you, which you're used to already, Vedius.
Yeah, I'm an expert in that. Yeah. I'm fine. I can also leave and never come back. So I've got that option available for me. So I'll start with Group B. I think that Fnatic is very easily the first seed. I don't think that they'll really be contested based on what we've seen from Guild. I think that we'll find ourselves in a tiebreaker situation, and I actually think the G2 will eke their way into the second seed position and will knock Guild down into third. Ascend is experiencing too many difficulties right now, especially with their recent roster change. It's not the same level of performance. So I think Fnatic, G2, Guild right now over in Group B. I think Group A, it's likely to me going to be looking like FPX. I would still expect Gambit to be making playoffs alongside Team Liquid. Based on what we've seen from Na'Vi, I haven't been super impressed by them. But again, there's so much empty footage there that really is much more of a shot in the dark. But yeah, I would probably rate FPX, Gambit, and then Team Liquid would be my expectations for that.
In that order?
In that order.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I still think that Ascend bounced back. It was on Haven, which has been their permaban that they had to play first, and they're quite good at just readapting after they take a map loss. And
I think they've got Split next.
Yeah, that's a very, very winnable map. They're happy to play it. And it's nice to see them picking it as well now as well.
But then the third map is Ascent.
God help them.
Against BBL.
God rest their souls at this point. Oh, for the other group, Na'Vi make a statement like FPX. They lose to London today. They have Na'Vi still to play, and they also have London still to play as well. So like, they beat London, right? So yeah, it's just like Na'Vi that they have left. I think that there is a chance that we see all CIS teams of FPX, Na'Vi, and Gambit make their way in. Ooh. Liquid are just sort of sat hoping that doesn't happen, right? There's a lot of like permutations. And once we get to those games, we'll be able to highlight them properly. But Group A, despite feeling like the last weekend, is still so open. No team is confirmed for it. And even Big's not confirmed to be relegated yet.
That's fun and stuff, but Ryan, I need an answer from you.
All right. FPX, I don't know if it's possible. Na'Vi, Gambit, Liquid. I just think that like FPX without Angel is just a difficult thing for them to get over, and at least it gets them just to like take a bit of a breather, right, and not have to worry about playoffs or Masters or anything. It's just they're secured in for stage 2. Hope everything clears up by then.
Well, thank you very much, you two, and thank you, Vedius, for joining us this weekend.
Thanks so much for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun indeed. But if you guys don't want the fun to stop, don't worry. We have a second stream that's currently showing BBL versus Ascend with Kukuka and X-Warrior on Valorant Esports 4. Of course, BBL, they're one map up right now, and if they beat Ascend, Ascend will not be going to playoffs. I can also announce that we will be back next week, actually, with a few more games for the rest of VCT EMEA challenges. But that is all from me, Ryan, and Vedius. Don't forget to check out the VODs if you would like to for any of the action that you missed out on at ValorantEsports.com/VODs. Otherwise, we hope to see you next week.